I've been with us 2 years now, and you actually began down that path of creating more focus and providing more focus and direction for the organization and for our community when you established the 5 strategic initiatives in 2010. And we have continued to refine upon that and further define our focus in what we need to accomplish for the organization, hence for the community. And that is how we have structured this year's council retreat along our 6 strategic areas, 6 strategic initiatives and areas of focus. We've also got several plans underway, some that are just about complete that we're going to report out to you, and some that are in progress right now, but all things that continue to help us provide greater focus to our organization and help us make better decisions and determine where we need to go as an organization. So, as I mentioned, we started off with 5 strategic initiatives in 2010. The mayor hit upon them: community livability, technology leader, financial plans, infrastructure, and economic development. In 2011, we added one more: high-performing government. How we arrived at that, and that was a suggestion that staff made to the council at the retreat that year, and how we came about that is, as we go about our daily duties and our focus, helping us provide clarity as to what we're doing and why, we came to the realization that everything we do should be tying back to one of the strategic initiatives, and if it's not, then we should question why we're doing it. And we realized there were several things that we were doing to help create a high-performing government in our organization and in Gilbert, and those really they would affect the outcomes and the quality of all of our initiatives, but they didn't really have a home base in of themselves, and therefore we recommended to the council that we adopt a 6th strategic initiative around high-performing government, which we did at that retreat. So from there, in 2010, under the guidance of our great leader, Mayor Lewis, we undertook 122 initiatives in the town of Gilbert with a good success rate, but we also... That's right. With some great success, but one of the lessons we learned from that is that we need to be a little more focused, that there's only so much capacity to do things with excellence, and if you take on too much, as opposed to achieving certain high priority items with excellence, you achieve less with more mediocrity. So with that, we have embraced the Franklin Covey 4 Disciplines of Execution program, which trains us to be more focused, to take on fewer goals and execute those with excellence, as opposed to taking on too many and accomplishing nothing. So with execution breakdowns, these are some statistics on when projects are not implemented properly, what are the causes for that? 85% of the time, it's not knowing the goal. 87% don't know how to achieve the goal. 80% you don't keep score. 72% you're not held accountable. So the 40X program is a comprehensive system that takes and provides a framework and a structure for our executives to learn how to properly identify goals and execute upon them for excellence. And they call it a WIG, a wildly important goal, to identify those ones of the greatest importance. It helps you identify the new behaviors that it's going to take to achieve those goals, to identify those lead measures, those things that are going to create movement towards accomplishing that goal. It helps you create effective scoreboards and to visualize what it takes and where you're at on the journey to accomplishing those goals. And then it implements a culture and a cadence of accountability within our organization to make sure that we are regularly tracking, monitoring, and that we're making forward progress on those goals. So by adopting and installing the 4 disciplines of execution, our bet was that we'll create a culture of execution in Gilbert that will allow us to achieve the strategic initiatives, as well as increase accountability, provide tools for employees to be successful, and engage and motivate our employees. So to date, we have taken on 65 strategic goals. Of those 65, 80% are complete. 69% were completed at or above target. 11% were completed below target. 17% are still in progress, and 3% are currently on hold. and you can view the strategic goals or outcomes, status, and results on our intranet website, as well as our external website to our residents. Sure. And then it's on the external website so our citizens can get on there and see which goals we're undertaking, the current status of those goals, and what the outcomes were. In fiscal year 13, we have initiated 47 WIGs. We're going to highlight 11 of those for you at the retreat, throughout our retreat, through some short video testimonials. Some of the benefits to our organization in operations is prioritizing our efforts, improved efficiencies, consistency, unified focus, increased performance, peer accountability. And with our culture, it helps us identify the need for cross-training and to implement cross-training, creating a sense of accomplishment, camaraderie, building effective habits, creating enthusiasm and motivation, as well as helping to develop our leaders within the organization.
We presented to the council back in June on cost containments, which we're sort of rebranding into innovations and efficiencies, since what we provided, the information we provided includes a little bit more information than just what we're doing to contain our costs. Historically, the town has been an innovative organization that is always looking for new ways to do business. And as part of that, we haven't always been tracking that information. So this year was our first attempt to start organizing that information and presenting it to the council and to the public. So this spring, what we did was we started to collect information from the departments and review and select the information that we thought was going to be most pertinent and informative, and compiled the information and then presented it and distributed it to the council, I think before a council meeting, and then it was also in your packet for the meeting today. So I just wanted to review some of the highlights that we presented. Was the digital state of the town. This was the first year that we put this information together, that staff put together this 20-minute video that highlighted accomplishments. And I know that all the council members were involved, and there was a lot of efforts on part of the digital team to put together this new feature. CIP project management, we brought that in-house. So we transitioned from Arcadis to bringing some new people on board. And as a process going through that, we saved over $1 million. And so we are still, we have that team complete and on board. This year, the fire department worked with Intel to develop and create fire docs. And as a result of that, we estimate we saved about $150,000 as a cost avoidance for not having to buy a package to do that. About $42,000 annually in license fees, and reduced about $15,000 in printing reduction by not having paper forms and having all this patient records kept electronically. The next item is our civilian patrol technicians. The police department was able to look at how they're offering business, and instead of hiring 2 police officers, we were able to hire 2 civilian patrol technicians, and as a result, there's less training and time to bring those employees on board, and we estimate that we saved about $54,000 in salaries and about $20,000 in one-time costs for equipment and onboarding training, and we were also able to get those positions on the street quicker than a traditional officer would take. So an overview for what we were able to save and calculate for last year was we estimate that we reduced or did not have to hire about 5 1/4 full-time positions. We generated about $3.9 million, and we saved the town about $36 million. So the next steps, what we're going to be looking at doing is rolling this out on a semi-annual basis. We'll be collecting the data for the first half of the fiscal year towards the end of this year for a report to council in January, and then we would go through that same process and roll that out in July so that you would have the information in a timely fashion, and then as well as provide a time for the departments to actually be working on these projects and rolling them out. And so we're going to move forward with a new format and a little bit more color coding and have a little bit more time to review the data and put that together. And so with that, that concludes my presentation.
In our efforts to leverage technology to improve our services, partnered with Cox Communications and developed a fire department channel that plays over their airwaves. And we are able to develop our own training videos. Some we purchase and others we acquire from our partners. So we're able to provide training in-house in the fire stations to our companies in a way that otherwise, in the past, they would have gone to a central location or gone to our skills center and taken units out of service or out of their area to do that. So by implementing this channel, we can now keep the stations covered, and we have less out of service time with our companies, and we increase the amount of training that our personnel receive by doing so. And that was that. Any questions? Thank you.
All right, so we had a pretty big year in development services. You guys may remember December we had a flurry of activity. We kind of remade the department on the fly. We consolidated a division. We brought Leslie and utility billing over into the new building, created a one-stop shop customer service center. We're looking at ways to gain further efficiencies on that and expand the program. Leslie deserves a lot of credit for kind of the new organization over there and the different feel that we have. So we physically changed assignments, but we also changed our focus and the customer service aspect of development services, which is a pretty big deal. We rolled out a ton of new programs, which Kyle's going to talk about, but every time Patrick gives me a microphone, I like to point out that we did it well, reducing the overall budget too. So big year, and we'll let Kyle talk about his success since he's been on.
Thanks, Gabe. As Gabe mentioned, we did several changes and rolled out some new programs along with the way we were staffed in development services. The four different programs that we rolled out, I'm sorry.
As Kyle's going to the front, which team are you on tomorrow night, Kyle?
The winning team.
Okay, very good, very good, very good.
The four different programs we rolled out, the first one was over the counter. So we're able to do small things, gas lines, fences, signs, directly over the counter. We have express permitting. These are a little bit larger than directly over the counter, so that we can do them in about 1 to 3 days. We do the one and done, where a permit or application is submitted. We review it one time. We turn it back to the applicant with the red lines. It's constructed in the field, and then we inspect to those red lines, again, saving time for the applicant. And then the last one's the permit by appointment. The applicant submits, our entire review and design team sits down with their design team. We're able to go through those projects and then approve them with one sit down. Kind of a charrette for the design team. Since March, this does not include the single family permits that we hear about a lot, but since March, of the applications that have been submitted that require any type of review, we've had 676 applications come in. Of those, 333 were able to be done using our new programs. So 49% of everything that's come in, we've been able to handle right over the counter or do express or do a permit by inspection. So everything is going really, really well. And what that does for us then, as you've heard, it frees up the folks in the back that are able to handle some of those larger projects and keeps those those review times and turnaround times low. When we did a presentation not too long ago, we showed that our standard turnaround times are actually quicker than some of the expedited review times throughout the valley. So we're hands down really getting the applications out quickly. Expedited plan review will be coming. We're working on fee structure for that still. That'll be coming to the council in another month or so. But again, the idea behind that is to cut those fast times even in half and make them even faster. And I think we can do that with what we've set up at the front counter and with some of the capacity we've created in the back. Two other things I wanted to touch on really quickly. The Planning Commission and Design Review Board are now completely paperless. Everything's on iPad, so we're getting everything in electronically. We're able to create the documents and send them out to the Planning Commission Design Review Board. Very, very similar to what the council does. We've patterned everything after that process, so that works really well. And then Larry Taylor and I went to a Valley Partnership meeting the other day, and one of the topics was electronic plan review. So as each one of the different municipalities went around the room and talked about what they were doing, we found out that Gilbert is way far ahead of everybody else. We've been doing it now for about a year. You start talking to the county or Avondale or Chandler or Glendale, a lot of them are just starting to step into it or just starting to do small things such as pools or fences. We did MD Anderson electronically. So, I mean, they were pretty impressed when we said we were able to handle that and go through it. So we've actually been approached by some of them to come see our process and our programs and how we're set up. So we're definitely best in class in a lot of lines, and we're moving forward with those. So we're very proud of the accomplishments that we've made in the last year.
One of the last pieces to the Franklin Covey system was defining what they call as your overarching war for the organization. What is the one thing, the one overarching goal that you're trying to accomplish? So we spent quite a bit of time this year discussing that. What is the war for this organization? What is that overarching focus that everything should be tying back to help provide that guidance to the organization day in and day out as we select upcoming goals for the fiscal year, as we select and go about our duties and activities within the fiscal year. And so as part of that, we selected the strategic initiatives that the council has laid out for us, those 6 main categories that everything we do should tie back to, and that is this a laser pointer, Julie? The red. So that is this right here. Everything we do should be tying back to those strategic initiatives that you have given to us as the direction for this community and for this organization. And that creates the alignment with our mission, vision, and values that, again, everything as we evaluate what we're doing and what we'd like to do, it should align to this. And this is also the point in which we say no to projects if they don't align to that, if they don't further one of these strategic initiatives that we've set out, that you've set out for the organization. It helped us, the other last piece of it was, it also, we defined our dashboard, those whirlwind things as we take on new projects and new initiatives and new cultural change. What are those things that we want to make sure, that day job, those balls that are in the air that we want to make sure don't get dropped, to help provide us a measurement and a tool in which we could keep our eye on those and keep our focus on those and create a system in which if something dropped below a level that was acceptable, it notifies us of that, and then we can dive down into it and try to determine what's going on and how do we bring that back into alignment. And so we've got in this dashboard 4 key metrics, and those are finance, operational, employees, and stakeholders are the 4 areas, and that follows the balanced scorecard approach for those of you who are familiar with that. So starting with our financial perspectives, we break it down into 2 categories, infrequently measured and frequently measured. In the infrequently measured area, we have selected the GEO credit rating to go for target going from a AA to a AAA. We've had a lot of discussions in the past about why that's important for our community, what the value is to our residents. We'll achieve lower costs of capital for our projects. So that is really an excellent, infrequently measured, large goal in this category. There's a number of things that go into that when the rating agencies look at our community and determine what assignment credit rating to assign to us. It's things from your reserve funds, your financial policies and procedures. They look externally into the community. How many Fortune 500 corporations reside within your community? So there's a number of factors that go into that is an excellent overall measure of the financial health of our community. So we've selected that as an infrequently measured item that we want to keep our eye on and help move and keep advancing that ball towards the AAA rating. Average bond life of 7.5 years or lower. a general fund balance equal to or greater than 25% of our revenues, and a debt burden equal to or less than 2.5% of the full cash value. Under frequently measured items, forecast variance no less than -2 or +5% of plan, and no less than 92% or more than 100% of the allocated operating budget spent. And we do take into consideration that some funds or some expenditures happen on a more seasonal basis, so we'll adjust to that. But these are items from a financial perspective that will help us keep our eye on the key metrics and ensure that things aren't falling off or slipping while we're implementing these new projects and initiatives. Under the employee perspective, under the infrequently measured area, employee engagement, so that we take the pulse of this organization and we understand the concerns and the needs of our workforce. The EMOD equal to or less than 1%, and EMOD carry stands for, yes, so our accident rating. Experience modification, yeah, what's it stand for again though? EMOD? Okay, yeah. So EMOD, it's tied to our safety statistics. Right, but we're going to measure it. Gardini, you'll cut that out of the video clip. Under frequently measured, reportable OSHA incidents per 100 FTEs, less than 10.3. Days away rate per 100 FTEs, less than 3.9. Percentage of formal complaints per 100 FTEs, less than 0.86. And turnover rate of less than 6.84 are the targets we have selected under the employee categories to keep our eyes on. Operational perspective, under infrequently measured items, general fund cost per capita equal to or less than $480 per citizen. FTE population rate equal to or less than 5.7 citizens, and both of those criteria place us well below any other community of our size within this valley for equal same services delivered. Lowest cost of service per household compared to valley cities of over 150,000 residents. Under frequently measured items, average second due response times in our emergency responders area. Service outages, overtime as a percentage of payroll, and parks and recreation cost recovery. And under stakeholders, under infrequently measured, citizen satisfaction equal to or greater than 95% overall, and corporate engagement. And some of these, we've selected the areas, but we're still fine-tuning the details of that exact measurement tool before we get it implemented. Under frequently measured, the rate of complaints and commendations, the average time to resolve complaints, the citizen satisfaction pulse, and then the total violent and property-focused crimes for our community focus. So those are the four main areas, and the frequently measured and infrequently measured items for each. We'll continue to look at these and evaluate their effectiveness. If they're the right areas of focus, we'll continue to bring back recommendations to you for additional areas that we think would be good tools for us to look at or monitor, or maybe adjust these rates as we continue to find ways to focus in on our operations and our execution of our services and create even more efficiency and more value for our residents. And when we talk a lot about our best in class and what that means, and as we continue to define that, for us, it means delivering the top quality service in this area at the lowest possible cost to our residents. So that is where our focus is at. That's what we believe best in class means, and that's what a lot of these tools are going to help us attain. So going into our fiscal year 14 strategic focus areas, all of them being tied back to our 6 strategic initiatives. Under enhancing quality of life, under safe community, we're going to look at our fire EMS response times, the second due response times for police and fire. Right now, we track our first unit response times for police and fire as we continue to evaluate the demands being placed on our services in a growing community. We've got a lot of growth, as we're all aware, to our south. We've got a fire station yet to build down there. One of the tools that we feel like will give us an even better read on the level of stress being placed on our system and the demands is the response time for that second unit to show up on the scene. So if it is a situation that requires 2 fire trucks and the first truck unit responds within the targeted time that we want, but how long does it take that second unit to get there? Is it already out on another call? And is that occurring on a regular basis to where a second unit should be? And I'm going to, Chief, don't hold me to this, I'll pull numbers out of the air, but the second unit should be expected to arrive within 7 minutes, and it's arriving at 15 minutes on a very regular basis. That's going to tell us we need to begin to look in further detail as to what we need to do to shore that up and help drive some of the decisions on our response times for EMS and fire. And then employee safety, reportables and lost time. We continue to focus on this area. Above all else, we want all of our employees to go home safe to their families every single night. So we'll continue to bring focus to this area until we get this to where it needs to be. Parks and facility optimization. Program cost recovery is one of the focus areas for this year, as well as optimizing the participation within our program. So if we offer a yoga class and there's a capacity for 50 people to participate in that class, we're going to do our best to try to maximize the use of that class as opposed to adding additional classes at lesser capacities. And then public-private partnerships. We'll get another look at the final draft of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. We know we have a Parks and Recreation system to finish build-out on. Funding is going to be an issue for us as we look at ways in which we can maximize our dollars to provide the recreational amenities that our citizens would like to see. And we're going to look very heavily towards public-private partnerships to help us do that. So that's a major area of focus in parks this year. Under fiscal responsibility, our short and long-term financial plans. That was an area of focus last year. We know that's going to tie directly into our long-range infrastructure plans and help us provide a much clearer picture of what our infrastructure needs are going to be going forward and what our revenue streams look like and how we'll be able to meet those demands. And then our creditworthiness objective, and that was from our dashboard in continuing to enhance the creditworthiness of the town, thereby saving us the long-term cost of capital for our projects so that we can do more with less. Service delivery continuity, disaster recovery for priority 1 applications. This is under a technology leader. We all know Mark Kramer, our IT director, has put a technology plan in place for us, as well as a disaster recovery plan. That's something that is of critical importance to the town. The council actually directed us to accelerate some of that and put some of those first pieces in place the last fiscal year, so this is a continuation of that. In fact, there was work going on the campus just yesterday to interconnect the fiber optic network to give us multiple areas of interconnection to this facility and to get us down to the South Area Service Center where we'll have an off-site backup system. Long-range infrastructure, we're doing the second half of this plan this year. You'll get a presentation on those that were completed last fiscal year by Gabe later on in our retreat. But again, that is, and I won't go into a lot of detail here, but that is where we are cataloging all of our, and inventorying all of our infrastructure assets, understanding what we have, how much of it, when was it installed, who was the manufacturer, what's the anticipated life expectancy, when should we anticipate significant repair, replacement, maintenance costs for every category of asset, infrastructure asset we have. So that again, we start creating a much clearer picture for this community going forward of when our citizens should anticipate that we would need to expend some major dollars to repair, replace, and maintain some of the infrastructure that was all put in place within a very short period of time in this very high growth community. And targeted job creation, economic development. The mayor has given us our moonshot in economic development. He wants 10,000 jobs created in 10 years, and we want to target the high-wage jobs in specific industry clusters, biomed, life science, STEM, and high wage. Dan, you want to chime in real quick?
I was just saying, Dan, 10 years?
Wow.
No way.
Wow. You owe me that,
on the
Dan.
minutes, who's taking the minute? 5 years. 5 years, Susan.
All right, 5 years. I tried, Dan. I tried. Dan will go into more detail about our efforts, report out on last year and our efforts for this fiscal year. And then workforce readiness. We all know that one of the assignments you gave me 2 years ago when I started was developing a succession plan for the organization, and that is part of a much larger talent management plan, which we have put some of those key pieces in place with our compensation plan, a review of our compensation and benefits, putting a pay-for-performance plan in place this fiscal year, and then leadership development and succession planning, putting in the next stages of that. And then the staffing study, and that'll be the next area. Chief Doran's going to come up, and I'll tell just a little bit about the staffing study and why that's important, that we're going to do these projecting forward over the next 5 years, and we'll roll that forward. Each year we'll build upon that. And that should help give us a framework by which we can understand and we can anticipate what our staffing needs are going to be by division and by department as the community, and we're going to have to make some logical assumptions about growth and services that will need to be delivered, but at least give us a tool in which we can measure what our needs are against what we should be anticipating, and use that for each budgeting cycle, each budget process as we come forward, to come into that, to look at these plans, see what's changed, if any variables and any assumptions that we made are continuing to hold true, so that we can really help, again, provide clarity and focus to hold down that FTE count to the largest degree that we can while maintaining the service levels that we want to see for our community. We'll go into more detail. The police department actually completed theirs last year, but those staffing studies are going to be something that becomes a very useful tool for us. And I'll also take a moment to say that I think we should be very proud of our organization with a lot of these plans that we're doing, the long-range infrastructure plan and the staffing study in general. We have been reaching out to consultants in the various prospective fields to try to get some assistance in doing this. And with those two in particular, everyone has told us we've never heard of a community doing that before. What you're doing has a lot of value. We think that's great, but we've never heard of anybody doing that before. So we are not only doing it, we're doing it with internal staff. With the long-range infrastructure plan in particular, we will get some help on the staffing study, but those are being done primarily in-house, and we're the first communities to be doing that. So we have a lot to be proud of with our staff. Questions and discussion on?
I am excited to introduce not only the topic of performance management, as we've been hearing tonight about all of the things that we're trying to do, moving the organization forward. It's important that we have good processes in place and a good way of managing and measuring that performance. I think it was Edward Deming that said, what gets measured gets done. But I think everyone in this room has been a part of a process that perhaps does a lot of measurement where maybe the staff involved in measuring it don't fully understand the value of what's being measured. That's not only frustrating, but you're not going to really get the value in return. So what you're going to hear about over the next few minutes is a process that is being put in place here in the town that's very innovative in nature. It's pulling all of the efforts together that you've heard so far and really striving to ensure that we're not just measuring widgets, but really and truly making a difference, adding value, and pulling things together in a way that will provide for decision-making points for council and for management. So with that, I also have the pleasure of introducing Mary Vincent. Many of you may have met her. For those of you who haven't, Mary comes to us from the League of Arizona Cities and Towns. And she was instrumental in the International City County Management Association International Conference last year, pulling that together for the Phoenix area, as well as many other various involvement with Arizona City County Management Association, the League of Arizona Cities and Towns, and Government Officers Finance Officers Association as well. So with that, I'd like to introduce Mary.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. So we're going to do a quick overview of performance measures, benchmarks, key metrics, and all of those fall under the umbrella term of performance management. So, and then we're going to give you a status update on each and then talk about next steps. So why engage in performance management? Well, it allows us to focus on the community's highest priorities, engage employees at every level to accomplish our strategic initiative of being a high-performing government, and allows us to measure success and then use data to make informed decisions, and also allows us to compare against other organizations to identify and strive towards best in class. basically the idea with performance management is that it allows you to give context and data to the decisions that you make, and so that you're able to measure how you're doing against a set number of goals. The National Performance Management Advisory Commission was a group that released a report in 2010. That was a group that was made up of officials from NLC, from the U.S. Conference of Mayors, from ICMA, the Government Finance Officers Association, a whole bunch of different groups that work in state and local government. And what they did was provide a framework for how they best see performance management being utilized in state and local governments. And one of the things that they mention in this report I think is really important to note, and that any performance management framework is a means to an end, and it's not an end in and of itself. Simply dropping the system in an organization won't do much to yield results. So it's important to make changes and make sure that you're focusing on performance management as a dynamic system that's constantly being updated and addressed, and that we actually make changes to the way that we view defining success. And this is an illustration from that report, actually, that I think tells the story well, that performance management helps you to turn principles into practices, and it also increases accountability and transparency. It's an important communication tool to be able to share with citizens and council how we're doing in various functional areas across the organization.
So when we began this effort, we knew that we wanted to make sure that this all made sense and it all made sense together. You've heard a lot about our WIGs, our wildly important goals. We've got performance measures in the budget document. We wanted this all to be complementary, not something that was bits and pieces of effort that didn't come together. So we began this effort about a year ago, and a lot of the staff members that you see in the room, as well as key staff members from throughout the departments, really participated in discussing how we can add the most value through these processes. And as a result of that, we actually came up with certain, we decided we didn't necessarily need to reinvent the wheel. There are a lot of efforts out there that are tried and true and very proven in the realm of performance management. We wanted to make sure, though, that we had something that was going to work very, very well for Gilbert itself, for this community and what we were trying to accomplish. So we had staff members from throughout the departments go out and research and review many of the different processes and programs that are out there now. Some of them are quite expensive, but we wanted to see what the value was from each of those programs. And so we had people from throughout the town come back, do their research, report back to the group on what they found in these various areas. And with that, figure out what were those key areas from the various processes throughout, whether it's the Malcolm Baldrige Award, whether we're looking at the ICMA Center for Performance Management, all of these different frameworks that are available out there. What were those key areas that would bring the best value back to the town of Gilbert, and how can we begin to incorporate that into our program? So what you're going to see is, as we move through here, is that we're able to now offer that more holistic approach towards performance measurement. That we're looking, obviously, as you heard earlier, at the outcomes in mind, and we have a process that pulls all of our various forms of measurement together.
So as Don indicated, we looked at a series of different models, and we identified these three overarching areas that would help us in how we approach performance management. First, you have your internal performance measures that allow Gilbert to look at how we're doing in different departments over a set period of time, and you can measure progress. And then you have your external benchmarks in which we're engaging in a best-in-class study, which I'm going to talk about a little bit later. We're also working with a Valley Benchmarking Initiative group, which is with the 11 largest cities in the Valley, the Alliance for Innovation and ASU. So we're excited about the efforts there. And then we're also looking to the National Citizen Survey and IBM Smarter Cities, some other reports that have benchmarks that are established, to see what are some areas that we might want to pull from. In addition, you just heard Patrick talk about the key organizational metrics in the dashboard. And I'm going to move to this visual so you can see how it all ties together. So the key metrics in the dashboard really provide a quick and efficient scan. It allows citizens, council, and management to see how we're doing in various areas in those four areas that Patrick mentioned. It also allows for recognition and reaction if you see any area go yellow or red, or if it is green. But if you don't have a metric that's up on that dashboard, what can we do at the department level to make sure that we're maintaining those levels of service and that we're constantly striving to be best in class? One of the ways that you accomplish that is by benchmarking. So it helps to identify and bring a definition to what do we say is best in class across the various departments. It also allows us to measure against those who we consider to be best in class and those who are excelling in those various areas. So it allows us to see Gilbert to others. The performance measures, as I mentioned, are key indicators of success that are measured over a set period of time, and they allow you to drill down into specific performance measures within a department, so it compares Gilbert to Gilbert. And ultimately, all of these pieces are helping us to achieve our department-wildly important goals and organization-wide important goals, and then also our whirlwind day job, do that better, and to ultimately accomplish the strategic initiatives and to be best in class in all lines of service. So you just heard an update on the key org metrics. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but just to give you a quick refresh, those are the key metrics in those four areas, the financial, employee, stakeholder, and operational perspectives. Did I get those right, Julie? Okay. And then benchmarking, I wanted to give you a quick update on what we're doing in this particular area. So as Dawn mentioned, we looked at a variety of different models, and there wasn't one that fit Gilbert exactly how we wanted it to. And what we wanted to do was make sure that how we were measuring was going to provide the best value to council and our citizens and provide the most complete picture of how our departments are doing in various areas. So for the best in class study, what we're doing is working with all of the departments to identify 2 to 3 local and 2 to 3 national comparisons that they are not only similar in terms of size with population and budget and their kind of the services that they offer, but also with respect to, we've identified them as exemplary in a particular area. So we are in the process of working with all of the departments. We're validating the data and adding narrative. So if there's something that's not told in the benchmark, it will be told in the narrative. And we're also working on the Valley Benchmarking Initiative with the Alliance for Innovation, ASU, and the 11 largest cities in the Valley, as I mentioned. There are 14 key areas in a program that's called ICMA CPM, the Center for Performance Management, or Performance Measurement, excuse me. That is an existing data set, and so the strength in that is that you're able to input your information and see how you compare to other cities that have already gone through that exercise. The weakness in that is that a lot of those measures are focused more on input and output measures. So what we want to do as a group is use that as a starting point, the existing data set as a starting point, but also work to identify some consumer-centric measures that will be developed by that group of cities. And when I say that, what I mean is there are a lot of important tools that you can pull from ICMA CPM in that program, but if I'm a consumer, if I'm a citizen, I may not know exactly what that data means. And so we're trying to format this benchmark project in a way that it will allow the data to be a little bit more digestible and it will provide more context and meaning to our citizens. So an example of what you might see in the best-in-class study that Gilbert is working on is the police department is a great department of an example that provides, that has a host of data sources that they can pull from because they're used to reporting that information. They have the FBI Unified Crime Report. They also work to identify their own measures and talk to other local jurisdictions. But some common ones that you might see are the total Part 1 crimes, which I believe is property crimes and violent crimes. Is that correct? And then the average response time to emergency calls for service. You'll see that Gilbert is the best in class currently in both of those areas. But you'll see that we looked at the 2 to 3 local and then the 2 to 3 national comparisons, and you'll see that throughout this document. Another example is the town manager's office. As I mentioned, that a lot of existing performance measurement strategies use input and output measures, but what's also really important is to talk about community outcome measures. So your input measures might be your expenditures, hours spent on a particular project. Your output would be the services provided. But the outcome measures also tell an important story to see how do citizens feel about the services that we are providing. So for these, we looked to the National Citizen Survey that Andy's going to tell you some more about what the results were from the recent survey that we did. And you'll see that 88% of residents rate their contact with Gilbert employees as good or excellent. And 77% rank the value of service for taxes paid as good or excellent. And you'll see that we are the leader in both of those categories as well. Chandler and Scottsdale, their most recent surveys were in 2009 and 2011. But beyond that, we use the NCS survey to look at how they rank their benchmarks, and they identify those as much above, similar, or below. They look at 500 jurisdictions throughout the country, And then they also look at our select benchmark communities, and you'll see that we rank much above or above in both of those categories. An example of the performance measures, these are currently reported in the budget book, and these allow us to see over 4 fiscal years, 2 actuals, a projected for the year end, and then what we're anticipating the next year. We revisit these with departments annually to make sure that the measures are still appropriate measures for their department, and that they are ways to track success, and that we are achieving the accomplishments and objectives we set forth in the budget book and in other areas. The reason I'm utilizing the court as an example is they recently updated 3 of their measures, the bottom 3 this year, because they were reflective of what is in the system that the court is using called court tools. They thought that those would be more appropriate measures to add to this document in highlighting how they define success for the town court. So tying it all together, because this is a lot of information and a lot of different ways to measure. So what I'm going to do is show you an example of one department and how this will all roll together. And we're going to use the Office of Management and Budget. So one of our performance measures that's published in the book and has been for quite a while in the budget book is to maintain a high quality bond rating. And you'll see that we have the AA bond rating, and as Patrick mentioned, one of the next goals then would be to look at positioning ourselves to achieve a AAA bond rating. So first we look outside and see how are we doing in comparison to our neighbors? How are we doing in comparison to the national benchmarks that we selected? And then we look to see what are some select indicators from Moody's that they have provided to us to say for cities and towns of populations of similar size, what are some select indicators and how does Gilbert compare? I do want to note that the Gilbert figures on this slide are from FY10, and the reason for that is that that is the figure that Moody's selected to use in its most recent, in our most recent debt book, and also these are the figures that they looked at in determining our most recent bond rating. But you can see that some of those select indicators are also going to be repeated in the metrics that Patrick mentioned, and that general fund balance as a percent of revenues, unassigned general fund balance as a percent of revenues, overall debt burden as a percent of the full cash value, and the 2010 per capita income. That rolls into our key organizational metric, which again is at that higher level, that quick scan of the red, yellow, green, which rolls into our department-specific 5-year financial plan. Part of the way you achieve a higher bond rating is through sound financial planning and making sure that you're looking several years out, which rolls into our council strategic initiative of long and short-term balanced financial plan. So these measures roll into the benchmarks, which roll into the metric, our department WIG and strategic initiative, but it's also to demonstrate that we built these from the top down. We looked at the strategic initiatives and made sure that our measures that we were identifying were providing a roadmap for helping us to achieve the goals that council has set forth for us. So again, here's just a quick visual to show how it's all going to tie up into the strategic initiatives and vision and mission to become best in class in all lines of service. And then a status update on where we're at with the different projects. The next phase in the dashboard, Julie can speak more to this than I can, but the next stage is in October of 2013. And we're in phase 1 of the data collection and the project scope, and are working with Intel and identifying some of the key metrics and how we're going to automate that system as best we can. For the benchmarking report, the first report is going to be out in January 2014. We're going to be working to update that annually. We're in the process of validating all the data and compiling it. And our goal with that is to provide some infographics and some information that makes it accessible and digestible for citizens to look at and get some more information if they'd like to drill down beyond the quick scan of the dashboard. And then the performance measures, you will see the most recent ones reported in the budget book, which is actually at the printers right now. And we work throughout the year to make sure that these measures are the best they can be with the different departments, so it's an ongoing project. With that, John and I will take any questions.
First thing I'd like to tell you is that as we go through this presentation, you should have received the electronic copy of both the Vision 2030 plan, which is our build-out plan, and also our 5-year staffing study. The intent tonight's not to go through there and why did you ask for so many of this and so many of that. you have that, and if you have questions on any of that at some point, we can get together and address any of those specific questions. But tonight's, we're going to try to take you through our journey that we've gone through in developing this plan, and it really has been an extensive process, and it's been a group process involving all of the staff, all the way down to the line level personnel in the police department. First of all, the first thing that we did that we'll be talking about in a minute is our Vision 2030 plan, and we started developing that back in about 2009. We completed it in 2010 and published it in 2011, which then helped us in developing our 5-year plan. The 2030 plan is where do we think we need to be as an organization, as a police department, and build out in this community with about 330 to 350,000 people. We put 2030 at the time, and 2010 looking 20 years out. That doesn't mean it's going to be 2030, but it sounded like a cool name, so we made it the Vision 2030. This is what we look like today. All of you know we have a very flat structure. We're very, very lean at the top of the organization. Everybody works. One piece here with the legal advisor is that as we redid our class and comp study this year, the legal advisor position will no longer require that be a sworn police officer. So that's one additional position that will reduce our number of sworn personnel once Kate decides to leave the organization and maybe retiring here within the next couple of years. Rest of it are Officer Professional Standards. Then we have 3 divisions, our Patrol Division, Special Operations Division, Support Services Division, which are commanded by our 2 sworn commanders and 1 non-sworn commander, Kim Scott. The Officer Professional Standards is internal affairs, training, hiring, public affairs, and those types of functions. As you look at our current organizational structure, this was back in fiscal year 2012, and it really hasn't changed much now. We currently now have 227 sworn positions in this year's budget, but at 226, when we started with this process, you can see our numbers of personnel and our numbers of civilian personnel that we have. One thing that I think is important to note is we talked about some of the things we're doing on saving money, and we shifted gears a little bit and changed from the old philosophy of officers per 1,000, where the standard was 1.1 officers sworn personnel per 1,000 residents, and went more to a database, workload-based system. Had we stayed with the 1.1 sworn personnel per 1,000, where this year we added 1 sworn person, which was a lieutenant, it would have required us to add 16 additional personnel. So you can start doing the math and figure out we're probably up to another $1 million in savings there. The Vision 2030 plan, the way we developed that is gave our staff some very broad ranges of things for them to do, and basically said, what I want you to do is to go out, take a look at different organizations. Just because somebody else doesn't mean that we have to do it, but let's look at organizations that have somewhere between a population, police organizations, 300,000 to 350,000 people. What do they look like organizationally? Let's take a look at the general plan for Gilbert, and then come back and let's talk about what we think we need to look like to serve our organization based on our general plan, based on what we know about the community, where we think the community is going to go. By then we're going to have some aging areas of our community. We know that we're adding multifamily housing, hopefully more business, more commercial, some of those types of things. We took a look at the general plan. We took a look at current crime trends, where we think crime trends are going nationally, locally, and here within our own community. We look at calls for service data. And the key to this is a working document. That the plan we developed back in 2010 has already gone through 2 revisions. We already know that we need to go back and do another revision this year that we'll be doing within the next couple of months, because of the class and comp study, we've reclassified some positions. We also are looking towards some other things, taking a look at civilianization where we can do that. And because of that, we know we need to go back and take a look at the plan. I don't expect that the overall numbers are going to change very much. And if you look at our overall numbers, When you go through the plan, you see a lot of benchmarking that we did, and we took a look at things like what's the percentage of personnel that you usually have in detectives, the percentage of personnel that you may have in patrol, in administration, to make sure that we're really taking those resources and putting them where they need to be, those sworn resources within the department. This is what the organizational structure would look like on a higher level by 2030. It really doesn't change a lot, but the biggest thing is it goes from 3 divisions to 2 bureaus, and bureaus are normally commanded by an assistant chief. I think it's going to be quite a while before we get to that point, but that's where the vision is in the future as we start expanding the range of control and span of control for command personnel. Then we continue with the divisions. The patrol division gets split by then into 2 separate patrol divisions because of all the growth that we'll have to the south end of town. Special Operations Division looks very similar to what it looks like today. And then Investigations and Support breaks out into Support Services, which will continue to be a non-sworn commander. And then the Investigations Division expands out to be its own division. This is what those total numbers look like currently in our build-out plan. One thing to note as you look at some of the benchmarking that's in there, this still gives us a ratio, if I remember right, at either 1.3 or 1.4 sworn personnel per thousand for a significantly larger community that we have. But if you look at it, that's still at the very low range as far as sworn personnel compared to even civilian support personnel that we have broken out in there. And you can see that we still stay very low staffed for a community that size. Where this builds out is the build-out plan was the first step in the process. Then we took a look at what are we going to need to do to get from where we are today to gradually build the department so we're not coming to you in 1 year and saying, now I need 50 police officers and 50 civilian personnel. How do we get from here to here and build the department incrementally? And doing that in 5-year steps of building a 5-year plan, which, as Patrick said, would then continue to roll out each year to add another year to it to keep it a 5-year plan as it moves along. This becomes part of the budgeting process, and again, it's a working plan. The 5-year plan that we gave you this year may look much different next year as we continue to evaluate our calls for service data and the demands and needs that we may have in the community. It's the biggest thing that fits into this plan is the use of data and the use of workload to really establish what we need. In fiscal year 14, one of the big changes that we made in the initial plan that we looked at, we were talking about building ratios and developing our plan based on the number of sworn personnel that we had, and we would talk about patrol officers. We changed that this year and started looking at patrol resources, and as you see the plan, you see patrol resources talked about instead of patrol officers because of, like we did this year with adding the 2 civilian patrol assistants instead of 2 sworn officers. And our staffing resources, our patrol staffing resources are patrol officers, crime suppression team officers, which are sworn officers, our civilian teleserve officers, and our civilian patrol assistants, because we wanted to take everybody who responds to calls for service or takes calls for service and impact that workload that's based on our dispatch calls that are received from citizens in the community to really give a true number of those resources that we have to respond to those calls for service, take the reports, and initiate those investigations. And then building our ratios based on that. This year, this is where we're at. We have 134 patrol resources, which are 122 patrol crime suppression team officers, our 4 civilian patrol assistants, and 8 civilian teleserve, who are the non-sworn personnel who are at the front entrance, but they also take phone-type reports that don't necessitate the response of an officer out to a location. this is where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. How do we get there? The big thing is we took a look at Glendale's plan. We got a lot of help from the Glendale Police Department. They had a staffing study. They didn't have a build-out study, but they had a staffing study that showed us how to put together some of the methodology they used. So the first step in this process is the Corona Solutions software. One important thing to note is that just because our calls for service, our dispatch calls for service may increase or decrease doesn't necessarily mean that our number of personnel could increase or decrease because of the type of calls. And what the Corona Solutions program does is it takes a look at our goals, our service goals, how quick do we want to be there, what impact do we want to have as far as how much time our officers are doing proactive, patrols in order to prevent crime rather than just responding to crime. How much time do we want to spend doing that? How much time do we want officers to spend writing reports, in training, doing other administrative? And then how much time do we want them spent on dispatch calls for service? And for us, for our day shift and swing shift, it's based on the national standard for community policing of thirds. 33% of your time on dispatch calls for service, 33% of your time on proactive patrols and proactive activities, and 33% of your time performing administrative tasks like writing reports, follow-up, in-court training, those kinds of things. We input that into the system. We input our training time. We input our service goals, and then the system extracts data out of our computer-aided dispatching system to evaluate those calls for service. And the way that may change is if you have an increase in the types of calls that demand 2 or 3 officers to go, you could have a lower number of overall calls for service, but if those type calls for service increase, that means you need more people. So there's not a direct correlation to, because we have a decrease in calls for service means we have a decrease in demands for people. That's how complicated this system is, but the software does that for us. Software evaluates all that, and then it spits out a number to us and says, based on what you've put in and based on the data, this is how many people you need in patrol to handle the volume of calls for service and to meet your service goals to the community. And that gives us our patrol staffing numbers.
You've said this to us before. Can you just repeat the 33% dispatch, and then the third part was 33% admin. What was the middle one?
There's 33% dispatch, 33% proactive, okay, preventive patrol, 33% administrative.
Thank you.
That gives us our total number of people that we need as a patrol resource, and as you look at the numbers, we've estimated 1%, 2%, 3% in our 5-year plan. Right now, we're averaging somewhere between 1 to 2% so far this year on increased demands for calls for service. And then we get into, I've had a lot of questions on where did we come up with the ratios that you see in there. Best example thing I can do is take you through an example that we came up with. And the first thing we do is figure out what's our delta on patrol staffing, what's our gap, where do we need to be from today to tomorrow. And what we've identified is we need 105 additional personnel by the time we build out the police department. And that's sworn personnel, or patrol resources. So as an example, in detectives, in fiscal year 14, we have 36 people assigned to criminal investigations. In our 2030 plan, we've identified we need 62 personnel assigned, which is a gap of 26. So then you simply do the math of dividing the number of people that we need in for patrol staffing resources. So we divide 105 by 26, comes up to 4.06. So that gives us a ratio of, for every 4 patrol resources that we add, we need to add a detective to get us from here to tomorrow. It's not an exact science, and there's some things that can impact that. Some things that could impact the school resource officers. Right now we have a goal that we're going to have a school resource officer in every high school and every junior high school. If council comes up with a different directive. If your desire is to either add more school resource officers or reduce our school resource officers, then that obviously changes that and could reduce that number or increase that number. As criminal investigations, if we suddenly have a spike in a certain type of crime that says, I can't wait till I add 4 patrol staffing resources, I need another child sex crimes detective now because of the workload that we have, I may come to you and say, I need that detective now instead of waiting until I add 4 officers or 4 patrol resources. So there's the human dynamic that goes into it as well. We did that with our lieutenant this year. That we said, we really need that lieutenant now, and you gave it to us based on the justification that we were able to bring forward to you. So it's not an exact science, but this is the methodology that we used, and that's how we came up with those ratios. I won't go through all of these. You've got it. It tells you all the different things that go into the Corona program to give us that number that tells us what do we need out there in patrol to meet our resources. These are the numbers that you saw. This is where I talked about that right now we're basing it on 1% because that's what we've been seeing on an average. The difficulty we've had with that is as the recession kicked in, we actually saw calls for service starting to decline. We had a steep increase during our growth. We saw a decline. Now we're starting to see that increase coming up. We're in the building phase right now. People aren't occupying those homes yet. As people start occupying those homes, start occupying multifamily housing, businesses start coming in, I think we'll start seeing that increase again. So our best guess is at 1%, but if we start seeing it goes to 2 or 3%, you can see how those numbers will start changing. And then these are based on the ratios that I showed you. Things like the crime analyst, the way things can change. I was at a meeting yesterday with our Fusion Center. The Fusion Center in Mesa is asking for a larger commitment from agencies where right now we have 1 sworn officer there. I have a sworn officer that's coming out of my patrol resourcing staff occupying that position now. That when we did this, I said I need to bring that officer back. But instead of replacing him with an officer, I'd rather replace him with a civilian crime analyst that costs less, I can bring in trained, and really fits the mission there. Now they're asking for 2 people. So now we have to evaluate that. I'll need direction from you all that says, do we want to fill that commitment now? Can we wait for another year? Some of those types of things. So that's how the numbers can change. Conclusion, the biggest thing, again, is it's a working document, it's a plan, but it's a place to start. It takes us from where we are today to where we think we need to be tomorrow and gets us there with some science behind it, with data behind it to support what we're asking for, and so good old guessing on our part of what we think we're going to need.
I'm Dana Birchman. I'm sure you all know me, but you may not all have had a chance to meet Zara Gort, our multimedia specialist, who's been working tirelessly to help to update and redesign our new Gilbert website. And we're not in the focus area. Okay, very important. So I'm very excited to introduce Zara to you and to reveal the new homepage for the new Gilbert website, which is very exciting. Other than executive team, you will be the first group to get a chance to look at this, so pretty cool. So as you know, about a year ago, when I started, I came and laid out a digital roadmap, which really kind of set the groundwork for everything we wanted to accomplish with the creation of my department. And one of those pieces at the very core was redesigning the website. And we're really excited. But before we talk about and unveil our new site, I'd like to talk a little bit about our current site. You'll notice we have it in black and white here on this front page, mostly because one of the things that we've really found with our site since we've been here is that it's a bit outdated, very difficult to navigate very difficult to find certain things. Lots of layers, lots of pages. Things can, to many, appear to be quite unorganized or disorganized. And sometimes there are duplications, multiple documents exist in multiple places. So as you can imagine, this is quite an undertaking to really streamline this all, eliminate a lot of the pages, and really focus on being citizen-centric so that when our residents come to the website, they're able to do business more efficiently, they're able to find what they need quickly, and obviously transparency plays a huge part of this. So we like to say through our design that it's becoming very citizen-centric, and we'll place a heavy emphasis, as I said, on functionality, accessibility, and transparency, but also we'll highlight video content and social media, of course, because that's what my department is really focused on. So as you'll see, this is going to be the new homepage. And what I'd like you to kind of notice here is something that you may not know right off the bat from looking at it at first glance, but this is really going to be the core and beginning of our new branding for the town. You'll see we still are going to keep the same logo, but we're going to be incorporating colors for the first time. You'll see a lot of the taupes and the blue, which you'll start to see is really becoming a standard across all of our departments and everything that you see. There's never really been a large concerted effort at overall branding here. So it's kind of the little things, but really the website will be the hub of all of this, and it will start here. And so as we unveil the new website, we're also unveiling a new color scheme and new branding. And we may be able to modify this for certain departments, which will be kind of fun, but we will have certain fonts and certain ways that you can use our logo. And we'll be doing all of this through a branding document. But again, many of the changes will be very obvious to our residents. As a user, when you come to this site, you will be able to find what you need quickly and easily. You'll see there's a lot less clutter than is on our current page. And Zara's going to walk through some of the specific features for you that you may notice will be new and exciting. But as I said, we want our users and our residents to be able to find what they want and when they want it. You will also notice a lot of improvements in the flow of the site, which is something that's very important. I think a lot of times with the search engine at the top, you'll go and you'll search for something on our current site, and it takes you to a site and it's not there. Sometimes things are hidden or buried. So really consolidating all of that to make things much easier to find. We also will be unveiling a new mobile website. So whether or not you're accessing this web on your computer or on your smartphone, it will be functional and easy to read and easy to follow. So this is very exciting. It will translate over for your iPad or your mobile device, which is a really great new feature. And so now I'm going to have Zara talk specifically about some of the highlights, changes that you may see. And like we said, we'll be rolling this out, unveiling the homepage at the end of September, which is very exciting. And then we'll be working individually with all of the departments to implement their pages as well.
I have the fancy lapel mic. Hi. So like Dana said, we're starting with a fresh new look for the town. And so this is going to be launching our branding effort, implementing new color schemes, and then design standards throughout the departments. And then, sorry, the clicker. Okay, got it. So the other thing was the navigation. So we're going to be staying away from the large width, the full website width drop down that we have currently, and just go to a more vertical layout. And our hope with consolidating, and really the navigation is going to be better organized. So if you are a resident or a business, you can find the information you need quickly, preferably within 3 clicks. Easy access to online payments over here on the right, customized email notifications, allowing residents to customize what they want, the information they'd like to receive. Latest news and events at the bottom, and then our transparency portal, which, like Dana says, is a big part of her digital roadmap and for the town. The interior pages, this is an example of an interior page might look like. At the top here, there's an emergency, site-wide emergency alert system. And on the left, a more organized and collapsible sub-navigation, which will allow an easier way to view the information provided. We have widgets that will allow each department to feature department-specific items such as news or events. And then also there's the quick font. You can adjust the font size. You can bookmark, share, print very quickly and easily. Staying consistent with the branding and consistent look and feel. So you are feeling like you're on the same website. You haven't left it anywhere. So like on our current site, there's some pages that look different. The navigation changes, things like that. Concise information. We'll be condensing the text to provide the most concise information, eliminating very text-heavy pages. So these are just some of the new features that will be making the citizen and business experience easier and simpler. And we're going to have Mark with IT talk a little bit more about our online services.
To kind of springboard off of the new website, so always there's a lot of interest in online services then as well, utility bill pay or Parks and Rec or whatever you might have. The challenge, of course, in the online payments is you have a service that's coming in online, but it's often interacting with some sort of back office system and some workflow that happens within the staffing downstream, and is oftentimes provided by a third-party vendor of some kind. So as Zara showed you there, there's going to be that centralized place for payments in particular as one of our main online services. Initially, when the website comes out, we'll consolidate where all those jump-off points are to make payments and other online services. We'll do what we can in order to follow that same look and branding as the vendors that we're working with can accommodate. But certainly, you'll see some in my presentation here that online services more in the idea of services provided, the efficiencies of it, automations of both user experience for residents, businesses, as well as staff will be a major focus as we're looking at some of our line of business systems that we use within the town. So with that, I'm going to transition into the IT roadmap, and I'll hit on some of those along the way. At the heart of IT, I think, as a support department within the organization, is really keeping in mind that we are a service organization. IT is here in order to leverage that, to promote it, and to stay in line with our strategic initiatives. And as we're looking at technology solutions, you guys get to see my camping there while I'm at it. Sorry about that. Yeah, that guy who made all the security happen. Anyway, we focus also on that one team as we're looking for solutions that they're town-wide in IT. So zooming out, there's this idea that technology is really an ecosystem, and we have to make sure, we often look at the services provided, but we really have to make sure that the infrastructure that we've built on top of is sustainable and that we're growing it in the right places to promote the services that we need to deliver as an organization. And so when I came across this picture in Prezi, it really kind of hit home with me, and it put together a presentation that really tied these pieces together. So right down at the bottom level are the roots, and these are the things that oftentimes your IT staff sees that you hope that your end users are not seeing. So going through our plan, I've starred some items that have some current events, and I'll give you some updates along the way of accomplishments and things that are in progress. In the network space, we've just cleared out some conduits between the buildings on this facility. We met this week with some contractors to build up the fiber network, which is part of our disaster recovery initiative for the year. We expect to see a lot of activity in the disk storage space. So disk storage in particular is right at the heart of disaster recovery and a lot of our needs. This infrastructure is some of the oldest in the town. It's about 7 or 8 years old at this point. Uninterrupted power supply ties into The idea, through constant monitoring, we have found that more of our downtime is actually caused by some of these devices than it has saved, and that has a lot to do with some of the maintenance that we haven't done. And so we're focusing on that in order to improve uptime within the organization. Telephone, we have really just in this last year, we've revamped about every piece of telephone equipment in every data center that we have. About the only thing we haven't touched is the telephones on the desktops. Along with having a much more sustainable and supportive system, we have also managed to put in skilled-based routing, which has been a big part of what's helped development services get phone calls routed to the right people with the right skill, reduced time for service. We also have put in a new call monitoring system, so that system is giving people like Leslie Nieves, who are managing those call centers, a lot better information to know how the services are being rendered and where the weak spots are at. Voicemail is, we just cut POs, so in September, I think, we have a date for a cutover for voicemail. That system had a vendor that had gone out of service or out of business, so we're recovering from that. That new system will also have features that sends voicemail to email, which should really help staff in checking those. Computers, a big focus this year has been getting in to Windows 7. So we have been traditionally on Windows XP. That's been sunsetted by Microsoft for April of 2014. We are about 470 machines complete, so we're about 40% in progress. So we're moving right along on that, really anticipate to be done right on that April timeframe. Copiers and printers, there's been an organizational emphasis in many departments on reducing the amount of paper printed. We've also put in some systems that are better tracking now every print job, how much color, how much black and white, by what department, by what user. This last month, we started putting reports out to the management team to help them understand where their costs are at. And IT is planning to start meeting with some of those to at least make sure we're using the most efficient printers that we can, if not come up with a way to avoid the printing. So, oops, sorry guys, I'm gonna make you sick if I keep doing that. Forecasting, this was a big accomplishment for IT in fiscal 14 preparation. I'd say about 80% of our infrastructure is forecasted for replacement in IT. The 20% that remains is a lot of the equipment that we're replacing right now. So in this next fiscal 15-year budget plan, we'll be putting our arms around that remaining 20%. Preparing for disaster. We've talked a lot to a number of you about this. It's really a localized plan, so we're not planning for the major, all of Gilbert is taken out by some freak storm. These are the things like electrical failures, water damage, complete building outage, those kinds of things. We're going to be leveraging our South Area Service Center facility as that backup point. To give you some highlights, we came to you in May for some contingency fund requests. On Tuesday of this week, our secondary internet service coming in through the South Area Service Center went live, was fully tested as completely redundant as of this point. We finished a disaster recovery assessment for our police department systems. We have a clear path now on how we're going to put together a system that will be redundant for our dispatch and our record systems in PD, as well as the radio and phone that accompany that. Let's see, another part of this was preparing the data center at South Area Service Center. We have put in the air conditioning that was required out there, so our facilities group helped us with that. We have put in database server out there, and as we stand here right now, our finance system, our timekeeping system, and our fire dock system are all shipping data in 15-minute increments to that facility. We have additional equipment on order. That additional equipment then is what we need in order to just continue that cycle and bring on the remaining systems. We also need to enter into a contract with Intergraph, our police vendor, in order to do some professional services, so we're starting on that. So really it's in IT, this is something that since I started here, we've talked a lot and we haven't done much with. The entire IT team has been very excited about the accomplishments we're making, the speed at which we're moving through it. And we're really finding too, particularly in the public safety space, there's a number of other communities that run similar systems to us. And so there's some collaboration going on across the East Valley that's really going to benefit some folks in Gilbert, but also in the East Valley as a whole. So zooming out and kind of looking at that trunk of the tree, where do we invest going forward to ensure that we can promote next services? That's this piece. So we talked about disaster recovery already. Wi-Fi, which helps us get mobile. We have access points and Wi-Fi coming online in Muni 2. We expect sometime in September. Future plans will include North Area Service Center, South Area Service Center as we field mobilize our public works teams. So right into field mobilization. The next piece there, in field mobilizing the fire department last year, we put in a product called NetMotion, which we've used in the police department for a number of years, but it essentially facilitates that mobile worker and a persistent session efficiencies that really are needed to run a good, solid mobile operation. Software, this is going to be really, when I look in IT, we've invested a lot in infrastructure. We'll continue to do that this year. We're going to be shifting a little bit of gear, or shifting gears a little bit as we go into 15 and 16. It's going to be focused more on the software side of the house, which then will affect that line of business. But development services, we finished an RFP, and actually they were due today, so there were boxes on the counter downstairs. We'll begin reviewing that, but that's for electronic plan review, permitting, business licensing, code compliance, and backflow. So huge project coming there. Excited to see the efficiencies, the amount of online opportunity is really good. So getting into that canopy of the tree then, where our service delivery is at, and I ask you to keep in mind here 5 years is what we're talking about. These aren't all going to happen right away. But getting plans together by department, making sure they're organizationally focused, evaluating for cost benefit as they happen. So oftentimes prices in this industry change so fast that what wasn't economical 2 years ago is today. Leverage IT, focus on that lean staffing goal of the organization. And then through the WIG philosophy, we put our funds where it's strategic. We say no to the good ideas. We make sure that we get those great ideas accomplished. So just a couple of the ideas that are ranking in the great at the moment. Agenda management is something that we have quotes on. Don't have them back yet, but it's coming. And so agenda management to automate the process of creating agendas. The council agenda is the main one we think about, but there's all the other boards and commissions that will benefit as well. Looking out maybe 2 or 3 years out, our reservation system in Parks and Rec, we've been notified by the vendor there that they're sunsetting the current product that we have. They're trying to move all of their customers to more of a cloud-based opportunity. In a lot of ways that fits for us. It's just a matter of figuring out when the right time is to change. Long-range infrastructure is something that we'll be starting as the second phase this year for Parks and Rec. And then the finance system. This has been an interesting development in the last year. Tyler Technologies is the vendor for our Eden system. They've sent out a letter that basically indicates they're no longer promoting that product as a competitive product that they're trying to win market share with, and that they really do not intend to put major investments into uplifting the technologies that underlie that product. So, when I look at that, I don't think we're in trouble. I don't think we have an emergency on our hands. We do need to be planning, though, to move to some different systems. So this is our core financials. This is our utility billing system. The permitting system we're well on a way for a different solution already. Human resources, we're looking for something different already. The one thing that is of interest is that Tyler Technologies is a holding company. So they sell many products. They are offering credits of the value of our current product towards purchase of something else that falls within their family suite. But the direction we're headed right now is to make sure that we really go through a needs assessment and that we go out to the market, see what best fits our needs for now and the future. And if that happens to be one of those Tyler products, then great. But that's the general direction we're going. I got to hit the button there in the right place. Manager's office, we've talked about HR system a little bit. We've been going through a business process review right now. We've finished most of that. We're looking to write the RFP.
Tentative goals are to have something on the street by the end of October into the November range in that space. CRM, customer relationship management, or constituent relationship management, is oftentimes called in government. The idea of being able to bring together knowledge or data from many systems into a single resident experience or a single business experience, so that it doesn't feel like 13 departments serving an individual. It feels like one entity serving an individual. So that's something that we'll be looking at in a future year. Council chamber upgrades, we got our eyes focused on it. We're hoping for a December project, but it doesn't look like maybe all the equipment's going to be released, so this might bleed into a future month. And then we're not quite sure what it means yet, but supporting the performance metric dashboards. As we said, we're partnering with Intel to help automate the data collection and to make that dashboard something of a real-time product that doesn't have to require tons of staff effort in order to keep current. Development services, I think we've talked a lot about this particular area. Very interested to see where our RFP is going to take a look at. The one thing that was of interest this last year was when we went through business process for backflow management and realized the number of opportunities for automations and efficiencies there that maybe we didn't see last year at this time. So, police space, we just completed a big upgrade. We got that disaster recovery initiative in front of us. This area has moved a little bit. We thought at this time last year that field reporting was going to be our emphasis for the latter half of this year. In working with our vendors and seeing how their product is evolving, we've decided that there may be a good thing to hold on for just a little bit until we see how their product develops. And so we're shifting gears, going towards electronic citations and wearable cameras and evaluating that technology to see how it fits. So that's in the latter half of this year. The others are out a little bit. Public access portal, this is specifically for the prosecutor's office to facilitate some of the work that we do with defense attorneys. And that project is, you know, if the contract didn't go out, it's going to be going out in the next week or two. So fire, we've all heard about fire docs. I would put it in a case where it is, it's kind of norming. We're getting everything out on the street. We're getting all the bugs worked out of it. We're tuning it, and we'll continue to do that for a while. Public workspace, you're going to hear future in the retreat further about long-range infrastructure. I anticipate that technology will be a big part of that as we try to bring the data both in a collection as well as a consumption stage out to the field and out to the pickup trucks where the work is done and the maintenance records are kept, so that we can then leverage that maintenance records and information in order to do accurate forecasting and refinement of those forecasting as we go forward. Again, focusing on field mobilizing. CRM here again fits into public works, as well as 311 and a mobile app idea that you know, you can submit a street light out request or that kind of thing through your mobile phone, get feedback both ways on that. So that's the whirlwind tour of IT. I think the take home here is we have to be mindful of those roots. We have to make sure that we take care of the infrastructure, we sustain it, and we grow it in the right places. But that we then leverage IT to really accommodate those other of the 5 initiatives. And if we can really effectively use IT to accomplish those initiatives, technology leader, I'm pretty confident will come along the way. So that's the conclusion of the technology plan. That's throwing a lot of stuff out there in 15 or 20 minutes. Any questions?
My name is Dan Henderson. I serve as your Economic Development Director. We've got our team here. Those on the Economic Development team, raise your hand. All right, we've got John, Scott, and Amanda. Thank you. So what we're going to do is provide you a brief overview of the 5-year strategic plan, give you some insight into year 1 of the 5-year strategic plan, and then highlight some of the forecasted areas for year 2 of the strategic plan. So we'll jump first into the 5-year strategic plan. And as a orientation, wanted to remind you, some of the key focus areas for that strategic plan are business development, competitiveness, capacity development, and marketing and communications. So the next couple of slides that we're going to show you deal in specifically the business development, competitiveness, capacity, marketing, and communications, and then we'll ultimately get to some of the outcomes. So from a business development perspective, we have what we characterize as an in-market focus as well as an out-of-market focus. So in-market focus is obviously our efforts here within the town, within the region, and certainly within the state of Arizona. When you see the term economic gardening, it is synonymous in many ways with a plan to build an ecosystem around small businesses and entrepreneurship. The economic gardening side of the equation is a fact-based, services-based, resource-based approach to helping small businesses thrive. And so much of what you're going to see from this point forward is how our collective in-market and out-of-market activities ultimately help us facilitate, drive, and assist our small businesses. So at the root of economic gardening and our in-market focus is obviously providing those business assistance, developing resources and intelligence, working with local companies and partner entities such as the Chamber, the Small Business Alliance, East Valley Partnership, a group, sort of a side function of the East Valley Partnership known as the Arizona Venture Partners Group, a gentleman by the name of Pothier, or Bob Pothier. And they're working with us to assist companies in everything from real estate to conducting executive tours, to doing referrals, to doing a deep dive, if you will, into the small business needs of our local businesses. The out-of-market focus is really taking a focus on jobs and occupations and really identifying those skills and those skills demanded by science and technology firms. So as we're out of the market, looking at talking with companies and doing what we call sales missions or business development, we're very much focused on how those businesses, their skills and their occupations can come back and complement not only Gilbert, but essentially the supply chain, if you will, of our small business owners. So the business intelligence side, that's where the real meat of our time is spent, is working with local partners to identify those supply chain needs of big businesses, small businesses, and medium businesses. Through Bob Pothier and the Arizona Venture Partner Group, we're working with about 35 small businesses right now to assess their capital needs, to understand what sort of resources and sources of information they need to gain market share, to expand their service offerings, if they're looking at expanding within Gilbert or is looking to expand within the United States or even out of the country. A lot of our focus is, whether it's in market or out of market, is building those business intelligence networks. And so what are we doing? We're using that economic gardening approach, which is really a system, if you will, of identifying needs, providing services, providing databases, providing one-on-one business assistance for helping these companies try to expand their markets, define their niche in a particular area. An example might be a garment company here locally that's looking to apply a ballistics material, if you will, to not only the Department of Defense, but maybe it involves suitcases and attachés and those things. Maybe that ballistic stuff translates into, from a garment perspective, into seats or something for vehicles, and really applying those type of ballistic materials to very different vertical industries, albeit the automotive, albeit the garment business, albeit a luggage business, quite honestly. The out-of-market, again, is really looking at, from the research perspective in these areas. So we're looking at Massachusetts, which does amazing things on the small business side. Venture capital is prolific in those areas. We're also looking at Texas, Colorado, California, Oregon, and Utah, really trying to understand the Mountain West region as it relates to jobs, occupations, and services. And of course, we can't do that without a tremendous amount of public involvement. We can't provide any resources, quite honestly, if we're not listening first. So much of the last 4 years leading up to this 5-year plan was really listening to a lot of those networks. And so in order to be understood from a service offering, we felt we had to listen first. So first 4 years of while certainly I was here and as we were building the economic development team, we were listening to those businesses, listening to those small businesses, listening to the large businesses, the types of resource, the type of capital asset assistance programs that they might need, the types of occupations that they were looking for, or otherwise finding difficulty in this market, obtaining those and bringing those occupations into the workforce to work on regulatory affairs initiatives, et cetera. Certainly, our public involvement with Arizona State University, the community colleges, the Mayor's Ambassador Network has really helped us from a listening perspective. As we closed down that model of the Economic Development Advisory Board, we really opened up a tremendous network of individuals in the Mayor's Ambassador Network. So to give you some idea of what we did with that 13-member board, all very connected individuals, knew a lot of people in the market. As we looked for industry-specific resources and expertise, we began to fall a little short. They didn't necessarily have in that 13-member board expertise in healthcare, aerospace, small business, et cetera. So when we opened up this ambassador network, we essentially availed ourselves to 3,500 people that wanted to be involved, that wanted more information. So we've been spending a lot of time listening to that ambassador network, and some of the things that we've learned from them is, can you provide us with some talking points? Can you provide us with a toolbox or a box of resources that as we're talking with individuals out there in the market, locally, nationally, internationally, what are some of the things we ought to be telling them? So we've spent some time on our website developing a resource center for our ambassadors so that they can download certainly presentations, but also talking points and resource information. So again, we hear it all the time, what we do together. We cannot do economic development without our partners. And then finally, from that competitiveness perspective, the benchmarking exercise has been fantastic for us. It's really allowed us to not only look locally, but also nationally at what these economic development programs, how they're built, how they're formed, what sort of resources are they providing, how do they measure themselves. And our benchmarking, as we look at this competitor analysis and the different metropolitan business plans that are out there, our benchmarking is really around innovation. So when you see our benchmarking attributes that we're going to be measuring, we're looking at a local and a national scale, but really looking at those innovation measures. So we think that innovation side of benchmarking gets back to the root of our 5-year strategic plan, which is science and technology. So some of the outcomes that have come about from economic development, again, the point of that 5-year program, that 5-year strategic plan, is to build an ecosystem for small businesses. So we're doing a lot of listening. We're doing a lot of learning, and we're trying to apply with the help of with the executive team, certainly with the elected team, we're building from zero-based budget to the budgeting process, even going into this year, how we can build and complement an ecosystem built on small business referrals, et cetera. Targeted engagement. We're using a lot of the digital media, a lot of web content management systems, search engine optimization to really understand those. Not only who are we reaching, but more importantly, who are we reaching and how are they interacting with the information that we're sending them? So building a data set on that interaction and engagement model, not just an activity measure of how many people are we sending an email to, but really getting into who's opening that email, where are they going, measuring those click streams, et cetera. And then, of course, that benchmarking exercise, we feel that's been a huge outcome for us in determining those high-performing metropolitans that are similar like Gilbert, but more importantly, that are already at the numbers that we're looking at from a build-out perspective. So locally, we looked at Chandler, locally, we looked at Scottsdale, but nationally, we're looking at areas that have similar populations, but more jobs to populations to us, to Gilbert, and we're also looking at municipalities and metropolitans that are where we're going to be at build-out. So the rationale there is we're not trying to skate where the puck is, we're trying to skate where the puck is going. Some of the other outcomes: broaden our local and national networks through the Ambassador Network, through our small business engagement, through our small business outreach, through our business retention and expansions. Those meetings are really helping us develop those networks so that when issues come up about workforce or about science and technology, that we have individuals to go to that are in the industry that can provide us that resource. The Ambassador Network has created that one-to-one referral. God forbid we'd be asking those people in the community that love our community and want to help for referrals. And we're finding a tremendous support system out there for, yes, I went to grad school with so-and-so who happens to be the president of Scripps in San Diego. Would you like me to set up a meeting? You know, that just doesn't happen without building trust and working through the context of an outreach program that listens first. Then expanding the offerings into what we call the public policy of economic development. And so as we look at economic development, it can be sometimes characterized as a tool. We're really looking at economic development as that public policy for increasing net wealth in the community, raising the quality of life standard in the community, and of course, bringing those occupations that complement what we have here. And in terms of transactional activity, and I'll pass around this board here in a minute, but in terms of those measures of how many companies came to Gilbert, how many companies expanded, how many jobs. Over the last 6 years, this last fiscal year, was our best transactional, in terms of transactional activity, the best year we've had yet, and I'll show you some numbers in that. So just to reorient you, that 5-year plan, the budgets that we're building are really focusing on 200 locates and expansions over a 5-year period of time, 10,000 jobs, and $1.1 billion in capital investment. And we heard yesterday that Patrick thought that 10 years was going to be an appropriate time, but we're trying to deliver all of that in a 5-year forecast. So much of what we're trying to build in terms of a model, as you can see, not just locates, but expansions, working with small businesses to help them expand in the community. So much of what we measure is not so much a win-loss category, is more of a where is your economic development team spending its time over the course of the year. So that was a wrap-up of the 5-year strategic plan. Now I'd like to get into some of the transactional, or what we call the scorecard, of fiscal year 13. So in this column here, this is our year-to-date column. So this is sort of what we did, and this is our forecast, and then that percentage or goal as it is year-to-date versus annual goal, you can begin to see how that looks. Now, a breakout of all of that was provided to you in a handout that's sitting on your desk. It's a spiral-bound book. It's in black there. It gives you a breakout of all the companies, where they are in the entitlement process, et cetera. I want to be quick to say that when we look at these numbers, these are not the numbers that we're communicating. These are not the numbers that we're saying we did. These are the numbers that the companies that we worked with said that they were bringing to the community. So what we have in all cases of all the companies that we worked with, a form that we use for them to put the capital investment, put the number of jobs, put the time frame of all of that, and they essentially sign their name to it, which says this is what we communicated to you. So we have that source material, if you will, behind these numbers. So at this point, I'm very excited about these numbers. And I'd like to give the economic development team a round of applause. So much of what helps us obtain these goals, quite honestly, is through the elected leadership, but it's also to this executive team. Throughout these couple of years, we've had to do some budgeting process, and we came in there with some numbers that essentially the organization had to get behind and say, gosh, that's going to hurt. Every resource, every department, every staff, every team has needs in terms of resources and things that they need. And our executive team really dug deep and said, we need to put an emphasis on economic development. And for that, I'd like to give a round of applause to the executive team. Thank you. So as we transition off that, we're going to go into year 2, and this is sort of a forecast of where the economic development team will be spending its time in this next fiscal year. So we're going to continue to work in the ambassador format. That has begun to generate tremendous leads and lead generation for us. What we like about the network is it's not just a lead that's coming in all cases. In every one of the cases that we received a lead, they were all at that C level. In most cases, the CEO level. So our folks in the community and around the community know individuals, and they're opening up their Rolodexes and making these introductions for us, and that is huge. We want to implement a information communication and technology campaign, so an ICT campaign to evaluate market trends and enhance Gilbert's business retention and expansion efforts. So as we're looking into that science and technology arena, we're going into information communications and technologies as a growth market, as a growth area, and really doing some due diligence. And so what does that mean? We're working within our small business network. Our business retention and expansion efforts are focused on these companies in our community, and we're having one-on-one meetings with them. We're inviting the chamber through the through the Partners in Progress team. We're inviting GPAC. We're inviting the Arizona Commerce Authority. We're inviting the Small Businesses Alliance to come on these meetings with us and learn firsthand from this industry, from this subset of science and technology, what's behind some of the growth, what's behind some of the trends in their business, understanding those supply chain needs, the workforce needs, and the occupation needs, so that we can work not only with the businesses and with all of you, but also with the education, the other business leaders throughout the region and throughout the state. We continue to seek out more data sets and databases and resources that allow us to build sort of that market intelligence based on geography. Through that GIS network, we're able to get into the occupations again, and understanding those needs, those training needs, et cetera, can help us down that path of enhanced jobs generation, et cetera. So when we understand the education needs, the training needs, of those occupations, that high-wage job strategy begins to pay dividends. We use these push-pull marketing techniques, as I defined, as we're pushing information out to these folks. We're also pulling in where they're going, what information they're drilling down into. And as they're drilling into that specific areas of information, we're providing more content. So we're very focused on the outbound marketing and the messages that we're sending, and equally focused on what are they looking for, where are those additional clicks, where are the click streams taking us and them for additional resources, and putting in additional resources into those areas through our website, through our content, through our messaging. And then continue to extend that public involvement to include redevelopment and tourism. So through our redevelopment efforts, certainly through our tourism efforts, we'll gain more market intelligence and probably see additional benefits in terms of companies and individuals coming into the town. So in review, what we've given you is an overview of the 5-year strategic plan, a glimpse sort of in the rearview mirror of how we did last year, and some insight as to where we're going to go in year 2. With that concludes my presentation. And if there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to take them.
So I'm going to just provide a little bit of overview about the company that we transitioned to this year, as well as do a highlight of our ratings and reviews that we received, and then do an overview of our highlights and opportunities, and then talk to you about our next steps. So this year was the first year we've used the National Citizen Survey, and they have about 500 surveys in their database to compare their participants to. And we selected them because there are a lot of communities in the Valley that use this company, as well as other national comparables that some of our departments use, that we thought that this would be a good start for some benchmarking. And these are the cities that we decided we wanted to benchmark against, using cities that Economic Development, Parks and Rec, Fire use as part of their benchmarking process, as well as some local organizations that have about the same population. So we have national comparisons, as well as some selected jurisdictions that we compared ourselves against. So as one of the overall ratings that were reviewed was our quality of life, and I think Eddie was asking about where we got the 95% that came out of our National Citizen Survey. And so these are some of the questions that were asked regarding our quality of life, and these are the percentages that people ranked us as good or excellent. And we were above the benchmarks in all of these categories, both nationally and above in our comparison cities. For our transportation services, we were much above the national average, which is the highest that we could be, and much above in all categories except for street repair and bus or transit services. This is one of the categories that we probably could do a little bit of work with. Our safety services, in this category, we were above or much above the national average in all categories, and either similar or above to our comparisons. Again, much above is the highest ranking that we could have. For our public trust categories, we were either much above nationally and then much above or above to our comparison cities. We also asked some custom questions related to our police, parks and rec, and communications. Police questions were related to our driving conditions. Parks and rec, we asked some questions that were very similar to the master plan, just to validate the data we received as part of that survey. And then communications asked about our social media. As part of the results, we did a geographic comparison. So we accepted those results and they compared them to the respondents from north of the 202 and south of the 202. And within those responses, these are the areas where there was a 10% differential in the responses. So in areas of traffic, such as signal timing, recreational opportunities and youth services, such as education and health or childcare, were where we had some of the biggest discrepancies between the north and the south part of town. In terms of demographic crosstabs, within the first 22 questions, they used these categories that we selected to break down the data even further. So now what are we going to do with the data? One of the highlights of the report is that they provided us were the key drivers. And key drivers are the areas of the community that the residents perceive our services through. So if they receive excellent fire service, that is the lens that they perceive all of our services through. So the survey identified fire and our library services as the lens of how they view our town services. So with that in mind, if we have a change in how we're funding or operating either of those areas, then that might change people's perception of town services. With all of the other departments with which we were measured, everything else received a much above the benchmark, where we're on track, with the exception of drinking water, and that should be red. That was an area that was highlighted in the report that our residents responded with some concerns about our drinking water. So some conclusions from the report. We have a lot of highlights. People love our quality of life. They think fire and rescue services are outstanding. We have a great image and reputation. Where the areas that we have that we could do some improvement are our employment opportunities, again, the drinking water, our transportation, and some cultural activities. And so what are we going to do from here? So from here, departments have been asked to put together some action plans to review the sections of the report that apply to them specifically. And then this year, we're going to try a new approach to develop a customized survey. So we're going to dig a little bit deeper into the areas where we might have had some questions about why they might have rated our drinking water low in comparison to our national and selected jurisdictions. We don't know what the issue is and why that rated so low. And so what we're looking at doing is having those action plans completed. Very soon we'll be reviewing them, and we'll be working on the customized survey. This fiscal year, we've already started trying to figure out how to hire a consultant to do that survey that we would then do in alternating years with the National Citizen Survey. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Well, first of all, welcome everybody. I want to introduce the Parks and Recreation team back there. We have Scott, Rob, and Melanie. Go ahead and give them a round of applause. And Leslie, she's our consultant from Planet, and so she's here to hear what the council has to say. Today's presentation is going to be a little bit different than the other presentations in that we have a little exercise we'd like to do with you all. I need the clicker. Okay. Okay, first of all, what we're going to do is just give you a brief status, talk about next steps and timeline for the master plan, and then we're going to talk about mutual goals and interests. Now, on your sheet, on your table, you should have this document here, and it's available for the executive team up here as well. And so, not to minimize the amount of work that's gone into this so far, but it's been a year and a half or so that this work has been taking place. And there's been a number of community meetings, surveys, meetings with the Parks, Recreation, and Library Services Board, multidisciplinary committee, the Gilbert leadership team, and a whole bunch of other input has been gotten on this plan. Now, this plan is about 80 to 90% complete. In other words, we've got all the information, a lot of the information that we think we need to be able to move forward. What the next step is today is to talk about what the next steps are, and then also to make sure that we're in alignment with your interest as we heard it from the community. So what we're going to do is by September 16th, we'll have the final plan done. And what we're going to do is take what we've learned today from this group and be able to translate it into various options that the plan will be able to provide for us. We'll also have targeted outreach. And what that means is we will be meeting one final time with the different various stakeholders to make sure that we understand and they understand what it is that we're going to be bringing forward to council. Then presentation to the Parks Advisory Board on October 8th, and then we have a study session planned for council on November 5th, which is when we'll really get into the details of the plan so that you can have your very first look at all the options and recommendations and of that sort. Then once we get your final input on that date, then we'll bring it back for you to consider approval on December 5th. What I'd like to know from the council is, does this look like a good timeline to finish it up? This study session? We thought that you might like a chance to look at this twice, so I want to be sure that we give you all the details that we found out and then bring it back after we've heard some of your input. So we can further decide that, but I just wanted to give you, so I get a thumbs up maybe about, does this sound good? Okay, good, thank you. Okay. Before I go on to the next slide, which talks about the interest, I want to talk a little bit about what a master plan is and what it isn't. It's very important to know that a master plan is not a regulatory document. What it is a document that guides you, that can guide you to decision making. It should be flexible in nature, it should lay out a capital plan, but it is just a plan. And so future decisions, once you see the master plan, future decisions as they come out, will be based upon that plan as one of the guiding documents. And that's why the interests are so important in this document. So with that, Julie is going to help me with this exercise. So before we do this, you'll have a sheet of paper right here. Everybody see the sheet of paper? Okay. Now, the overarching interest that we have been working under, in other words, affects all the other interests you will see on this page, which are right here, are clean, safe, and vibrant. We thought the mayor would like that. Innovation. Come on, team, let's go. Innovation, technology, customer service, best practices, and from great to best in class. We want to be best in class, just like all the other departments in the city, in the town, excuse me. We all want to be best in class. And so what we did was we tried to take it, now this is very important, critical key here, because you've listened to your constituents out there in the town. We heard what we heard in the town, and we want to make sure that they align. And this is the most important thing, I believe, to help me guide the Parks and Recreation Department of the future. So we took a stab at trying to define these. And so for new growth areas consistent with existing service levels, what that means to us is future areas of growth are provided with amenities and programs that meet current service levels and standards. So that would be the first interest that we thought we heard. Address aging infrastructure. So maintain aging infrastructure to current design standards and specifications in order to preserve what we have. In other words, we want to take care of what we've already built. And when I say we, this is what we heard. Okay, fair enough? So number 3, explore and build partnerships and collaborations. And what that means is build and maintain a network of partnerships to help facilitate current and future parks, facilities, and recreational needs of the community. Value added, livability, economic development, et cetera. So parks and recreation services, we want them to add value to the community. In other words, positively impact the local community, economy, promote healthy lifestyles and add to tourism, et cetera. Provide, coordinate access opportunities. Provide and facilitate facilities and programs that enable participation by residents and visitors. And you notice that we put provide and coordinate access opportunities. In other words, we don't feel we have to, we heard that we don't have to provide everything, but we want to be able to at least coordinate that in the community so everybody has access. Consistent with town plans, that's pretty self-explanatory, but we want to make sure it's in alignment with all the current plans. And the executive team will have a role in that. Sustainable and safe. We want to build and maintain programs and facilities that are financially efficient in order to minimize the burden on future generations. Programs that are strategic and optimal participation. So provide best-in-class facilities and programs that meet or exceed community expectations. Number 9, constructive environment. Now this one is a key one, in my opinion, to build the Parks and Recreation organization or department of the future. And that's to establish a governance model. In other words, look at our system, strategies, and structure that develops and empowers staff to be innovative, creative, and nimble in providing Parks and Recreation services. That's things like an asset management plan, perhaps an accreditation effort. Make sure that all of our system structures and strategies are built so that we can deliver the services and the rest of the plan. And then lastly, leveraging. Maximize opportunities by leveraging resource deployment in a strategic manner and focus on areas where small investments reap large outcomes. Now, there might be others, and so this is the chance for, now we'll raise the screen.
Do you want to give them a couple minutes, maybe mark each of the things as well?
So on your sheet, you'll see alignment, minor refinement, and major refinement necessary. So what I'd like you to do is, if you feel like you're in alignment with the statement that we just discussed, go ahead and put a mark in alignment. If you think it needs to be refined on a minor level, put minor. And if you think it needs to be majorly refined, then we will take a look at those as well. So just take a second and do those. On the back of your page, other interests. So there might be other interests that town council has that we did not capture. So this is an opportunity for you all to share with us if you have any other interests that you want to add to the board that we can consider.
I think we're all interested in making sure whatever we do doesn't impose raised tax burden on our citizens. Well, I think that's a common theme, but I'll put that out there as one that I believe in. No increased tax burden.
is we're talking about safety. So we can expand that definition to include that. Okay. That's good. Well, safety, we did identify as an overarching interest, so we could probably just take that off of there. Let's take that off of number 7 and just have it a sustainable discussion. The word safe. Victor, do you agree with that, or?
I had a couple that I had some concern about. We're just adding other interests right now? I'll be quiet. Oh, I did have one on that actually. And it may be covered in another one that's already up there, perhaps leveraging, but providing complementary services to what we already offer. I don't know if in the south area of town, our demographic would actually demand equal service, but perhaps complementary service to what we already offer.
That would come under number 1?
Yes, it definitely can be. I just want to make sure it's included
under
something.
All right, so let's write the word complementary right here, please. Good. It's exactly the feedback we're looking for. Yes.
I think there's interest in that first one. The existing service levels is, as a general notion, I think we all agree, but what kinds of services, those things change. What's demanded changes. There's different cultural norms that shift. There's a new thing that's popular, an old thing goes out of style. Right. So I'm not sure, some of that, how that quite works. Plus, I know there's an interest on the part of myself and maybe others about the issue of cost recovery. If some programs are interesting enough that it can be 100% cost recovered, I would think we would do more of those, and the ones that can't be, maybe that shows there's less interest. So depending on how strictly we try and interpret or narrowly we define number 1, I think I may be totally in alignment, and depending on how you do it, I may not be. So I just offer that, and I've heard similar comments.
Rod, could you maybe rewrite that one in terms of providing a common level of service throughout Gilbert rather than kind of doing a north-south divide? Because Victor raises a good question on existing, because I'd probably change the word existing to established or something else that's a little bit more fluid than saying what we're doing exactly in the north is exactly what we're going to do in the south.
Okay.
Victor, if I heard you correctly.
So compatible versus, so take out existing and put in the word.
Yeah, my thought on that is what's done in the north may not be good for the south with different demographics, different interests, age groups, equestrian, et cetera, that there may be completely separate activities and wanted activities in the south versus the north, east, west, et cetera.
Good. So, okay. Current service levels and standards. So you're saying the word current, it needs to be more nimble and flexible.
I think we probably need to rewrite number 1 altogether. And the reason because that was my concern too, but I thought we weren't going to the interests yet. But if we are, I'll help. Just because a new growth area doesn't have a Freestone Rec Center, for example, we may not necessarily want to match that in the south part of town. So if you're saying existing service levels, we want to future areas of growth are provided with amenities and programs that meet our current service levels. That may not be our initiative.
Great.
We would like to see perhaps complementary services provided, something that when you look at our Parks and Rec in its entirety, we offer something for everyone, but not equal necessarily for everyone.
Very good. So variety, would variety be a good word as well? we don't want to really duplicate things. Just because you have this up here, what I'm hearing, you don't want to have that down there. So
I'm not saying that actually as an absolute.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there is no expectation that whatever we have in the south is going to match what we have in the north and vice versa.
Excellent. Okay. Good.
I would wager that we all agree that we have the goal of treating all areas of town equally in terms of taking care of what they want to do or needs. And we don't want to favor one part of town over another. We send all the money here and none there. We don't want to do that. So as a general idea, of course, that's what we want. But exactly how we structure each detail of each program and each facility, there may be differences that are appropriate for those different areas. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, I would just add in, Rod, that we'd also want to look at the utilization of those projected facilities. That first, we don't cannibalize the participation at one park or facility by opening another. Also opening a facility that only is going to get 50% capacity usage, that we'll want to try to balance and maximize anything we do, that it's going to get the maximum use possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, when I read that one, I was thinking back to the discussions in the master plan about regional parks, district parks, and how it sort of load share the parks and rec demand across. So I agree with the comments that the mix might look different in there, but I do agree that, you know, the load sharing of parks and rec should be as balanced as we possibly can as, you know, we build out those southern areas. That's where I find alignment there, although the mix will change.
Good.
Can I just throw one other thing, and maybe it's covered in another area, but just the regional integration of some of our Parks and Recs assets with others. So for example, our trail connectivity with Mesa or Chandler, and maybe that's already covered, but you know, just the regional integration of how do we fit into the Parks and Rec regional map, and
Okay.
some should more than
That's
others.
good. That's good to put up there.
Yeah, it could do, yeah, that'd be fine to add it there, to number 3. Okay.
Okay, good. What else? Yes, please.
This is just related to number 1. So number 2, address aging infrastructure. Of course, as a general rule, I think still, yes. But there may be some facilities, again, that have gone out of demand. There's been talk about a pool in particular, and I don't know where that is today, but whether or not it makes sense to repair that pool. You know, there's different things that happen. So I just want to make sure there's enough flexibility in here that we're not so rigidly defined into some of these. We can't do some things that make sense as
Okay,
exceptions.
good. So let's put as determined. We're going to add
And
the
just-
word as determined there.
And on that one, I'm just going to assume that it's covered, but for instance, the updating of the playground equipment at Freestone Park, you know, keeping things current and usable and that kind of thing. It's more than just maintaining what we have, which if you read it one way, it kind of looks like that's what it is, but it's really making sure that what we have is still useful to our community. And so it was kind of putting enhance or update or whatever, but as long as that's all included in number 2, then I think it's fine.
Yes, we actually were talking about that very thing as a team, so we'll make sure we add that in. Any other interests that we haven't captured here? Before you're done, you'll see some dots. You'll see some dots on your table. Oh, I'd like to capture yours.
it was with new facilities. We look at participation or capacity usage for the facility, as well as not impacting existing facilities.
Thank you.
And I would add, halfway between that one and the regional partnerships is looking at how we impact other municipalities. We don't want to build something right across the street from Chandler where they have the same facility,
Okay.
or Mesa or Queen Creek or anyone else.
So let's add that to the regional discussion, so that we can make sure that we complement.
We don't compete because we'll win, but it's like the fire stations. We don't build a fire station on one side of baseline and Mesa puts it on the other side. We want to work together. Yeah.
Yes.
I would add that same thought to the private sector, what they're providing.
That's good.
And especially, and I know I'll keep pushing for this, that's no secret, but the private sector has to do full cost recovery. They don't have a choice. So to me, when we talk about, and this ties into number 8, and I don't know if some of these other things relate and we'll want to combine later, maybe we don't, but optimal participation at what cost? If it's 100% subsidized and it's free, yeah, we'll get a lot of participants. But if it's 50%, then what? If it's 60, 70, 80? So my interest is to have programs, recreation programs. I'm not talking about parks, open space, public use areas. I'm talking about programs. I think those should be fully cost recovered. But again, though, we do need it, at the very least, maybe we don't agree what that percentage is, but it's not just enough to say we want optimal participation. We want to consider at what cost or what subsidy level too. So
let's capture that with a cost recovery on programming. So analysis, or keep mindful of it at a minimum. I'm sorry? Darn. Now, the reason why I want to know if we're in alignment or we need just the minor refinement, we heard what you said, so if we make those changes, if we're going to be able to be in alignment, once you put this up there, I'd like to take like 5 minutes, have you put it up there if there's no other interest to capture up here. Does anybody from the executive team have interest as well that we have not captured? Very inclusive, so anybody at all? Okay. All right, so what I'd like to do is have you come up and put your dots. So there should be 7 dots in this area, et cetera, et cetera. And so if you're in alignment or just needs minor refinement or major refinement, meaning we have some issues with it. And then over here as well, as you heard it. Obviously, we need to further refine it, but we can always contact you to see if we're meeting the mark, okay?
And Rod, to clarify, if we had minor, and with the discussion and the notes, it's now in alignment, we would put the dot on alignment?
That's correct, Mayor. On one of the previous slides, we talked about the timeline. And so one thing I failed to mention, I want to make sure I mention it, is that the current contract with the consultant will have to be extended to meet that timeline, so you'll see that come before you. But there's not going to be any increase in fees or anything like that. It's just an extension of the timeline. So just to meet our timeline that was proposed, okay? Now, it looks like we have agreement in a lot. I'd like to know about number 2, address aging infrastructure as determined. In other words, it doesn't have to necessarily be built the same way it was built in the past. In fact, I'm a proponent of going out to a local community, especially if it's a neighborhood park, and asking the neighbors if they still want to have a play structure, for example, when their community has aged, and now they might want something else, like an outdoor barbecue so they can host family events and things like that. So what do we have here? We have an outlier, so anybody want to talk about this? Okay.
So do you want the plan to address that? Okay.
I think he needs major alignment instead of major refinement. So it sounds like he's passionate about addressing
So
it.
what we want, what this means is that you are in alignment if you put here. Sure, okay, good. You got it. Here.
He wanted some major in the word, though, I think.
All right. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, good. All right, excellent. And I think we're pretty clear over here. I want to know about why the dots right here on this cost recovery discussion, and what are your thoughts around that?
Swimming is often a topic that, and I see Chief Doran, I see Chief Jobush, that some of the discussions are, it's a public safety aspect, and so that one's a tough one on cost recovery. And I don't even remember the details of how close we are, but I know we're not fully cost recovery, and that's one that I know as a community we struggle with, to just have full cost recovery, and yet swimming is what came to my mind, so I didn't put a dot on the far left.
Okay.
We've never defined as a community what cost recovery really means. And I think that's where the ambiguity probably lies there. Direct cost recovery, that's a discussion I'd be more than happy to have about what acceptable percentage is. But when you talk about comprehensive cost recovery, that would mean a portion of your salary, Rod, and each member of your team, and the dollars that it costs to cool and heat Muni 2, at least for the, I mean, when you start factoring all of those different dollars, it's a very difficult number to come to. And probably one that will always be disagreed upon is that would be a comprehensive cost. Now, I know the private sector factors those into their cost because they have one facility, they have a certain number of employees, and they've balanced that. We do more than a private facility does. We do much more diverse things, special event. I mean, if you start adding up all the different things that we do. So without a specific definition of what cost recovery is that we can all collectively agree on, we're never going to come to a conclusion collectively about what that means for our community.
Okay, thank you. I know a lot of communities struggle with this, and one thing that I've seen that's very successful is, rather than a cost recovery discussion, is a subsidy level discussion. So rather than put it in terms of more like a parks district they have a set amount of income and they have to build their programs within that. It causes them to be a little bit more entrepreneurial. So just, there's other ways to look at it too. I think a fee study would help to be able to identify what those true costs are, whether they're indirect or direct. So maybe that would help.
I think Jen, we're supposed to do first name. I think Jen's made some great comments, and there probably will always be some room to fine tune that, but I think we're all interested in having the discussion so that we can settle on something, and there probably will be some manner of doubt or unknown with any number we come up with, but I appreciate the discussion. I did want to make a quick comment about this thought about the swimming. The swimming lessons from the last time I checked, those are actually cost recovered. We have great cost recovery. Our biggest loser in the swimming programs is our open swim. That's where we lose money. And frankly, to me, that's our biggest, I think it's kind of a hazard, frankly. 85% of statistics are made up on the site, right? But there are quite a number of drownings that happen with a lifeguard on duty. There's no replacement for parental supervision when it comes to swimming. And an open swim isn't about teaching swimming anyway. And so those are the ones that I'm more concerned about we don't have cost recovery on. And the other ones where we are teaching swimming, we already do anyway. So let's have that discussion, because I think it might...
Are we cost recovery on swimming lessons?
I would suggest there's a lot of opportunities for that. But we'll talk more about that later. Thank you.
And the only thing I was going to add is, as I read the Parks Master Plan draft, I noticed in this section, or in a section about, that covered this, that there was a potential strategy of having the Parks Library Board, what's that board called? Parks Library
Recreation
Board.
Library Services Board.
Maybe have them take a look at it and bring some recommendations to us as well, as opposed to us trying to slug it all out and try to figure it out here. It'd be nice to get a feel from what our advisors would have us do.
Okay. I think that the rest of this, I've heard about, I didn't hear about this one, provide coordinate access opportunities. I've got about 5 more minutes, so I want to just tell me a little bit about this real quick.
I put mine there so I can help. I don't know that we can enable participation amongst our citizens. So my confusion, I think, was more with the definition that goes with. We can provide access to recreation, but I don't know that we can enable participation. That has to be done by an individual for them to. And I also, it says provide and facilitate facilities. We're not facilitating facilities. Those are identified. But again, it's that providing access to facilities.
Okay. Excellent. Anybody else on that one? Okay, and the last one, program strategic and optimal participation. I see a lot of dots in the minor refinement area. Any comments on that to help guide us? Please.
I already said this, but you can't do that in a vacuum. You really have to consider at what price. Because honestly, we can have more participation than we have room for if we do everything for free. We can tomorrow. So it just have to have something on the other end that has to consider the price too. So that's why I put that.
Anyone else? Jared?
Yeah, my thought there in putting my sticker there was everything doesn't need to be a Cadillac. Sometimes a Chevy or a good Ford is acceptable, and that's what the community would want. So, and it kind of depends on the program. So that's why everything doesn't have to be best in class and exceeding community and all that. Sometimes a Chevy or a Ford is acceptable there.
Any other comments on that? Okay. Well, the next steps, I showed you the next steps. We'll take this information and have the draft on the website the middle of September. The draft that will be taken out to the community for some targeted outreach. I appreciate everybody's input. I think that this is very valuable for the Parks team. I think they would agree that that this is a conversation we need to have so we can make sure our options that we bring forward are in alignment with what your needs are.
We have been talking to you all about the long-range financial plan over the last couple of years. And because we've had a couple of really big items that we were trying to incorporate into that, it's been a little bit more, well, slow to finalize than what we would have liked. But as you know, we had some huge efforts that we were undertaking to really get this up and running. And the class and comp, actually studying what classification and compensation should look like for the town of Gilbert and incorporating that into the long-range financial plan was a huge component of that for the operating, because particularly with the general fund, our personnel costs make up about 70% of that fund. So we had to start by making sure on the operating side that we had the right assumptions in place for our personnel-related costs for the delivery of the services. Well, the other key component to that is a long-range infrastructure plan. And you're going to be hearing from Gabe about that here in just a few minutes, and being able to start incorporating into those big pieces. So what we'd like to do real quickly is give you a sense of where we're at so far with long-range infrastructure, or with the long-range financial plan, and we're excited that we're going to start seeing some additional momentum now with the completion of the class and comp study, and with where we're at with the long-range infrastructure plan, and being able to pull those elements into that long-range financial plan. So first of all, when we look at that financial trend and environmental analysis, that's something that's been underway. We took a look at, for example, on the revenue side, we had departments looking at each and every individual revenue source. So as we looked at traffic fines, for example, and getting down to that specific level of detail that says where have we been in these particular areas and where does it look like we're going. We've been looking at our 5-year operating plans. And also with that, while we're talking about 5-year operating plans, we're also looking at on the capital side for all of our funding source, where are we looking out into the future, both for the operating and the capital. Data analysis, and that's something that as of the last presentation to council, we didn't have that data analysis in place. We are completing that now. We'll be updating you on some of that data analysis results here with the funding of the capital improvement program. Some of that information is this afternoon, and some of that will be tomorrow. And then finalizing that fund balance analysis, looking at where we are with our fund balance in the various funds, and starting to generate the plans based on the long-range infrastructure plan of where we need to go. So first of all, when we were talking about that environmental analysis, and I used the example of the traffic fines, or you could look at permit fees, or you look at obviously our larger revenues, which we talk about more often with our sales tax, income tax, and those other types of revenue sources for the general fund. Similarly, we look at water, the actual rate-generated revenue for water, wastewater, and solid waste, and we look at where we're at right now. As each of the departments has helped us to look through those revenue sources, we're looking, again, at a 5-year history of where we've been, what types of trends we've seen, and then where we're at today. And we start to, based on where we're at today and what we know right now, what are we seeing moving forward? And we've categorized that into 4 different ways. We look at whether the trend is favorable, whether it's favorable but there's some kind of a caution, something that's going to let us know that there's something we need to keep an eye on, whether there's a warning, or whether we have it unfavorable. And while I'm focused on the revenues with the examples, we're doing this both for our revenues and expenditures for each of the funds. The 5-year operating plans, these are in place for each of the operating funds, for our general fund, water fund, wastewater fund, streets, and as well as our environmental services funds, both for residential and commercial. General fund has the most diverse revenue sources in there, and so as we look at the fiscal environmental analysis, that's broken out much more detail for the general fund because of the various sources. But then when we look at the operating, the long-range forecast, each of those components is a part of that as well. And again, that's for, the operating plans are for both revenues and expenses. So data analysis is something I'll go into just briefly here, and we're going to be talking more this afternoon and again tomorrow. But as we look at our debt analysis, we're looking at where we're at today based on the debt that we've issued for our existing infrastructure, which were capital projects of years gone by. We look at what the revenue sources are for that. And for example, with general obligation bonds, that's our secondary property tax. And how is that revenue stream looking now? Again, back to that fiscal environmental analysis. With those 2 pieces of information, now we're looking at, as you'll be hearing in a few minutes, that long-range infrastructure plan. How do we start to look at the various funding sources, and for those areas within the long-range infrastructure plan and within upcoming capital projects that are eligible or appropriate for the use of debt, how would that tie in with our existing debt and our existing revenue sources? So again, going back to that financial balance analysis, some of this should look pretty familiar to you. As we looked over the recession a few years back, and some of the strategies that we had to employ, and we'll talk about strategies in just a minute, you'll note some common themes that we've heard over the last few years. We want to make sure that we are not working within any kind of a fiscal deficit. Occasionally, if you have some major stress to your systems, you may have a deficit over a single year, but we want to make sure that we are not budgeting in a deficit situation, that we don't have any kind of a structural deficit. And so that's an important element of doing a financial balance analysis. We take into account those environmental challenges, and that, again, might be cyclical, and making sure that we're working within that, making sure that we're working within our current legislative system that's here in place for the state of Arizona, and that we're differentiating between our laws and the laws of some of our comparable cities and other states, and that we really focus on financial policies. And that's something that this council has done over the last couple of years, not only establishing but refining those policies as we go along. And we will be coming back to council here in the next month with a minor update to that based on the feedback of council regarding cost containment. So we continue to refine those financial policies. So next steps. Again, as we look at the long-range infrastructure program, and I'm about to hand that over to Gabe to get you up to speed on where we're at with that, that's going to have a very large impact on some of these funds. And so we want to make sure that both on the revenue side, we have those revenue assumptions firmly in place, that we're able to identify both on the operating and as well as the capital and debt service what we can anticipate those revenue sources to be. But we're going to be incorporating in now, and this is where we were saying that huge effort on the long-range infrastructure program, identifying what those needs are, identifying the appropriate funding sources, whether we're talking about operations and maintenance, or whether we're talking about major capital undertaking, and then if so, what those capital and debt service funds and how they would be impacted by those expenditures. And then finally, based on that, we'll go back to financial strategies. Financial strategies, I still have this on as next steps, but as you can see, and these are the financial strategies as identified by the Government Finance Officers Association. As you can see, there are many of them here that we've actually employed over the last couple of years, or over the last few years, I should say. Fiscal first aid is just as it sounds. When you've got a situation, an emergent situation, if you will, and it requires immediate attention. So as we hit a recession, and that recession didn't quickly end, and we weren't able to just simply weather out the recessionary impacts, we had to employ some fiscal first aid. We had to take a look at what how we were doing business here at the town of Gilbert and make those changes accordingly. Service prioritization, that's something that you saw during that zero-based budgeting process, as well as identifying delivery alternatives, and then as well as establishing those fiscal policies down below. Adapting to the legal environment, again, that's something every year as we have changes in legislation, we need to make sure that we're incorporating that into our financial plan. And the one that just came up with Senate Bill 1525 from a couple of years ago had a big impact on our capital improvement program, on our ability to fund those projects, and on the way that we looked at those facilities. So we're constantly looking at adapting to that legal environment, and then of course making sure that we are not only allowing for the economic development, but really and truly setting up the environment here at the town to make sure that we're encouraging the economic development that council has set about to bring in. So with that, I'll answer any questions you have.
Last year, the first weekend of my job was the council retreat. So the week before that, Patrick sat me down. The second thing he said to me is, we're going to give you long-range infrastructure planning. So this week actually represents 1 year that we've been working on this. We've got a lot of people in the audience now that have been meeting with us for a year. If you can just raise your hand if you were involved in it. Won't make you say your name. I don't know why Cindy's not raising her hand. She was involved. Apparently people are shy. So, yeah, don't worry, you're not going to get any. So, that's why it's my name up here. What? So, we were meeting for a year, and we really thought the big takeaway from this was going to be, we're going to come back and we're going to have a number. You know, we're going to say this is the new spending we need in 2015, this is what we need in 2019. And we do have that number. We're going to show them to you, and we got numbers beyond that, and those are important. But what we realized about when Joe Ferrato started presenting to us was that the big takeaway is not the number, it's how we're going to change how we manage our infrastructure. So we started realizing that we're going to go from kind of this old government static model of infrastructure management, we're going to go to this kind of dynamic, cutting-edge maintenance model, which we're going to show you today. And Patrick and Leah volunteered us about 3 weeks ago to go to an East Valley managers meeting. And we gave just a 3 to 5 minute elevator speech. And we got a little feedback in the room, and all the managers realized, oh, holy smokes, what you guys are doing is what we need to do. And I've actually had a lot of feedback since then. People want us to come and present to their staff, or we're going to a MAG meeting. So we are going to go over numbers today. There's quite a few of them. But what we want you to remember is the big deal here is the changes in practice and our procedures. And when we look at numbers, they're really to show magnitude and direction. So with that, we'll get started. So the purpose that we wanted to take into account the needs of maintenance, renewal, replacement, and expansion. We really wanted to focus on an efficient allocation of our scarce resources. And the two things we were hoping to get out of this was both to optimize the performance of our assets, but also to contain their cost over time. So we really wanted to plan for growth strategically and intelligently. The problem definition was pretty simple. We have a lot of really new, nice stuff. Citizens have been able to enjoy that, but it's all going to come due for maintenance, critical maintenance, or replacement, all at about the same time. So these next two slides are, I refer to them as the Mark Sco-Sipic special. So we get a little abstract, but we pull it back together. What we had Chad Hurlbert and IT do here is kind of take all of our, this is oversimplified, but we asked him to take all of the infrastructure that we have and just mash it all together and show us on average, if it was one set, when was it installed, and how long is it going to last. And what we found is, for all intents and purposes, Gilbert did not exist prior to 1970. There's no infrastructure here, and what was built has been replaced. It's crazy, I know. So, yeah. We must not have built the house. So we had about 2% of what we see today was built in 1970. And this is going to last for 35 to 40 years, again, on average. So what we're going to start seeing as we move forward is that we're both expanding because we're growing, but we also have to start replacing at an increasingly dramatic rate what we've already put in the ground, or on top of the ground in some cases. So you can see where the spikes happened. And if you just do simple math and extrapolate this out, you can see that if we start planning now, we'll have time to kind of avert what we're calling the looming cataclysm of 2061 that's out there. So, that's right. That's right.
We need a more dramatic name, though. That's not enough.
That's right. So again, what we want to provide with the numbers, again, is direction and magnitude. We're very confident in what we're presenting in 2015. So the numbers you see for 2015, we think they're spot on. We're also pretty confident in 2016 through 2020, though we know that we're going to start implementing some of these maintenance programs, so they're going to shift a little bit. We're not hitting a bullseye. By the time you get to 2021 and 2030, right, Mark, it's harder to see. It's actually getting fuzzy. And by the time you get by 2050, we might not even be playing darts anymore. New technologies are coming, things are going to change. So again, this is the direction we're going. We want to show you the magnitude of change, because what you're going to see is what we're spending money on now in the very near future is not what we're going to be spending money on. We're going to have to put our resources in different places. So here's what we have. The blue indicates the total budgets for our 5 areas. Streets and stormwater are combined. We'll explain that a little bit later. The red shows what we're projecting to be an increase in spending in 2015. And then the green is your average years of new spending each year, 16 through 20. So we're looking at about $5.5 million, I believe, in 2015 across all categories and across all funds. And then each year after that is about $8.3 million, we think. So we did go out a long way. You can now see that we're projecting out to 31 through 50 on average again. This is new spending each year. So we started about $5.5 million, and we see a steady increase, which would make sense both as we expand and as what we have either needs to be maintained or replaced. And again, though, what we're going to focus on as we move forward is mostly the magnitude. And this will be the first place where you kind of start to see the themes that are emerging, and that is that water distribution and wastewater are going to take up a greater percentage of our spending over time. They're the ones that are really going to start driving the decisions that we make with regards to infrastructure. Streets, stormwater are going to change a little bit, and we'll talk about that when we get into them. And facilities, we kind of determine that's the microcosm of the long-range infrastructure plan, right? The facilities we built as the town grew, so they will age. So you'll see that trend hold throughout. So focusing on the near term, which is what we're going to try and do from here on out, is you'll see that on average, 15 through 20, it's going to be about $7 million per year in new spending. That's what the red line represents. And with the exception of 2017, where there's a little spike, it's a pretty gradual increase over time. And again, when you look at this slide, the first thing that my eyes are always drawn to is the red, the water distribution. 2018, 2019, 2020, that starts to take up a larger percentage. And then you can see wastewater right on top of it starting to increase as well. And then after you absorb that, everybody wonders what Howard is doing in facilities in 2017, because that's a huge spike. We have a lot of our facilities are coming due for maintenance at the same time. And if we just took the numbers and ran them out, this is the budget request you'd see coming forward. That's not our intention. So when you look at 2017 seeing $4.7 million, and it's out of whack with everything else, our public safety complex, and some of our other buildings. What we actually want to do is try and balance it out, try and determine what things we can strategically defer maintenance or replacement on, what would make sense to bring forward and replace them earlier. So this isn't representative of what we're going to do, but it is representative of how we would bring this request forward. So if things do need to be maintained when they come due, then we would try and not have a spike of $5 million in 1 year. We would most likely push it out or pull some things forward. So these are the 5 areas we completed. We have another 5 on tap for next year. And when we talk, and I reference back to Joe Ferrato because he's the one that kind of changed the direction of this, the most clear example that we have of how you can save funds through a maintenance program is on hydrants. And this is going to get a little hard to see on the maps here, but what we want you to pay attention to on this map is only the red dots. You can forget everything else. If we continued business as usual, then in 2015, every one of those red dots represents $6,500 to replace a hydrant. What we found in the real world is we get 25 years out of them, give or take, then we have to replace the whole thing, $6,500. If we agree to put $50 of maintenance into each hydrant a year, 500 over 10 years, we can get a 100-year life out of them. So we quadruple the life. And we're saving about $16,000 a hydrant. So zooming in on Northwest Gilbert, it gives you a more clear kind of picture of all the little red dots we have. Again, these are 2015 replacements. You can, these are the same maps over here if you wanted to look at them afterwards. With the maintenance plan, we now have 2 red dots, and that's for the entire town. And these don't need to be replaced in 2015. They don't need to be replaced actually until 2055. And then we don't have to replace anymore until 2070. So we're saving real dollars as well as man hours when we do this. So moving into facilities, again, what we found is this was kind of a microcosm of the whole. Facilities grew up with the town. The previous slide we talked about smoothing the spending out so we can move forward in a more reasonable and predictable manner. And I should orient you at this point. What you're going to see is both a summary of our 5 areas and then kind of a status that'll say this is kind of how long we have to react. So for facilities, what we found, and this was a theme, is that maintenance is scheduled by time, not by condition. So as a theory of, if you ever worked in a restaurant, it's first in, first out. It's how you do stock. It comes up, and then we replace it. It's the least efficient way that a town can do business. So we don't plan on doing that moving forward. Our recommendations are for Howard and Cindy to work together to come up with early replacement or strategic deferral. We do strategic deferral already, so people will talk about our carpets in some of the meeting rooms. They're perfectly fine. When Comet runs it out, it says it should have been replaced X number of years ago. So that's a pretty good example that we can give. We also want to move Howard from a one-time funding to an ongoing budget again, so we can plan, we can make this more predictable. We'll have less peaks and less valleys. And we would like to talk about establishing a facilities replacement fund. And the status that we have for facilities is we're going to do a little bit in 2015, but we have till about 2021, so we have to have a full plan in place to react to this. By the time we get to 2021 in facilities, his budget's looking for new spending to go to about $2.5 to $4 million on average. So we'd like to try and avoid that. And again, we'll start our balanced spending plan in about fiscal year 16. Moving to water distribution, we already talked about how water distribution is going to drive what we're doing. We've been referring to this as the hidden assets. So mostly what you're seeing in water distribution is the pipe. That's really what's going to drive how we move forward. We'll show you the magnitude in just a minute, but what we want to talk about here is in 2015, we actually didn't budget any dollars in the base budget for pipe replacement. If a pipe bursts, we handle it through the contingency policy, and that's a fine way to handle it. When we map this on GIS, what we find is that by 2020, we expect about $5 million worth of pipes to burst. So we need to have a plan prior to that. And it becomes more dramatic when you put it in the light blue, and you can see that we don't, by age, we don't think a pipe's going to break. We know they will, but just by age, we don't think they'll break. And then by the time we get to 2019, 2020, and then the 21 through 30 average, you'll see a pretty steady increase. And that holds true as far out as we projected this. So the findings in budget are, sorry, Don. The findings for water distribution, that we're replacing assets as opposed to maintaining them. Currently today, we don't have maintenance programs for hydrants, service laterals, or distribution pipe, and we have partial maintenance programs for valves and meters. Valves is a lot like hydrants that we show if we exercise them. It's a very cheap cost, but we can about double their life to about 50 years. We want to update the water replacement fund policy and make sure we're funding it adequately, and then implement the programs as recommended. So we have till about 2020 to get kind of our house in order. We do have funding in the replacement fund, so depending if we're going to start drawing on that or just fund it more, those are the decisions that will be made down the road, but we do have time to react to it. So wastewater, again, it's going to be your hidden assets. Wastewater and water distribution are kind of twins when you look at both what's going to go wrong and how we project this out, with the exception of manholes are going to be increasingly important to us financially. We spent a lot of time, Mark Horn, Mark Kramer, and I, trying to figure out the projections on manholes. So when we see that by 2020 we're going to be spending about $1.8 million per year on that, what we actually think is going to happen with the manholes is that we can put in a condition-based assessment that we don't have now, and we can drive those numbers in blue quite far down, and we'll start doing, and Mark, this is all the technical knowledge I can give, but we're going to start doing an epoxy coating, and we think that when we come back to update you on this next year, we think that that $1.8 million is going to get shrunk. So this is what the numbers show, but in real-world practice, we don't think that's what's going to happen. So similar to the other ones you've seen, this is, again, we're doing maintenance by age of the asset, not by the condition. We currently don't have any maintenance programs in place for manholes, lift stations, or sewer force mains. We have partial for pipelines, soft start drives, and variable frequency drives. And similar to what you saw before, is we want to update the replacement fund policy and make sure we're funding it adequately. Similar to water, we have a good balance in there now. We have been planning. But we need to make sure that we have a plan in place by 2019, assuming we implement these maintenance programs in the next fiscal year. So streets and stormwater are going to be a little bit of a break from the format as we go through this. With streets, what we found is that our current system is called check. It's not capable of modeling or forecasting, and because of that, we haven't done a full, complete visual assessment of our roads since 2010. So we know that the numbers we have, due to the age of our information and the transition to what's called PCI that will allow us to forecast, we know the numbers are going to change. We're showing right now about $1.8 million in deferred maintenance and new spending starting next year. We think that's pretty close, but we'll have a better idea as we go through and we switch to the PCI. So the findings on streets, again, they're a little bit different because Curtis has already started reacting to this. So some of the things, complete the 100% visual rating, he started on that. That's underway right now. We'll have those numbers shortly. We do want to update the replacement fund. We also want to include infrastructure in it. Currently, streets doesn't have infrastructure included in it, and we haven't transferred any funding into the streets replacement fund since 2008. And we need to have a conversation about stabilizing streets funding. We get a lot of it from HERF, and we know there's always a lot of conversations about sweeping the HERF fund. So we need to decide how we're going to move forward and fund the street programs that we need. like I said, streets has already started on the status. We're already underway, but we plan to have an immediate reaction on this. So where the other ones we're seeing 19, 20, and 21, this one we need to react pretty immediately, and we are. Stormwater is similar to streets, that we've had the responsibility for both maintenance divided up across several different departments and divisions. So we need to field verify what our actual assets are and what condition they're in. We also, we have a stormwater fund. Am I saying that right, Chris? I'm not. You can go ahead and say this. You correct me all the time. We have a stormwater cost center. I don't know why. That's the one I couldn't get right. So we have a stormwater cost center, but we haven't been, as staff, we haven't been charging it consistently or appropriately. So we're actually, through this, estimating what our total costs on stormwater are. If we create a fund and we funnel everything, all the activity we're doing through that, then we'll know for sure what we're spending. We also want to, in the coming year, complete inventory confirmation and condition of our assets. Similar to streets, we want to start on stormwater right away. We've got plans to start in fiscal year 15 through the budget process. We want to talk about creating a stormwater replacement fund. Currently, there is not one, and we'll update the numbers in fiscal year 16. So getting ready to wrap up here, our overall findings and recommendation are that the majority of the town's assets, we replace them instead of maintain them. Moving forward, that's obviously not the way we want to operate. We don't want to focus on the age anymore, but more the condition. That's the most efficient, it's the most intelligent way to do it. It's going to be our rule moving forward. We've discovered through this process we have a problem with as-builts where the information is either missing or incorrect. So we want to make sure that we're enforcing the standards with our contractors that we put in place and closing those projects out so we have them. And we also recognize that replacement funds, as a whole, we just need to relook and have that conversation of what our policy is and how we're going to fund that. And we need standardization of the stormwater system pretty immediately. So the recommendations are we would like to create replacement funds for stormwater and facilities that we don't have. We want to update the policy for wastewater, water, and streets. We want to include infrastructure and streets. We want to move to condition-based maintenance and strategically select components for early replacement or deferral. We want to start in 2015. So that's what we got. Any questions or comments, we're happy to take them. If it's technical, we'll bring people up here and mic them.
Tomorrow we're going to be talking about some policy direction that we're looking from the council. So you've heard today a lot of information. We want to make sure that we've been providing updates to the council and to the public, and that we have basically created that setting for those policy conversations tomorrow. So while you had some great detail related to the long-range infrastructure plan here just a few minutes ago, I'm going to ask you to take a step back just real quickly, more to the philosophical and the hypothetical. And we're going to go through some education related to funding of the capital improvement program. You'll see on your agenda we've got sort of a part one, part two for funding CIP. And part one this afternoon is more the education about the funding sources so that tomorrow we can start to talk about how we start integrating what you've heard from the long-range infrastructure plan. Capital budgeting is something that takes all stakeholders from across the town, not just internally, but externally. Edgar and his team lead an amazing process with our stakeholders from the development community and with people from throughout the organization so that we make sure that we are meeting all of those interests. Well, we have such a comprehensive program and we look out over an extended period of time for a number of different reasons. But when we're talking about the CIP, this is a huge component of our budget. And oftentimes it's maybe 50% even of budgets on any given year, depending upon what the particular infrastructure needs are for that year. So it's important that with stakes as high as that we have a very concerted effort towards budgeting for capital improvement. Obviously, as you've heard with the long-range infrastructure plan, infrastructure here in Arizona in particular can last 35, 40 years and more. So we want to make sure that the decisions that are being made today are the ones that we want to be happy about for years to come.
We also saw in some of the slides in the last presentation some of the balance that we try to attain when we look at our capital improvement budgeting, because in any given year, depending on what the needs are for that year, the actual spending can vary tremendously. And so when you look at the overall town budget, you might have a $400,000 budget one year and a $600,000 budget the next year based on that capital improvement program, because you might have huge spikes in spending on construction in one year, bond proceeds, those types of things. And so the capital improvement program can drive a lot of those spikes. And so we look for those opportunities to balance that over the years where it makes sense. We also acknowledge that there's times in which it actually makes sense to do all of that improvement in one single year. When we look ahead at what some of the needs are, the implementation of that or the development of that does take time. And sometimes it seems like it's a very extended period of time to see some of that come to fruition. But there's a lot that goes on. There are a lot of things that it takes behind the scenes, sometimes even to get to a project to the point of design, let alone going through that process and all the way into construction. And then finally, when we start talking about the use of debt, and that's another thing that we want to make sure that we're doing so responsibly, that we're planning ahead for that use of debt, and that we're meeting all of our financial policies and goals through the use of that debt. So historically, and you'll hear a common theme, historically, Gilbert has been a very high growth community. You saw how much development was occurring back in the 1970s compared to what we've seen over the last 10 years in particular. And the development that occurred from 2000 to 2009 and the construction of the infrastructure was very substantial in that decade. So we've really been looking at this high growth focus on expansion. And because of that, our capital improvement program has really been driven by the use of growth-related revenues. We're trying to support growth. We're trying to make sure that the right infrastructure is in place to accommodate the new residents and new businesses that are here in the community. And so as we collect those growth revenues to support that, we're able to apply that and build the infrastructure. And then when we use GO, or general obligation bonds, that has been used for some parks and some other infrastructure, but our primary emphasis for the use of bonds historically has been for building new streets. So today we are seeing continued growth. That's something that we continue to lead the valley in permit activity on the residential side. We have some tremendous commercial projects that are coming online, and we need to continue to meet the needs of growth. You'll hear tomorrow in particular, as we start talking about some project examples, you're going to hear about some additional expansion needs, those types of things that are coming up, and we need to be able to accommodate that. But we're also starting to see that infrastructure begin to age, and particularly initially with the 1970s, 1980s, we're starting to see some of that age, and we need to make sure that we're planning for that. We also need to make sure that we're putting the framework in place for that future maintenance of those facilities. And we can't use growth revenues to do so. Growth revenues are meant to pay just for the cost of the growth itself, the burden that growth is bringing to the community, and making sure that we can put the infrastructure in place to accommodate it. Once the commercial development or residential development is in place and that infrastructure begins to age, we have to look for existing revenues so that we have the benefiting parties, which are now existing in the community, are paying for that cost. One of the things we've continued to emphasize through the budget process with a zero-based budget, last year as we emphasized the 5-year plans, and moving into the next coming year, we'll continue to emphasize this. We start with defining what are our needs. We start there. We don't just finish there. And we had a great conversation, I think, a while back related to that. By defining the needs, that doesn't simply mean, well, we're going to acquire whatever revenues there are to meet those needs. It just means we start by saying, what are the needs of the community, and we prioritize those needs. Then we begin to look at the available revenue sources and balance that based on what are our available revenues and how do we prioritize the use of those revenues to meet those needs. What we don't want is to start a conversation that says, we have this much money to spend, how do we want to spend it? So we always want to start by saying, what are the needs of the community, and what are the priorities of those needs, and then start to apply those revenue sources. For the capital improvement program, we have a variety of different ways that we identify those needs. Now these are more the outcomes. This is where you'll actually see the results of that. But again, going back to the stakeholder processes, the information we get from council, conversations that we've heard from you all as well as from the community, and then the experts that are out there doing the inventory on the existing infrastructure, looking at the upcoming development and identifying those needs. Those needs are then established through our long-range infrastructure plan, through the master plans that helps us establish the standards and the goals that we're trying to achieve, and then through the capital improvement program, which also serves as the town's infrastructure improvement program for the system development fee purposes. For the capital improvement program, we have some pretty standard revenue sources. Now, they are varied in terms of their specific nature, but for growth, we've got our system development fees. And again, that can only go towards supporting the needs of the growth, and each of those fees goes towards a very specific type of infrastructure. So we have a park system development fee that only can go towards parks improvements, and only towards those parks improvements that support the needs of growth. We can apply operating funds to that, and we do, but we try and keep that in balance. We want to make sure that those operating funds are intact for operations, but sometimes major maintenance projects and smaller scale capital projects can be implemented through the use of those operating funds. And then we have bonds. We have a few different types of bonds, and we'll talk about those. But the one thing I wanted to note when we talk about the capital improvement program and funding of the capital improvement program, we're always looking at both the cost to construct or acquire that particular capital project, but also the cost to open it and maintain it and staff it, whatever the case is for that particular piece of infrastructure at the end. So funding of the capital improvement program is both the capital costs and the operating costs. But we're going to operating costs are then borne in the operating funds, become part of the operating fund 5-year and long-range plans. But we're going to focus today on the capital funding. This is the part that everybody's going to be very excited about, right? A Bonds 101. Perfect way to end the day. Where's the cheer? Where are the pom-poms? Go Bonds! Okay, so we'll go quickly because everybody is educated and up to speed on the 101s of bonds. There are a few important points that we want to make sure that we can too, and since we're all up to speed, this could be much shorter. It is important to review. This is something I think we all are aware of, but bonds are only issued for large one-time projects. And we will only issue bonds when the life of the expected life of the infrastructure is going to exceed the life of the bonds. We don't want to see a 20-year bond issue that's paying for computers that were replaced 5 years after the inception. We'll use bonds for those large projects with an expected useful life, as Gabe had said, of 35, 40 years and beyond. There are several benefits to the use of bonds. One here, and Mark had pointed out, the tax-exempt status isn't necessarily a benefit in and of itself, but it drives benefits. Because we are able to issue tax-exempt bonds, those that are trying to invest in those bonds are able to get a safe investment for their funds. They're able to save money doing it because they get a tax exemption on that, so the cost of issuing those bonds is less for those investors. And so that means in return that our taxpayers and the municipality here have a lower cost for that debt. We get lower interest rates because we're able to issue those tax-exempt bonds. Timing is really important when we look at capital projects. And again, this is where sometimes we're able to apply operating funds for those real relatively small dollar projects for the O&M side of the capital program. But sometimes when we're dealing with very large projects, large dollar amounts, and the need is either now or coming up very soon, it's not always prudent to raise those funds and save up for certain capital projects. That's always a decision. That's always something that we're trying to weigh. When does it make the most sense to save and pay as you go? When does it make more sense to go ahead and issue the debt so that you have the infrastructure when you need it? Intergenerational equity, that's a term I throw up there quite a bit. I think there's probably maybe a better term for that. But really what we're trying to say here is that when we build infrastructure, if we pay for it with cash today, it's today's ratepayers or today's taxpayers that are bearing that full burden of the cost of that infrastructure. when other people and other entities and businesses that come in over the course of the next 5, 10, 20, and 30 years are also going to benefit from that infrastructure. A really good example that I'll use a couple of times, I think, throughout because it has such a magnitude, when we start looking at building things like water treatment plants or expanding our water treatment plants, you're talking about tens of millions of dollars to construct that. If we were to look at expanding our water treatment plant to the tune of about $40 million in the next couple of years, if you were to do that with pay-as-you-go, we would have to raise the rates tremendously to raise the funds to be able to do so. And then those that came after that wouldn't necessarily be bearing the burden of that. So we want to make sure that we are able to, so that those that are benefiting from the project are also the ones that are helping to pay for it. There are obviously a lot of reasons why we would never want to issue debt. Issuing debt for operations, especially if we're talking about issuing the 20-year bonds, things like that, that's not something we're ever going to come to council and request such a thing for operating expenses. These are long-term obligations not intended for single year's worth of benefit. Earlier we mentioned the useful life. And so when we have expected useful life of a certain piece of infrastructure, we want to make sure that that is well beyond the life of the bond so that the bond has been paid off long before we're looking to replace it again. Interest rates, again, when we look at the tax-exempt status or we look at the security of the municipal bonds, it helps us to get that better interest rate, that lower interest rate, so that the cost of the project becomes less. If we're looking at higher dollar interest rates, additional costs to the town and to the taxpayer, we would look for other sources rather than issuing debt. And then this last one here, the total cost of debt begins to interfere with normal necessary operating expenses. One of the items that we've talked to council about recently related to the HERF fund recently and often, as we see those pressures on the HERF fund, the Highway User Revenue Fund, that operating fund becomes very stressed. We have a lot of calls for streets operations and maintenance. We want to make sure that we're able to meet that. So that's a fund at this point in time that if we were to increase the level of debt service, that might create some risk to the operations of the streets. So we would probably look at other funding sources for those types of projects. I'll just say briefly that when we look to issue debt, when we go out for bonds, either whether to sell them initially or if we're looking to refinance it, there are a lot of stakeholders involved. And we have a lot of experts that help us to navigate that and make sure that we're meeting all of the interests of the town and that we're doing so in not only a legal manner, but a prudent manner as well. We'll be talking with council primarily about two different types of bonds, and particularly here in Arizona, we're really going to be focusing on these two areas. For general obligation debt, it's the full faith and credit of the town. This is the town's pledge that we will pay these bonds no matter what. And in so doing, we get the lowest possible interest rate and typically the highest credit rating that we would get for those types of bonds. For here in Arizona, we typically use our secondary property tax. It's not general obligation bonds can be paid through other revenue sources. Secondary property tax, however, can only be used to retire debt. So when we look for the GO bonds, we're usually looking at the pledge of the secondary property tax. With the revenue bonds, we can allocate a specific revenue source, and we have a few of those. As I mentioned, we do have street and highway user revenue bonds, and again, we would be looking at maintaining that debt service right now rather than increasing it because of the nature of that fund. But that's a revenue source that's pledged to those bonds. We have water and wastewater revenue bonds, and again, for those specific benefits for that type of infrastructure, the ratepayers then can pay for the benefit of that specific infrastructure. What you'll see there, though, the two municipal property corporations, or MPCs as we call them, those allow us to use some other revenue sources that otherwise might be a little more difficult. So for example, as we had that high growth coming into Gilbert, it was above and beyond what you were seeing in other communities, and we wanted to make sure that the growth was able to pay for itself. So we used the municipal property corporations to be able to leverage those system development fees and be able to issue debt based on the system development fees, and then that allows for the growth to pay for itself. And it also makes sure that we can get the infrastructure in place before the growth actually comes in. And the last one that you'll see there are improvement district bonds. And we have very few improvement districts here in the town of Gilbert. I think we have 11, 19, and 20 and 11 is done. So we have 19 improvement districts, 19 and 20. What those are when you have a specific benefiting area and there is infrastructure that is needed by a very specific group, typically of citizens, but it could be for commercial areas as well. And this allows for that infrastructure to be put in place for those beneficiaries that all sign an agreement and the bonds issued, and the cost of the debt service then is borne on their property tax bill each year. Basic requirements for issuing debt, and this is specifically to general obligation debt. I liken these two here are really our capacity locally to be able to afford the debt. So this is our financial capacity, and these two, from left to right, are our legal capacity. So if you look at the legal capacity, it's comprised of the voter authorization, meaning that the voters have agreed that they'd like for us to issue the debt to build these specific types of projects, and our constitutional capacity, which is based on a percentage of the total assessed value of the town. For voter authorization, actually, for the constitutional capacity, excuse me, some time ago in 2004, there was an additional exemption that was added to allow streets and public safety to be included in the category of 20%. The Constitution actually reads that cities and towns may issue debt up to 6% of their total value, except for the following items. Well, those items now include all of our streets and transportation, parks, recreation, artificial lighting, drainage, public safety. So really all of the capital projects for which we've issued general obligation debt fall into the 20%. So you can see we have no 6% debt outstanding. We have $149.7 million of the 20% debt outstanding, but out of our total constitutional capacity of almost $319 million. Basically, what I'd like council to see here is that the constitutional capacity is really not going to be the limiting factor when we look at our ability to issue bonds. This is something where we don't come upon that threshold. It's really being driven by our financial capacity to make sure we are able to make those debt service payments. Voter authorization, again, the other component of the legal side. These are the last elections we've had. We had, in 2001, we had an election which we have nearly $12 million of remaining voter authorization. I wanted to indicate this to council. I wouldn't recommend that we try and apply that. That's so much time has passed. It wouldn't be responsible or prudent necessarily. Those expectations might come as a surprise. We have more recent authorization in 2007 of the $71 million, and this is for streets. So we have the ability to issue bonds for streets right now up to $71 million based on that voter authorization. When it comes to our ability to pay the debt service, it's generated by our property values and our property tax rate. In 2002, the town went down to a rate of $1.20 per $100 of assessed value, followed by another drop to $1.15 per $100 of assessed value in 2003. And we've maintained that rate of $1.15 ever since 2003. You can see the spike in property values here, and while that might look a little odd if you look at the years down here, keep in mind that assessed value from the assessor's office has about a 2-year lag from actual market price. So the number you see here in 2009 actually reflects sales from 2007. So we have a spike in values there and then subsequent drop coming down. We anticipate to see that level off and begin to increase now because of that 2-year lag. We'll start to see that reflect the market from 2 years ago beginning to reflect in our property values. Here's our existing debt right now and the principal that's outstanding for each of these types of bonds. If you recall from Gabe's presentation a few minutes ago where you saw that infrastructure that was built between 2000 and 2009, you'll see that really corresponds with some of the increases you see in the debt that was issued in those years. And then you'll see as we haven't issued debt since then, so we've continued to see, as we've paid down that principal, we see the bond principal outstanding decline. Absolutely. jazz hands. Yeah. Yes. Not today, but we will. But before we get there, just because we're going to drag this on, but it is important to go through the bond ratings themselves because this is an important component of making sure that we get the lowest possible interest rate, that we are considered a low risk to investors, and because the council does get involved in helping us at times to present the town and how well we're doing to our investors. Bond ratings are very much like credit ratings for individuals. It really reflects your level of risk. So if I'm looking to issue you a credit card or a mortgage, and I'm as a bank, I want to know what the risk is that you might default on that. We have credit ratings for municipalities that are much the same way. So when you look at the three main companies that we work with for our bond ratings are Moody's, S&P, and Fitch, and they have similar but slightly different ways that they do the ratings. Moody's, you'll see with the lowercase, the AA here with the lowercase a. Moody's tends to put either a 1 or a 2 or a 3 after that, depending on which is almost a plus, an even, and a minus, if you will, whereas S&P and Fitch will actually use that plus and minus. So a AA1 for Moody's would be the equivalent of a AA plus for S&P. And a AA3, so a AA2 is basically a AA. No, actually it's the other way. So a AA2 would be the equivalent of a AA for S&P or Fitch. A AA3 would be the equivalent of a AA minus for S&P and Fitch. So you want that AA1 on the Moody's side to get you that, yeah. Premier. Yes, exactly. Absolutely. We are getting, with that AA1.
Just one of the things I want to say that in my history in working with the rating agencies, and this is a generalization, but going from a 1, 2, or a 3 is the easy part. Going from the AA to the AAA is so we're on this is a hard jump for us to get into the AAA category. It's easier to go from a AA2 to a AA1 than it is to go to a AAA. Is that kind of?
We can do hard things. We're climbing Mount Everest.
Yes,
29,029 feet.
And we're sharp.
Really sharp.
Now this is as of September 30th of 2011, but it does just give you a sense of the differences between the various bond ratings and why it's so important that we continue to maintain our very high credit rating and look to continue to improve upon it. It makes a difference in the cost for issuing that debt. So some of the things seem pretty obvious, I think, when it comes to driving those ratings. And obviously, they want to look at your financial history, that you have a demonstrated ability to pay, that you do pay your bills on time, just as you would with your credit report. So they look at the credit history. They also look at whether or not you have financial policies in place and how well you adhere to that. And that's one thing that, as we've worked with the rating agencies, they have time and time again over the last couple of years commended the town for its adherence to its financial policies. I think during the recession we saw more downgrades than any other time. We continue to see more downgrades than upgrades in credit ratings. And so the rating agencies have made a point of commending Gilbert for adhering to financial policies even when times were tough during the recession, that we continue to make those hard decisions. And so congratulations to the council for making those hard decisions. It's been recognized. Fund balance, as you saw from yesterday's presentation on our dashboard on some of the metrics, we're looking to these types of drivers here, especially where we have the medians that we can compare. And we want to make sure that we're measuring those specific areas and things that we can affect here as a town, measuring that to the medians of the other towns and cities that have that AAA rating. We're able to do that through the medians reports that are published by the rating agencies. Fund balance, reliable revenue streams. We do hear one piece of feedback that we get from the rating agencies is that Arizona as a whole is considered somewhat risky. So we're highly dependent on sales tax, which is considered a volatile source. We've been able to continue to work with the rating agencies, show how we use the peaks of our sales tax towards one-time items, not ongoing, and show how the responsible financial management allows us to mitigate some of that volatility in that revenue source. Debt coverage is another thing. They look at different types of calculations for debt coverage, but really want to make sure that, that whatever your debt service payment is, you have more than enough revenue coming in to offset that. For something like our general obligation bonds, we're using our secondary property tax. Legally, we need to collect really just as much as we need to be able to make that debt service payment. And that's okay for that revenue source because it isn't applied towards anything but that debt service. So they understand that. When we look at things like using operating funds, they'll give us a factor that they want to see in it to ensure that the coverage that we have is above and beyond what we need to be able to maintain our operations as well as make those debt service payments. So this was something, especially when I first got into the field, I was a little surprised at how much the community impacted our credit ratings. And the rating agencies really look at what are the demographics of the community. What types of things do you have going on? Do you have blue chip companies? Do you have a resort population? What's the median household income? What's the level of education in your community? So they're very, very interested in these kinds of things above and beyond just the financial management within the town itself. And that's something that Dan and Scott and the rest of the economic development team has really been instrumental in helping us as we work with the rating agencies to show them what a tremendous community we have here. They have loved some of the stories we've had to tell in terms of the awards. They like the fact that we're bicycle friendly. They like the fact that we have world-renowned dog park, and those kinds of things really play into developing our ratings. So that's one thing that makes the ratings calls actually a lot of fun. It gives us a chance to really showcase the town and the great things that are going on. I will not read these. But what I did want to indicate is that there are a lot of things that we need to keep an eye on, and this is just some of them. As we look to maintain our very high credit ratings, but continue to improve upon them. These are some of those driving factors and things that we want to make sure that are being addressed here at the town. This we wanted to bring up because we've had some questions about refunding as well as refinancing. Refinancing, obviously, we do when we're looking for a lower interest rate for the bonds. But refunding or defeasing, that's really when we pay them off early. And so, and many times, I should say many times, we always look for those opportunities to be able to pay our bonds off early. But that's not always something that we can do or not always something that we should do. So when we look at those opportunities, we want to make sure that we're getting at least a minimum amount of savings and that or perhaps we're looking to restructure the debt so that we have certain types of payments in certain times a year. So we're looking at what is the benefit that we're looking to achieve for the town and making sure that when we do any type of a transaction like this, that the town's really seeing that kind of a benefit. Market conditions, with some of the turmoil that we saw over the last couple of years, particularly with the country of Greece, at one point in time we were able to refinance some of our bonds, and because of an action that was taken just the day before, we were able to save about $1.4 million, I think it was, Cindy, with that refinance of the HERF bonds. And then down here we're looking at arbitrage, cost to refinance, those types of things. So where we want to look at refinancing, there are costs associated with that. We want to make sure that the net benefit is still there for the town. So one of the things that we have to keep in mind in terms of some of the conversations we have had, we do have fund balance in place. Sometimes we're able to apply that fund balance and actually draw down on the debt, have less outstanding debt, and when we can do that, that's a very good thing. Sometimes, though, we're not able to do that. With our bonds, each of our bonds actually has what you could call a prepayment penalty, if you will. Because when we issue the bonds, they're basically issued as a series of promissory notes. And so each promissory note is a promise to pay in a particular year for that investor, and they've structured their portfolio accordingly. So they're counting on basically that revenue stream over that period of time. So if we have a bond that's not callable until 2017, but we wanted to call it in now, we'd basically have to place it into escrow, continue to pay the interest that we would owe them over that period of time. So we always want to weigh both the costs and the benefits of refinancing or refunding our bonds. We made that through pretty quickly.
The first part of our high-performing government, translated into high-performing council, is a sneak preview of the presentation next Thursday at the League. It is titled, Building and Maintaining Effective Mayor, Council, and Manager Relationships. And the overview is to talk about the responsibilities of the three teams that I just mentioned, sub-teams, and starting with 2009, a worthy goal that the council set, and then what I have discovered from my viewpoint, the success. Council manager form of government, this is where I'll just go through this quickly, but we'll see how awake everyone is. First city to successfully adopt this form. This is without Snicker bars, but anybody can raise their hand. Helga? What year? 1913. What % of cities use this form of government? 48.6. In Arizona, how many of the 91 cities and towns use this council manager form of government? 87. 87. 87, thank you. 87. And the 4 that don't? Phoenix does. In fact, Jen, the next one, largest city in the United States to use council is Phoenix. So Mammoth, Tombstone, Winkleman, and Fredonia. Council manager responsibilities. So if we were to, if we were to have some dialogue and talk about whether it's the textbook answer to this, but a couple of comments. I'll start over here. What does a council do in this council manager form of government? What would be some descriptions? Set policy. That's true. Set policy. Oversee budget. General oversight. And so a textbook answer might be making policy, passing ordinances, voting appropriations, and supervision of administration, which is translated into, exactly. How about, and we understand, the team of 7, that yes, the focus goes to the manager, and yet this is the team. And he's successful with the team, but specifically to the manager, the definition would be everything else. Make it okay. I better move on quickly. So implementing is the word that is used, policy, and leading and managing day-to-day operations, including budget preparation. So with that, we have key relationships. And it does say manager, but I include the whole team. And when we talk about those key 3 sets of relationships, well, let me give some first-hand examples of my experience here in Gilbert. So we are trying to have strong relationships. That's the goal. And interesting, Jen, not to get into a lot of detail, but June, our first year, 2009, we went to training, and that's where I realized not all councils and managers and mayors get along. And it's been a great blessing here in Gilbert. This strong relationships translates into high-performing team, which specifically high-performing council. And in 2009, that's what we said we wanted, and so we went about with an exercise, our first retreat together in 2009, after we did the very quick, low-cost actually no tax dollars involved in that behavioral study style test. We went throughout the entire room and did a quick analysis as to our styles. And what came out of that is that we're different. And we had 4 major classifications. Some of you might remember we had some drivers and some analytical styles and some amiable and some expressives. And we talked a little bit about those styles and what it meant. And then we got into this discussion of a high-performing team. And we spent probably 10, 15 minutes in getting thoughts and ideas of a high-performing team, and then we gave some examples of teams. If you were to give an example of some high-performing teams that we could relate to, whether it's sports, music, business, any examples that come to mind quickly? Giant, I still can't quite hear. Any other, I can't quite hear what they're saying. 80. And that was the team that came up, the 1980 U.S. Hockey Olympic team. This would be our F-16 Air Force fighter pilots. The Boston Philharmonic. This is a new one that wasn't discussed, but Navy SEALs. Microsoft in 1978. So where is Bill Gates? Right there. And then Mark Allen, who's the other key person. And then, of course, the 2012 San Francisco Giants. In the 2009 discussion, we used a book that after talking about high-performing teams, and there's all sorts of books. This just happened to be one where they did studies, went out to businesses, and had a long list of what individuals said caused them to be a high-performing team. And then they brought it all together, and in their research, they came up with a list of 6. So these were the 6 items that we talked about in 2009 from the research would make a high-performing team. And so we took another few minutes and translated that into a discussion about, as an example, how do we become a high-performing team? That was the high-performing council team at the time. And Julie and others were helping us facilitate, and this is what we came up with. I'm sure we could have reworded it, but that was our list. We went about it, and this is where we had to use some caution. We couldn't always be talking about it, but we went about, and the approach we took was to grade ourselves at the end of every quarter for the next 2 years. We missed a couple of quarters, and one of the struggles we had is after we grade ourselves, we didn't have a lot of dialogue to talk about, well, what it meant and what we could do to improve, but we still had a tool that we looked at that would say, we're grading ourselves high here, low here, and it moved a little bit, especially depending on what had just happened. In some cases, maybe the trust wasn't as high as it had been the quarter before or the respect, but it was still a tool that was helping us think again of what we needed to do to be a high-performing council. One of the things that I saw and learned is that the 7 of us, we still had our individual initiatives and goals and desired outcomes that we wanted. And sometimes that comes from emphasis on a campaign or just seeing things that we were seeing that we wanted to implement. And back to, let me just go even back to this one, complementary skills. We did recognize it was okay that we weren't all alike and we didn't have the exact same things we wanted to do. And that was a benefit to a high-performing council. But this could be a little bit of a struggle, and it is, I think, in all councils, when you have different things and you're not quite all in agreement. And what I learned was, coming back to this list, that the first year or 2 in the mayor assignment, we were really lacking in a couple of areas on this list. And it was right there. And so the historic review, the assessment, I would say, and some of you are involved in this. I mean, Jared, you're on the Citizens Budget Committee, and I think Victor, you had a lot of involvement in that too. And 2009, all 91 cities in Arizona, and Gilbert was right in the midst of this too, it was survival mode. And Gilbert had the $14.7 million budget deficit that we were trying to say, what is the best way to keep our services going, low impact, and survive? And this team, thank you again for your efforts. We made it. we had a Mount Everest that year to climb. We made it, and it wasn't easy, and that was a challenge. One of the things that happened the next year, and this is where Colin was involved in his first retreat, and Mark had a lot to do with this too, and the team. It had been a number of years, and especially when you looked at the population growth of Gilbert from 2000 to 2010, I mean, it was one of those very steep curves, and for that time period, we had been so focused on the growth that it was challenging really to have time to do a lot of planning. And so there was discussion, well, when was the last time we did a strategic plan? And it had been over 10 years. I'm not even sure if we knew what year it was. And so it was time to do another strategic plan. Now this first year, and this is where Kurt, that slide that Mark has with all those airplanes, maybe we can insert it because that's exactly the feeling that I had at the end of this exercise. We did a strategic plan. And we had 5,376 goals. And then we talked about how do we measure that, and then part of the struggles that were occurring was we could be spending more time on trying to measure and see how we're doing than really getting things done. The next year, and this is where something very helpful happened from my viewpoint, the 5 initiatives. And it wasn't all the same team of 7, but the team that was involved was the council, it was input from town leadership, and the 5 initiatives all of a sudden were translated into our thought process of town agenda items, of when we were making decisions. Very helpful. And then Julie and others in the leadership of the WIGs, it became, instead of the 5,736 goals, it became a smaller number, manageable, and really the most important to make the greatest impact. Under Patrick's leadership, we added an initiative. Julie and team again helped refine the WIGs. And then the mission, vision, and values, which we had, but again, it had been a long enough time period, new players, that there were some things on walls that we could see, but all of a sudden it needed to get that rejuvenation, and it happened under Patrick's leadership. And it happened with involvement of a large group of people. And it became very helpful then for the council to use that as a foundation. And I would encourage us, and Patrick and I have talked about this in the next 12 months internally, we do want to pull out some Snicker bars and be in department meetings. And I think for the 7 of us, not that it has to be add stress and everything we're trying to do, but it would be important for us to, someone said, what's the mission? We'd know it. And the vision and the values. So that's, I'll point a finger right here, and I'll take the bowling ball and go, focus, and start right here. But that would be important for us too, because this is our foundation, and really the message that I would present next week is that as a council, as a manager, there are initiatives and goals and desired outcomes that we will have, that we'll spearhead, that we will cheerlead, and it will be important for us as a high-performing council to do that. Because that's one of the great advantages of a high-performing team, is to have complementary skills, different thoughts, different ideas. We bring them together, and what makes sense, we move forward. But the big picture that had the greatest impact on me is the alignment that came through the 6 initiatives and the WIGs and that foundation of our mission, vision, values, because that, in a leadership role, made all the difference. Because then I could see what was the Mount Everest that we were trying to climb. And just like we talked about yesterday, that it was very clear. And as we did the assessment, and I think on almost every team, there was that response that there was a common goal. There was a common purpose, a common set of specific performance goals that really helped that team that we watched yesterday. And a high-performing council team here in Gilbert is really helping us now too. So with the foundation in place, those relationships have a higher probability of being strong because we are united together with that common goal, that common purpose. still able to have our own initiatives. And will there be some struggles along the way? Yes. And this isn't so much an issue in Gilbert, but in talking with some of the other cities, sometimes this is an issue. And of course, in Gilbert, the CEO on paper is the mayor. And that's why I get to sign documents. But in reality, in this policy-making team that functions very much as a board, this is our CEO. To implement what we want. Yes, to make his life miserable. No, to work as a high-performing team. And will there be struggles along the way? There will be some conflicts. And I think for this high-performing relationship, you know, we've learned how to get by that. We just, when we need to, we make a bet. And the results, of course, of last year's World Series will last all the way through October, when the Giants won't be in the World Series this year, but I'm taking as far as I can go until they're not in there. And so yes, we do let the manager with display integrity to fulfill his bet and sing a song. And then, of course, for the manager with that strong relationship, could find a way to show lack of integrity and trick the mayor, which I wasn't sure why everybody was cheering me on and laughing every time I turned around. On the script it said, turn around when you sing. And so, yes, of course, then I learned later when a picture was shown to me that I did have the St. Louis Cardinal logo on the back of the jacket. So I understand. So with a 2013, and Jared, yes, we do have scheduled. We haven't taken time like we did in 2009 to come up with our list, but I think in so many ways it's implied, and the teamwork is there, some of the same things that we strive for, but what we do have that has been so helpful, and it's the message that I would give at the league conference, is that as a team, make sure you have your alignment. They will not have seen the video of climbing Mount Everest, but for us, having seen that yesterday, know what you're trying to accomplish, know what mountain you're trying to get to at that strategic level. And then those relationships will be strong because you'll be doing it together with a common purpose, with a common set of performance goals, with this as the foundation. So to the town leadership representing the town council, we thank you for that leadership because that's put us in a very strong position of being able to accomplish great things. With the ability, with all of our individual thoughts and ideas and desires to still have it there, but to still have at a high level what we're trying to accomplish. And that's the message I'll be giving to the league. And so if you want to make any changes, suggestions, I'll take it, but for right now to stay on schedule, it'll have to be after this. We are going to shift to, we have boards and commissions, and we are liaisons. And for the next 12 months, there was a thought of, do we have some of those boards and commissions come and do presentations to the council? Do we have joint meetings? And the answer is all of that is a possibility, but we wanted to take one important step, and that is to go back to something that was, Jen, was even last year's retreat, or was it just somewhere in the year? But there was a discussion about making sure, related to roles and responsibilities, related to kind of the key information that the boards and commissions were looking from the council, how we would help translate that. And so Jen will give us a thought and her ideas of how to do that with one of the commissions. And then we'll talk a little bit about a schedule we could propose to go forward. And so at this point, I pass the baton.
Thanks, Mayor. Without your leadership and your ability to connect with our town manager and your ability to bring all of us together when it's needed, it wouldn't function at all. And we've seen that happen in other communities, and we're glad that you're our mayor. So put that in there. Okay, so do we have a slide? Oh, I can be the boss of that. Okay, council liaison. So we've talked a lot about the alignment. Are we in alignment as a council? Are we in alignment with our executive team? But do our boards and commissions really understand our mission, vision, and values? Are they on board with our strategic initiatives? Do they understand the role that they play in helping us carry forward that vision? And I don't know that they do. I don't know that we've provided enough, training or education about what we're trying to do at the council level. And we might expect them to be plugged into that, but we can't assume that. And so we have a job to do, I think, as board and commission liaisons to let them know where we are as an organization and how they can help us get to the next step. So what do boards and commissions do? The number one thing is they act on decisions that are within their jurisdiction. So whether it be Parks and Rec or Arts and Culture or Planning Commission. And then the other thing is they provide recommendations to us as a council. They're an advisory board, if you will. Yeah, that's actually the next one. Thank you. So where do they get their power to act and to provide those recommendations to council? Through Arizona revised statutes. In some cases, not all of our boards and commissions are referenced in the ARS, but either in our Muni Code or the Land Development Code or through the bylaws that have been produced. So you guys are all going to need to reach into those different documents with your staff liaison, and we'll get to what you guys are supposed to be doing in a second. So Planning Commission, I gave you guys a handout. I think, Patrick, I only gave it to you. I figured you guys didn't really care that much yet. So through that handout, you can see that we've laid out how they get their powers. ARS, I just wanted to show you an example of what that might look like. In the Muni Code, what it looks like, and then also through the Land Development Code. So this is Planning Commission specifically. But I want you guys to focus on the second part of the page, the last two boxes, special projects and duties currently, and then also special projects and duties completed. And I think this is where we need to help our boards and commissions. So you'll see for Planning Commission, right now, we've given them the task in our last joint meeting with Planning Commission to do an analysis and amendment of the general plan chapter 10 character areas. We tasked them with that, and so now that's going to be one of their special projects, if you will. They also have a representative assigned to the Parks Master Plan, Transportation Master Plan, Congress and Neighborhoods, and also they participate in the new resident social. And they also work on individual text amendments. A lot of times those are initiated by staff. But we need to know and understand on these special projects, what strategic initiative does it relate to as far as our overall arching plan? I would say that for Planning Commission, these all function somewhat under community livability. DRB might have an economic development piece to it. Same with Redevelopment Commission and others. And also, you can see next some of the other special projects and duties. You don't have to do that part of it, but just recognize that those are some examples of different things that they've done. Okay, so your assignment. If I get to give assignments. Can I give assignments, Council? Okay, great. Other examples, though, Redevelopment Commission. They did Heritage District Design Guidelines, right? They participate in Morning with Merchants, neighborhood meetings that have to do with sidewalk installation or even irrigation changes. That's all things that the Redevelopment Commission participates in. Does that then translate back to our strategic initiatives? Is the time and energy being spent by our board and commission members actually helping us as a team accomplish our goals? Design Review Board, create, review, and update design guidelines. They've done a review and recommendation of building codes, and they've reviewed land development codes that may affect design. So again, find out what strategic initiatives. So here we go. Work with your staff liaison. If you haven't read your Board or Commission's bylaws, which probably isn't that uncommon, because I hadn't on Planning Commission, read those. Find out what the roles and responsibilities are for your particular board and commission. Compile those in a format that would be helpful for us to all understand. If you want to use the same format, great, just for consistency, that'd be helpful. Identify their current tasks or assignments. What do they do? What are they supposed to be doing? Is their time being spent accomplishing those things? Bring those back to the council for input and then report back to the board or commission. I think there really does need to be a little bit more training involved when we bring a board or commission member. I know that oftentimes they work with staff, and staff has an opportunity to discuss with them, some of the things that are going on. But do we meet with those individual board and commission members? Do we help them understand mission, vision, and values? Is there something that we can do to help them get aligned with the rest of the town? So with that, subject to tweaking and changing and improving, I did have a thought that perhaps you reach out to the board or commission prior to coming to and bringing your recommendations back to the council. But I do think we all need to know what each individual board and commission is doing and working on, and how that relates to our goals in a comprehensive view. So. Thoughts?
Last year, we had a quarterly study session that was in different parts of the town, and a lot of good came from that, and a lot of positive things. And the thought was we might do that again, and next year's retreat, we'll bring that up, and if we want to schedule it again and do the 4 parts of the community. But the thought was in the next 12 months that we might have the focus on going out to some of the neighborhood HOA board meetings, some of their events, and possibly have a short presentation, which could be, depending on the situation of where we're going, a handout as to some things that are happening in the town that Gilbert Digital would probably take a lead on. It could be a PowerPoint if they're in a setting where that would make sense and it's conducive, and they want to give us maybe 5 minutes to be more formal. And then it would be to listen. And so for I'll use an HOA board meeting as an example, that town update, we want to make sure they understand what's going on, and then listen to some of their concerns. Not lengthy again, whatever time they would like to allocate, 5-10 minutes, and then to just be there to get a sense of what they're doing. But the time commitment that the two of us have talked about is maybe 30 minutes. So if they have a board meeting that's 2 hours long, it's not that we're planning to stay for the whole 2 hours. We could, but to set an expectation, Helga would be saying that a council member wanted to come. And I think one other quick piece of feedback I'll give, Helga's been so good about this, is saying the mayor wants to know, but why don't you insert the council? And part of that is I want to make sure this team is representing that. And then I know there would be an expectation, we've got 300 to 400 neighborhoods that we're talking about, that if I don't get to all 300 or 400, we'll use the council. So what we have talked about, and this is high level, we'll use an example, see how you feel about it, and this may take some refinement to see how it goes for a few months, is giving each of us an assignment monthly. And that in that given month, that would mean we try and get to 7 different neighborhoods. There could be some month that Helga would just say we need to go to 8 or 9. Or maybe one month we only need to go to 5, but that would be the goal, is to try and get about each of us 1 a month, and that Helga and Kurt would be instrumental in working with Vicki so that the team of 3 are very involved in this, and Leah, you would be giving oversight too, but I think those 3 would be the 3 key that would be working with council, and we'd try that for a year. Now what Helga has, and this document you've updated with November, I took Helga's version 1 that I received from her a couple of days ago, and it has a couple of opportunities even by the end of this month, and then September, and then October. And then you've given us a document which has even till November. Till February, okay. And a thought, and then it happened last night, is Helga would give us access to the neighborhood calendar so that we could go out and see what is scheduled, what's available. And Kurt and Vicki, of course, would be very involved in that too, that an updated list would come near the middle of, and I'll use October as an example, for October by mid-September, although we already have it. So there's no reason why we couldn't start this process already and schedule ahead.
Say it's not updated anymore. This morning when I looked at my emails, there were several requests. The neighborhoods are all ready to meet with.
And some of the planning that we'll need to be careful with is that not to try and do 50 neighborhoods in the month of September, because many meet quarterly, some even meet monthly, and then some don't meet at all. And then when we get that notice, say, could the council member come on this night, and they only meet once a year, that's when you'll want to step in and say, this is when we really want to get to for this opportunity. But I think the thought would be, we'd have a schedule like this, you'd give us some help in knowing this would be an important one to attend, and there may be 15 possibilities, and then just a little direction on which ones you would see as priorities, and then when we'd go forward.
It doesn't show on this paper copy, but on the Outlook calendar, you can tell what a second priority is going to be by looking on the right-hand side. You probably know this. When you have a reoccurring appointment, there's a little symbol of 2 arrows going around in circles. Well, that tells you that they can be put off. The ones that don't have that, it's only like a one-time thing, or they prefer you to come to that particular meeting.
We have an opportunity that came up that Jen next Monday. And I think, Rod, you are joining Jen. Is there anyone else? Is Melanie or anyone else going with? Is it just the two of you? And this will be the first one with this new approach. And so I don't know if you have anything to take. I don't know if they have an expectation that Jen's there for the full 2 hours. And so you'll be the pilot project to see how this goes. But Power Ranch, is that where it is? And so we'll do this next Monday. There are a couple of opportunities, and I think most of us will be at the League. And so we may not be able to help on those, but for September, and we won't take much time on it right now, but if you saw on September 1 already that you'd say, I'd really like to be there, and talking with Helga, the Greenfield Acres is one that we thought would be helpful to have someone at the council. I think the other one, was it the September? Well, there was a second one we briefly talked about, but there are several, there turned out to be 11 opportunities. And maybe I'll just leave it this way, that we're about to take a break. And so if you see one of those 11 opportunities already that you say in September, I'm available, if you happen to know your schedule, and it's either a neighborhood by you or a neighborhood that you've wanted to get to, it would be what I would call a first come, first served basis to Helga. And it would be a desire that each of us do at least one a month. And that Helga will help manage, and if we have more than 7 in a month that we need to get to, we'll see if we can make that happen. And so I'm going to just pause for a minute, see if there's any questions, anything else you want to add, Helga?
Yes, I want to make sure that everybody knows that in January, the Park Improvement District neighborhoods, there's 11 of them. They have their annual meetings during that time, and unless there's a very special event the rest of the time, it would be good if somebody from council goes to one of their meetings for each of the neighborhoods.
Thank you. And as we become accustomed to the calendar, I guess I would go to January, and whatever symbol you said you described, that would trigger us to say, we need to try and get there.
Now, the dates for the PKID's meetings have not been established yet, but they will begin, and most of them will be in January.
Thank you. And that's a reminder to us that for January, we probably would not then schedule to go to other HOA board meetings that are meeting quarterly or monthly. We'd focus on the improvement districts and the chance to be in those facilities and those neighborhoods that month.
And Patrick's going to like this one. There is one that, there is actually one that does a virtual meeting online. They do that. It's somewhere, find it in there.
Who knows, maybe the town manager would join that one too. He'd love it, wouldn't he? Virtually.
You only have to look nice from the waist up, and you can wear your shorts.
And Jennifer, I did talk to Dana about this, and because Jen and Rod are going on Monday, if there is something that you thought would be a helpful tool to hand out, we can have some
I
dialogue.
guess that's my question. Some neighborhoods are actually going to expect us to present something, maybe some update from the town, or can we have like a canned, not necessarily canned, we can tailor it to the individual community, but can we have something prepared to present if the opportunity is needed?
The answer is yes, and that's the plan. And back to Jennifer, as things change throughout the year, she'll modify and tweak it. And let's say for Monday we didn't have anything, maybe you could be talking about the retreat.
Good morning again. We had an opportunity yesterday to go through a very exciting 101 on bonds and a review of some of the funding sources for the CIP. We wanted to take some time this morning, though, to talk about how that rolls out as we move forward. We've got a lot of moving pieces. We have a few slides we'd like to go through real quickly just to kind of give a sense of that. But we want to talk about how we begin now rolling in the long-range infrastructure plan and the results that you'll start seeing from the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, the intersection circulation master plan, those types of plans that are underway that are generating and making staff aware of some of the needs in the town. And in many cases, these are things that are not yet in the CIP. So we need to start gearing ourselves up for looking at the funding opportunities for those and how we're going to proceed with those needs. So for today, we wanted to try and get through a few of the questions. Jen, you had asked yesterday about that baseline. What does it look like? So we've got a great chart for the general obligation bonds and what that funding source looks like. As you've heard over the last couple of days, we're continuing to look at our repair and replacement funds, determine what they should look like, and compare that to what they look like today, and start exploring other funding sources as well. Again, as we talked about yesterday, we're looking to transition over from a very growth-focused capital improvement program and therefore growth revenues to one that can support maintenance and operations as well. And because I'm starting to lose my voice, pardon me while I grab some. So to start with, backing up to our debt analysis, looking at where we're at today, our existing debt, those funding sources, and then how we begin meeting the needs of the long-range infrastructure plan, but also, again, those master plans that we're continuing to look at. So our last bond issue was in 2008 for our general obligation bonds. And we have a series of projects that were accomplished through that. When we start talking about the long-range infrastructure plan and some of the needs of our aging infrastructure, you saw that we looked at infrastructure from the 1970s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. All of those originated as a capital project in itself. So some of the projects that are underway right now from that last bond issue, we've got, for example, Higley Road. I don't know, what are some of the other?
We got Higley Women's Road under construction. We just finished up Riggs Road earlier this year, and Chandler Heights was completed earlier this year. And apologize for that. Higley and Baseline was partly funded by some of those bonds, primarily more savings from the other projects. But we have future projects that are moving forward. The Germain Road that have bonds off that 2008 sale.
So once those projects are completed, that will have exhausted our existing proceeds right now. That's on the general obligation side. Within our public facilities, municipal property corporations, we have some remaining bonds there as well, bond proceeds. And those were sold for the purpose of constructing the parking garage, which, again, once that is completed, will exhaust that series of proceeds. Yesterday, we looked at the different types of authorization or the different types of capacity we needed to be able to sell bonds. And one of those was the voter authorization. And as we looked at yesterday, we have some remaining voter authorization, about $71 million for streets projects. We have some upcoming needs for parks, for maybe some public facility needs that we'll see coming out of these master plans. And we don't have existing voter authorization for that. So that's something that we'll want to keep in mind as we start talking about funding those upcoming needs. To do so, obviously that requires an election. And we have our general elections in the fall of even years. So we would be looking, if council wanted to take more quick action towards implementation of some of those projects, we'd be looking at a 2014 election. Particularly when we look at streets, we don't see a need for the election until probably 2016, but that would just be guidance from staff, and that again depends on whether or not council would want to begin proceeding with some of those parks and recreation projects or any general government projects more quickly. One thing to keep in mind, if for whatever reason we bypass the 2014 and council wanted to look at a 2015 election, because it's not on a general election, the cost would be substantially more. So we'd be looking, I think when we talked with the clerk, we would be looking at a total cost of around $400,000 to have a special election, which is why we're really trying to time this to coincide with the general election. So what you see here is our existing debt service for our general obligation bonds. And those are the scheduled debt service payments to pay off those bonds or the individual promissory notes year by year. You see we have a couple of spikes where we have higher debt service payments, just the way the debt was structured in those years. And we're able to do that because we can keep those debts or the secondary property tax for up to 13 months and accumulate that. That allows us to use that fund balance to pay the debt service in those 2 years in particular. So we're not concerned about those spikes. But you can see that doesn't leave us for any additional capacity right now as you compare it to that blue line there. So the blue line is the tax levy that we bring in based on our $1.15 that we have for our property tax rate. But beginning then over the next few years, yes.
So what's the measurement on the left again, on the previous slide? Is that millions of dollars or?
Yes, I'm sorry, those are millions of dollars.
Okay.
Thank you. And there was actually a millions on the side at one point in time. I didn't realize it had fallen off. Thank you. So what we're looking at is some existing capacity then that we'll have over the next few years. And we're working with our bond advisors, our financial advisors, with our finance department to determine ways in which we could structure debt service to meet some of the upcoming project needs. So what we're looking at there actually corresponds very closely with the available debt service or available voter authorization that we have for streets projects right now. Depending on how we structure this, we could, I believe we could issue up to about $80 million worth of debt, depending on how we structure those payments, to take us through 2023. Thank you. The assumption on the blue line would be steady growth. While we know that we do anticipate property values to jump up a little more quickly based on what we had seen with the decline in property values, state law now limits that increase to 5% each year, and so that allows for just that gradual increase over time.
Just to be clear, if I look at your first column, the 2013, 2014, we have no capacity. Is that my interpretation?
If you look at 2013, 2014, our debt service payment exceeds what we anticipate to get in revenues, but we have fund balance to make up that difference.
I understand that.
So capacity, if we were to sell in 13, 14, the next payment wouldn't be due until the following fiscal year. But we have in 15, 16, we have that other spike we need to be able to proceed with. So we're really not looking at having capacity for additional debt service payments until 16, 17.
Okay. It's a very helpful slide, by the way. Thank you.
So these are some examples, and Edgar's here to answer any questions that you might have about the CIP specifically, or begin to talk about the direction the council would like to go with this. What you're looking at here is not by any means an exhaustive list of projects in terms of needs that needs to be funding. But what you see here are several projects that are in the CIP right now, out beyond the 5-year program, that really have some driving factors on why we would want to bring those in, if at all possible. I don't know if you want to talk through some of those and what you're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. The projects here that are listed are primarily identified for the reason that they're in our high growth areas and they represent locations that are likely not to be built by developers or developments. Some of those are bound by county islands, large lot acres that are would likely not be building their half-street improvements. So that they tend to be in the areas that the town would ultimately be responsible for without developments coming forward, as well as the areas that are we're generally seeing a higher peak in traffic volumes, accident rates that we would like to, they're starting to come up in the priority of our ranking from the traffic component, that we'd like to put them a little bit higher in our list if the funding becomes available.
And the Higley and Warner intersection, when is that happening again this year?
That is being designed right now, and we're coordinating with a developer for Warner Groves at the northwest corner, and we anticipate for that to start construction the first part of next year, January, February.
Trying to stay away from detail, but just that fourth one, Lindsay, Pecos to 202. Describe what is that?
Lindsay to Pecos to 202. We have two CIP or two portions of Lindsay Road that currently is scalloped in the sense. So if you physically have ever driven down Lindsay under the 202, that's the only area that's actually improved up through San Jero Park. We broke the two projects out actually to be one Lindsay from 202 north, and the other portion of Lindsay would be incorporated as part of the Germain Road project that's listed on that. And it's areas that on the west side, it's still County Island, and even on the east side, north of 202 is the County Island that will likely not be built.
Thank you.
And Ed, here, I think you were saying that really supports some of the efforts that are underway with economic development and other things going on in the town right now as well.
We're 75% built out on our roads. Do we have a percentage goal for the next 5 years in order basically to stay on track?
I can't. No, the answer is that we have never looked at it. I saw one of our safe words is I don't know.
There was no pressure involved in that question.
No, I think it's kind of a hard question to answer, and I don't know if we've ever looked at it in that aspect per se. We look at it in terms of where the benefit to the town is in terms of traffic congestion, safety. I don't know if we ever have looked at it from a goal perspective.
And then what are the likely chunks of, what are the likely chunks of projects that you would move forward over the next 5 to 10 years? So that would be the approach.
This is, I'm going to need more time to process all of this, but just to make sure I understand on a high level. At our current levy rate, there will be in the next 3 years start to be capacity within that rate to issue new bonds. But we also have to have the authority to issue those bonds. And what I'm hearing is some of that existing authority, is that running out? How much is left? How far does that take us? Because I know last night you mentioned there was some remaining authority to issue bonds, I think for streets in particular. So can you tell me a little bit more about how that works and what kind of election you're talking about, for what amounts and how much and how soon? Or are those details we don't have? Sorry, see, here I go.
Yes, yes, no, maybe, and possibly, and and portion of yes.
All right, we can talk more offline, but those are some of the questions I'd like to learn more about.
So, Mayor, if I may, Victor, you are right. So as we talked about yesterday, there's about $71 million in voter authorization right now from the 2007 election, specifically for streets. So we feel as staff, in talking with CIP and with the manager's office, that there's sufficient voter authorization for the streets projects until the 2016 election. So we're comfortable with that. Where we wanted to begin some conversations with council is more towards some of the projects that have not yet been incorporated into the CIP that will be coming as a result of the long-range infrastructure plan, perhaps, but probably more so from the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. There are a lot of needs that are identified in that plan, and obviously we're still waiting for the finalization of that plan that we don't yet have quantified in there, and we do not have any existing voter authorization. In terms of the election itself, we go out to the voters, and the election questions basically ask for the authority to issue bonds for the purpose of, and you give the voters what you're trying to accomplish through those bonds, so that they have the opportunity to say, yes, that's how I would like for you to issue debt and utilize our property taxes.
That was an awesome answer to a very big question.
So just to follow up on timing for that 2014, and don't you have to have pretty much ballot language and all of that?
We would be
exactly, and we're not planning to have the Parks Master Plan finalized till what was it, November, December? So that's going to put a time crunch on that one anyway. So just was trying to understand the timing.
No, that's true, and Ben, thank you. From staff's perspective, we just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page with council. So if there's an expectation from council that we would be moving more quickly, we really need to engage right now.
Can I ask a question?
I see every little movement. I think it's a question.
Don, so we have capacity for streets, but those street projects may not be explicitly called out in that prior bond. So what street opportunities do we have if, I mean, are we limited because they weren't, I'm guessing we are because the voters didn't explicitly authorize debt for those particular streets, but what street projects do we have some flexibility on, or maybe I'm misunderstanding that?
Jared, the authorization, I think it was 06 and 08 were those the two. Well, I think the authorization was in 06 and it was for street improvements. It wasn't for specific segments of roads. So any transportation related improvement could be covered in those $71 million worth of authorization. That's the task that Edgar and CIP has in terms of looking. If you go to that other slide, I didn't total up in my head, but I mean, you've basically got, well, it's about $40 million just up on the screen there, which is more than half of, what's
so those projects are in play with the current debt?
I don't know. Are these in play with the old proceeds, or are they new?
Primarily in play with the 2007 bonds. And just to be clear, I know that one of them is on there. It says $21.5 million. That one's partially being funded by the 07 bonds now. It just doesn't have any construction funding associated with it. So we're designing it, acquiring right of way and easements, and doing some utility relocates, but we don't have a construction funding for it.
And Jared, this is a repeat, but when I've asked that question, so we have flexibility because it's general street, but if we wanted to do anything with parks, we don't have any flexibility. We'd have to do a new election.
I think a general statement, Don, and I just want to kind of take one of our conversations back. It looks like with the $70 million we have outstanding, that if we are going to continue the capital improvement plan at any degree after 16, we're going to need authorization in 16. Is that a fair statement? So if we're setting this up to go back to the voters, the most likely time is that November election in 16 with another voter authorization of whatever the plans all lay out. So that's what we're kind of leading this up to.
And specifically to the parks, between now, let's say we don't do anything for 2014 election and we want to start doing some things, where would money come from if we don't have a 2016 election to get specific for parks?
And Mayor, depending on what it was we were trying to accomplish, we certainly have the flexibility with the general fund, particularly on the smaller projects. We have our system development fees and for the growth-related projects, and there are certainly grant opportunities sometimes as well.
Yeah, Don, if I could just add on, Mayor, we also have the ground in place for our needs, so we could also look at public-private partnerships in which we bring the ground to the equation and partner brings the infrastructure. Mm-hmm.
So back to that, the system development fees, you can issue a revenue bond against that revenue, correct? And we do. And you have a backup fund is the general fund, I know that. But what about the revenue bond side as far as for parks and stuff? We've got SDS for that. I know there's some concern it's not quite the way we want some of it, but there's plenty of projects that fit easily within that scope too.
And to those that fit, we can certainly look at that. That would fall typically under our Public Facilities Municipal Property Corporation. We talked about that yesterday. And we can use those system development fees for those projects that are directly related to growth. So as long as we're looking at something that is directly affiliated with growth, then that would be an opportunity as well.
I guess that's kind of where I'm going with this. We talked yesterday about maintaining a certain level of service. I think as a general principle, we'd like to do that. The idea of an SDF is also to help you do that. As you grow, you're going to grow your facilities to maintain that level of service. The idea has never been to use it to increase the level of service, but to maintain it. So I guess what I'm saying is, in theory, we should be, with some exceptions. I know the size of parks, if we want larger ones, we're limited on some of those things. Seems like we should be able to use the SDF revenue as our main source in most cases. Of course, you're going to have to issue bonds against that, but what's that process look like, the revenue bonds? Or can you talk more about that?
Should I take the first part or the second part first? So with the parks that are directly related to growth and with maintaining our existing level of service as new growth occurs, then yes, the system development fees would be an appropriate revenue source for that. Where we're starting to see with the Parks and Rec Master Plan or some of the conversations that we're having throughout the community, if there are existing deficiencies in the community, we can't use system development fees to meet the needs of those existing deficiencies, only to be able to support the needs of growth. The process, though, for issuing the bonds, we would engage our Municipal Property Corporation and talk through what those needs are. We have, much like we talked about with the process and everyone who's in all the roles, the team members we saw on the slide yesterday, we would start engaging all of those properties, rating agencies, and so on and so forth to look at issuing bonds.
Vic, let me just add one thing, and for the council, this is a complicated strategy, and on its face value, we would love to use system development fees just to pay back bonds. But if we did that, and that's the only thing we pledged, it would be very expensive to issue those bonds because of you can't predict system development fees like you can predict GO and sales tax. So without getting too much into the weeds on this, you can have voter authorization to issue GO bonds, issue those bonds, and pay them back with system development fees. That would be the cheapest way of issuing those bonds because you're using your primary pledge of your good faith and credit rather than a very finite system development fee. So there is a strategy on how we would issue these, and even though we would go to the voters and say we would like to issue these as GO bonds, we would also have in the publicity pamphlet that we could use other revenues as available, and we've done that on occasion with HERF revenues and other things that you want to issue debt the cheapest, and so there is a greater strategy here than, and we'd probably get to exactly what you're talking about, but we may just do it a different way.
You've really hit on the point that I'm going to, because to me, you talk about existing deficiencies. Well, again, deficiency according to who and what standard. If we're at a certain level of service, but that level is considered deficient, then I guess, okay. But as far as my vision, I don't know about everyone else, but I don't think the overall goal of Parks and Rec's master plan is to take the level of service where we are and hike it, because that's going to raise the costs on our citizens, and they may not be interested in that, as we've seen in some of the surveys. But So, point being, the system development fee should pretty much cover, with some exceptions, what we need to do without having more property taxes to cover it. But what you're saying is, well, there's a cheaper way to issue that debt. Yes, maybe we can use the system development fee to pay that GO bond, but we need to be able to issue it a different way so we can have a lower cost of debt. Okay, this is a complicated discussion. I'm interested in pursuing it, but it sounds like there could be a way to do this that I could be happy with too, so. That's all that matters.
But there could be a discussion, not to say we will do this, but that rate could potentially be modified.
Which rate is that, I'm sorry?
The 115.
The 115, I mean, that could be a discussion as a policy somewhere down the road.
That would be a policy discussion for the council.
And that, just not specifically on that, but I'm not ready to take any options off the table as it relates to parks or deficiencies or any of that kind of thing. I think we need to work through the process and understand what the priorities are of the community, and then have that conversation with the community and say, this is what you told us you wanted, and here's some options for getting there, and then have that conversation at the right time, as opposed to closing doors before we even have that, even exactly know where we're going. And so again, not really ready to take any options off the table.
I agree with that, Ben. We're going to have this conversation about what our Parks and Rec master plan will end up being. And I think that's going to tie into what our exact plans are going to be on this. You're right. There's a discussion yet to be had. So, and there will be some differences of opinion, I'm sure, even in that. So,
Please continue.
Did you want to touch on this? With that preface, we have, in addition to the GO, we have some upcoming needs more specific. So what you see on the slide, these are the total project costs. These are in the CIP right now, coming forward. So these are within our existing plan. And we have some expansions coming up on both the water and wastewater side. Did you want to cover a little bit of what's going on with the conversations?
I think expansions. We've been working with the Public Works Department to ensure that we are doing our due diligence with regard to taking the master plan a little bit one step further to see if we have it currently programmed in the right year. And we're working on that internally, as well as working with our partners with City of Mesa and Chandler, depending on what plant we're talking about.
Edgar and his staff have been doing a lot of research to make sure that we're, again, going back to where we said yesterday, identifying those needs. What are the needs that are being driven by our community here? And then how does that correlate with the needs that are being driven by our partner communities for these plans?
Don or Edgar, what is the general time frame that $83 million is falling in, with just order of magnitude?
Magnitude for both plant expansions, we intend to be the majority of the cost is the construction, and both our cost share is basically $40 million for each plant expansion, which we would expect to be in the fiscal year 17-18 timeframe.
And that's Gilbert's portion. Will Chandler
This
have
is actually the total project cost, so our portion is half of that.
Half, okay. And the water rights, is that something physical in CIP, or is that more negotiations of contracts of whether it's with RWCD or with San Carlos?
That is absolutely correct, Mayor. That's primarily the acquisition and negotiation that Hawken.
But in no way is that the budget that we have to spend for all of those that we're interested in purchasing water from. That's not what we have to work with.
No, this is the combination. If you look at all the water right related projects, the White Mountain Apache Tribe settlement costs, other water rights acquisitions. So if you looked at our entire plan, this is what you would see as the combination of that plan.
Thank you. Continue.
And then finally, just to reemphasize, and I had that on the slide before as well. But here, as we look at those projects in there, but also the need to also integrate the needs of the long-range infrastructure plan, as well as those that are coming from the master plans and the assessment of our existing infrastructure. So we are, as you saw from Gabe, we're beginning to get that type of information right now, particularly as relates to the maintenance and major maintenance and ways that we can look at our infrastructure and extend the life of that. But we're continuing to look for what types of actual reconstruction projects, replacement of certain pieces of infrastructure, or major rehabilitation that would need to become part of the capital improvement program. Anything you want to add? And then similarly with the wastewater side, these are the total project costs. So for Greenfield, that's also half. You want to talk about where you're at with that?
Same effort is being done in terms of this plant expansion we're going through and negotiating and working with Mesa in terms of the expansion needs that we currently need for the town. So we're going through that effort, and we continuously have monthly meetings with them to make sure we're on the same plan.
Continue. Please, back.
Rewind. Are our repair and replacement funds and also our SDF funds enough to handle these dollar amounts?
That is a really good question. That's something that as we work with the long-range infrastructure plan, we're trying to define exactly what that should look like. Our repair and replacement funds would not be sufficient, for example, to handle the plant expansion, nor is that really what we would want to use the repair and replacement funds for. We'll probably be asking council to approve the issuance of bonds, and we would be able to use system development fees as a revenue source. Back to what Victor had said earlier, we would be able to use the system development fees as a revenue source for those debt service payments. But we would have to look at something like the actual rates as a pledge, perhaps, going back to making sure we had the lowest cost of debt. With the repair and replacement funds, we are continuing to look at, and again, we're trying to refine the definition of those projects that are coming out of that long-range infrastructure plan. And to the extent that we're talking about large replacements or whether we're talking about small major maintenance efforts, the repair and replacement funds are sometimes the most appropriate source of funds, and sometimes they're not. So we want to make sure that we're defining what those project needs are, looking at all of the potential funding sources, and making sure that we recommend the most appropriate funding source for those projects.
Remind me, we're running a deficit in our fire SDF. We run a deficit in wastewater.
We are running it, well, we won't.
I know
be
they all
running a
cover
deficit
each
in
other.
wastewater very
Don't-
much longer.
not to
So we've
cause
been
anyone.
recovering on the wastewater. We finished paying off the wastewater SDF bonds last year, and so now that fund is being restored. No, not at all. And that's a really exactly one of the, and this was something that had come up in some of the budget presentations as well. We have not only issued debt and then used the system development fees to pay back that debt, but we've also had internal debt and established debt service for that internal borrowing using the system development fees. And that was to make sure, going back to the importance of timing of projects, making sure that we had that infrastructure in place as that development occurred, and then those system development fees pay for the infrastructure that they're using. So we do have some that were running negative. Wastewater was the most significant of those, and with the paying those bonds off, that's now being made whole.
So is there anything that makes you not sleep at night that might be a threat that we're not talking about?
She looks well rested. Why would you say that?
No, but I think if there's anything that well,
it might have been the bowling score
That was
last
a
night.
nice distraction, though. That works out really well.
well, so by you knocking your cup,
I did not get enough
A
sleep.
little bit closer to Patrick, Edgar. That
when he knocked a cup over, I'm thinking, oh, maybe there is a.
Oh,
potential.
on cue and everything. That was perfect.
No, I'm kind of being serious. Is there
No, I
something
understand.
that keeps you awake at night, and it's like, there's something that maybe is a potential threat?
That is a great question. I will tell you, when I first began with the city and with the town and looking at the capital improvement program, not seeing any kind of major reconstruction projects and such, I had a lot of questions for Mark and for others and for Edgar, and that's where I really began to understand the town and how quickly it had developed and that rapid growth resulting in this pristine infrastructure. So my concern was, and several of us have talked over the last several years about that. I did lose sleep for a while about that. What are those impinging needs? How do we start incorporating the needs of upcoming maintenance into our financing plans? And so I'm excited that we're undertaking this long-range infrastructure plan, beginning to bring those elements in. We don't have all the answers just yet, but as Gabe was presenting yesterday, the fact that we're identifying that now and not waiting for 10, 15, 20 years from now for that to become a problem, I think that's great news. Anything that you or Patrick or Mark would want to add?
I guess what I would say is that what keeps us up at night is that there are just some large projects that are starting to come down the pike, and both of these folks should attest to the grilling that we go through to make sure. I mean, if you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, 1 month earlier, 1 month later, I mean, there are some big impacts to financing if you do that. So making sure we get it right. And this isn't an alarmist statement. We are probably looking at one more major expansion of both our water and wastewater systems. These two that you just saw up on the board will probably be our last. So we just need to make sure that it's dialed in correctly, because if we have to go back and do it again, or maybe the decision is that we chunk this. Maybe is that we don't do it in $30 million all at once. We do it in two $15 million pieces. But that's what that's what I keep Edgar up at night for, so that when we're making those most informed decisions going forward.
Yeah, and if I could just remind us all that we are in partnership on these plants, and so while we realize some efficiency from a cost standpoint and operations standpoint with our partners Mesa and Queen Creek on the wastewater treatment plant and Chandler on the water treatment plant, we also are working through some issues on who needs how much capacity at what point from a timing standpoint. Our needs are different, our communities are growing at different rates, so we're also balancing that as well. With the cost of doing expansions, or the majority of the expansions, all at once to realize the cost savings from a construction standpoint. So a lot of moving pieces to all of this.
Edgar, if you're not careful, they'll put you at your own table for the arm flailing like they have over here for me. You'll be glad you did that. You'll be glad you did that later when we talk about federal funding.
Definitely a great balancing, though, to be had, and I think there are a lot of conversations that go on as a team to balance what are the needs, what are driving those needs, how do we balance the timing of this, what's the most efficient and most effective way that we can do this at the least possible cost. So. So these are the questions that we started out with and just wanted to go through, but we wanted to open that up for some additional conversation or questions from council. If there are any concerns that you have that we haven't addressed, or anything that you wanted to share with us as well.
Dan Henderson, Economic Development Director for the Town of Gilbert, and we're going to review some investment guidelines with Mayor and Council this morning. As you begin to look at this map and the information in front of you, this map spells out for you the various employment corridors in the town, for which we've labeled sort of left to right and then ultimately right to left, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The information that you have in front of you is a sort of a blowout of each of the employment corridors, for which we will briefly provide some sample material up here, but certainly the depth and breadth is sitting in front of you. And hard copy of this as well as an electronic copy will certainly be available. As we begin to look at the different corridors, we define the corridors in terms of their acreage. And I'd like to start out through this entire process that I think we can all agree that by attracting, retaining, and growing business and industry, we're able to keep our taxes low. So as I start with Corridor 1 and we begin to look at the analysis of the non-residential use inventory, we begin to define the corridor area with an overlay of the general plan, and then we begin to break out the various land use by acres and by percentage makeup of the corridor. So you see how that land is essentially broken up. And as we've met over the course of the year, the fiscal 2013, we've met with various members of mayor and council. We've obviously met with community stakeholders. The executive team have all been involved in discussions over the year that include the use of the reserve fund. And as you know, the reserve fund has been in place for a little over a year. And we've been in executive sessions talking about various projects. And in doing the analysis of each of those projects, it became apparent to us from an economic development perspective, and hopefully in those discussions with mayor and council, that each project was essentially working to solve a business problem or an issue in a specific geographic area. And so what we're doing is we're defining some of those different areas and ultimately leading to a highlight of some of the weaknesses and the strengths of the corridor. So as we take that initiative and look at each corridor and have those discussions with each of you, we begin to sort of with the end in mind. And so as we look at those in corridors, you know, the intent is obviously to understand those key elements that define those corridors. And I offer up an example, if you will, that gets to sort of the root of the methodology that we used in looking at the community as well as addressing this idea. You know, we all have birthdays and we enjoy celebrating each of those birthdays. And as we celebrate those birthdays, we come together as a family and we reflect and we look at things. And in many ways, as that individual that has that birthday, there's often some sort of albeit a celebration. Perhaps there's some gifts, some other things that come into play. And essentially, at least in my family, we look at the birthdays and we celebrate those birthdays with an idea that there's a budget in mind. And as we approach those budget and we look at the age of each of those individuals that are celebrating those birthdays, different things apply. It could be they may share common interest in books, but as you begin to look at someone or a geographic area that's 30 years old or 20 years old, 15, 10, 5, the fundamental needs of those individuals and certainly the wants of those individuals are different. So taking in that idea of the birthday and that budget and the different needs and wants of each of those individuals serves as sort of the root of how we approach this overall methodology. So with that end in mind, we had to put things first. And in putting things first, we felt that data would ultimately lead to some conclusions. And so what you have before you and ultimately what will be laid out in this presentation here is exactly that. These data that define the area and its attributes and its characteristics. And so what you see in front of you is a first phase. And as we go through this first phase, we begin to look at things like inventory and other things. I want to very quickly highlight that in this first phase, it is a real estate analysis. In future phases, we will overlay the workforce needs and the occupational needs. We'll then conclude with overlaying the industry needs. And so what you have before you is really sort of phase one approach, which is purely just a residential or real estate perspective. So certainly more to come. So again, first phase is that land use and infrastructure and the challenges around real estate. Second phase will be working in the workforce and the occupational data. Third phase will be the industry cluster, and then ultimately through the fourth phase, we hope to work with mayor and council as well as the community stakeholders, landowners, et cetera, to come up with recommendations and ultimately final conclusions. So continuing on that definition of Corridor 1, we begin to look at some of the different vacancy rates and take this back to 2003 and go to year to date, and we've broken it out by use, industrial, flex, and office. So what we begin to conclude at the result of Corridor 1 analysis is essentially some great things. First and foremost, it's the oldest area of the town in that northwest corridor. So it's without a doubt the highest concentration of industry and employment for our community. It's about 95% built out. Some of the challenges we immediately noticed were a lack of parking in the area. So as we begin to look at that heavy flex, heavy industrial area, not a lot of office, but heavy flex, heavy industrial, and we look forward to innovation, science, and technology, what we conclude very quickly is that 2.5 plus or minus spaces per thousand a building area ratio is not that compelling. As we begin to compare and relate that to the benchmark communities, certainly locally we gravitate towards the Price Road corridor. Quite honestly, for no other reason than it's in our trade area. And we begin to look at how it's approaching 4.5 per thousand. And so we think that with that low area of parking availability, it begins to hurt the corridor. The buildings in that area are typically limited to warehouse and distribution, certainly not along the lines of the use of the science and technology strategy. And the vacancy rate tends to have increased over the last couple of years. There's some very classic examples that we all know of a great company in Gilbert that was in many ways a hallmark company in Gilbert, left for a couple of reasons. One of the driving forces, quite honestly, was parking. So as we begin to look at that area, we look at some of the areas of significance. We look at that high employment density. We look at fully improved roadways, expansion and relocation opportunities for stage 2 companies is an option, assuming it doesn't have with it a tremendous amount of workforce. Diversity of building size and inventory. Some of the area challenges obviously center around that parking area ratio. Off-street parking is limited to various areas in many ways for logical reasons because of public safety. As you come around certain corners, they're somewhat blind, and it only compounds the issue if there's on-street parking. We begin to look at rail lines and some of those other things that might service the area, and we know that this area has a couple of active, has rail spurs that are essentially non-active, and obviously that hurts for companies that are currently occupying in a distribution area. So as we begin to get into some of the obvious recommendations, which is somewhere one of the areas where I would like to work with council over the year. Certainly we can discuss it at this point in time as well. The idea of repurpose some of the dated buildings to accommodate some of the emerging markets. Some of the things that come to my mind, and I've had a chance to talk with Kyle in Development Services, are in the area of really evaluating light industrial and business park use. Those land uses, as you overlay the occupation, may or may not serve a science and technology industry sector. And so the idea that we begin to gravitate towards is perhaps maybe a mixed zoning category. We often talk about mixed use, where we have essentially in a large plot of land many different options in regional, commercial, and perhaps business park. But as we begin to look at some of those existing assets and buildings that are in that employment corridor, we think that something along the lines of a mixed zoning would begin to make a lot of sense. We know that in this trade area and certainly in the valley, not a lot of municipalities are looking at that mixed zoning. We often go to use, we often go to what can go in those use, and we don't necessarily parlay into that the occupations. And so in the future, we anticipate working with Kyle, albeit through a consultancy relationship or even just a public involvement that includes stakeholders in the Northwest Corridor, the idea, an opportunity to talk about that idea of mixed zoning and exactly what that means. So that flexible zoning alternatives to enhance user types begins to be the root of that conversation. Also identifying some of the vacant land in the immediate area, perhaps with a solution for parking. So it wouldn't necessarily be on premise; it'd be off premise. We've got an example of that up in, off of Obispo, next to Cambridge Filter, or formerly the Cambridge Filter building with GoDaddy, where taking a vacant piece of land, not the highest and best use, but allowing, at least on a temporary basis, the opportunity to bring in some parking, began to solve some of the business needs and some of the business problems.
I have a kind of a comment.
Please.
In that area, to me, because it's so close toward, Central Phoenix, and because it is part of our oldest part of our, we'll call it industrial part of our community, I'm all in favor of kind of relooking at that area, only because it does provide, I think, a good corridor into the greater Phoenix area compared to, something further to the east or to the south. So to me, if there's an opportunity for looking at that, as it comes in the coming years, because because I live in that neighborhood for many, many years, I've seen those buildings go up and I've seen them become vacant. So I'm all in favor of planning ahead and, trying to figure out how we can do a better job with that.
Do we lose any control over the type of business that goes into an area by being more flexible, if you will? And I'm not thinking, electronic company versus healthcare. I'm thinking the non-traditional uses that this community in general doesn't have as much support for, if you will.
As an example, in a business park, land use designation, some sort of a jump, type environment or some sort of a recreational use? Is that the non-traditional use for a business park that you're talking about?
No, non-traditional as far as our non-traditional uses, when you talk about a hookah bar or even medical marijuana, which we required to be in an industrial, if I remember right, a light industrial?
Jen, we would not, because what we would do, those types of uses, we would control under a use permit or separation requirements, something like that. To get to some of Dan's point, what we would do is look at integrating some of those different land uses in light industrial or regional commercial or heavy industrial and try to find a way to blend those more across the land uses so that you have more flexibility in what you can put in each one of those districts.
Jen, if I could jump in, and Kyle, not to put you on the spot, but we're bringing a consultant on board right now to evaluate all of our land uses and categories and help us identify any loopholes we may have for uses that we didn't anticipate in a particular category that we may not be aware of.
That is specifically my fear, is the loophole aspect of it, where I feel like things are pretty well tightened down right now. At least we haven't, with the exception of maybe one or two projects, had an issue where we had uncomfortable neighbors or, real community outcry over something that was going in. But I think that's a perfect analysis, is identifying the loopholes if there are any.
Yes.
Sure. And I think the philosophy behind that is working towards the win-win with, with the consultant, with obviously staff, with mayor and council, certainly with the community, and the landowners and the property managers and the brokers that are in the area representing those properties.
Dan, if I could jump in real quick and just reemphasize for the council what Dan and his team are doing and its importance is each one of our major employment corridors has different needs based on its age, based on its current state. In Corridor 1, I think that the biggest challenge we've got is parking and uses. Those buildings were originally envisioned for different type of uses. We're seeing with technology changing and the business world changing, we're seeing some of these buildings being used in ways in which they weren't originally envisioned, and parking is becoming a real issue for us and will continue to be an issue and continue to hurt the infrastructure we have in place in Corridor 1 unless we can proactively work to find some solutions for that and rejuvenate that district. And now is absolutely the time to do that while our community is still growing, to make sure we keep all areas of the community vibrant.
And Dan, when you talked about the phases, so this first one is a land use,
Yes, ma'am.
real estate. Then the workforce is phase 2. The third one gets into that industry clustering. What's the time frame of the phase 2 and phase 3?
So, Mayor, excellent question. We're beginning to transition now out of sort of the real estate analysis into the workforce side. It was some of the databases and what have you that we have. The next phase immediately is to layer in the occupational and workforce element, and certainly working with a consultant that's currently looking at land uses. The timing is perfect. So we will sort of naturally evolve into phase 2 immediately post this retreat.
And documents like this, when would you anticipate that for phase 2?
Mayor, that's a good question. I would say probably 30 days we'll have a good solid working draft, and probably within 60 days have an opportunity to vet it. The analysis, the primary research side is probably the easier part. The second element of that is obviously working with stakeholders to get that buy-in.
And the phase 3, industry clustering, which Jen's question kind of comes to that. Take corridor 1 as an example. You have the land use, then you have the workforce, and you analyze that. Would that be then to say, here's some things we need to be doing in corridor 1, in addition to talking, is there anything with parking? Because that's an apparent need, but we reach that point and say, here's some additional emphasis that we could make to bring in this type of business, and it would, with this business here, this would be a complementary business, things like that. Is that what phase 3 is?
Sure, Mayor. And in addition, it may trigger some discussions about infrastructure. Some of the things that we know about, say, the Price Road corridor, was some pretty intensive science-based infrastructure that went into the area. Seeing the dialogue taking place around the long-range infrastructure plan, and having data to understand what currently exists from an infrastructure perspective is important for us to join and relate that into the overall discussion so that we know. And so through that next phase of talking about maintenance and ongoing support and what have you, so will be the different types of infrastructure that may need to come into the area. And again, that will be based on feedback, ongoing dialogue with existing industry. Yesterday, you heard, Mayor, about our in-market and our out-of-market focus. We'll begin to join and relate that in-market and out-of-market information and feedback into the dialogue. So as we transition to Corridor 2, highlighted by the anchor tenant, MD Anderson, we know that immediately to the east and to the south, there are some opportunities in that area. You'll notice one of the things that begins to stand out for us as a potential risk is how dominant regional commercial land use and zoning are in that area. Again, with a very heavy healthcare focus, the potential for research and development in future phases of MD Anderson is likely, and through that, the types of uses that we can put into regional commercial begins to start putting an emphasis on commercial labs versus industrial labs, and how that research and development element and the land use in that area could support future phases of MD Anderson, and perhaps some of the discussions with the Woodbury and where they want to go. We know that from a regional commercial perspective, it provides a lot of latitude in the land use zoning, but that may be an area that we want to focus on as well. And so as we get into the area, you begin to see some of the inventory analysis, some of the parking ratios. The parking ratio issue, given the age of this area, begins to solve itself, and never mind MD Anderson's commitment to putting vertical parking structures in place certainly help with land use densities, maximizing that land use, while at the same time going vertical with parking. So we begin to spend a lot of time in that parking analysis to understand this corridor's attributes. Now, that may help MD Anderson tremendously, and likely will. What it may not help is the regional commercial side, the 68 acres down south and to the east of MD Anderson, known as the Woodbury property. And so some of the area significance in that area is obviously a very high concentration of healthcare services and treatments. Obviously, Banner Health and MD Anderson Cancer Center are huge assets for us, not only for Gilbert, certainly for the region, and without a doubt for the state. And you can make the argument certainly for the Rocky Mountain region, which begins to call in other adjoining states. We begin to look at the vertical height overlay in that area. Certainly Banner MD Anderson has leveraged that. Perhaps the dialogue with pushing vertical heights onto the Woodbury property could get interesting with certain separation requirements and the immediate residential in the area. Fully improved roadways, with many thanks to CIP and all the leadership in this room, and its proximity to the Superstition Freeway are second to none. The corridor, from an overall branding element, it lacks that immediate identity to Gilbert. As we see Banner MD Anderson's advertisement immediately gravitates towards Phoenix and not necessarily Gilbert. The surrounding area may need a more clear, distinct vision, other than a dominant healthcare provider and a couple of hotels and some retail in the area. Regional commercial acreage, almost 100% of the entire corridor, which could, as we've identified, fall into disproportionate uses relative to retail in the area. It'd be a missed opportunity if we weren't able to catalyze and grow that healthcare side of the equation. So those are just some of the area significance and challenges that come to mind as we begin to look at that primary research in the area. And we have ongoing dialogue with Banner MD Anderson, both here as well as into the Houston area. So we know generally what those expansions include, where they're going to go with their next phase of development, which is likely and more probable in the research area, which we're really excited about. But as the overall discussion lays itself out, again, this is where perhaps working with the consultant in development services can begin to lay some fruit or bear some fruit. But equally important is beginning to address that overall identity and working with the folks in the area and the stakeholders in the area for an overall brand identity and seeing if there's something we can do about that regional commercial. 97% regional commercial in that area gives us a little cause for concern as it relates to what can build out over time.
Just a comment on that and probably your next two that you're going to do. I think in these undeveloped areas or these areas that are developing, some have the infrastructure, and again, you've already keyed in on the long-range infrastructure plan, and I think that we need to make sure that and I appreciate the fact that the CIP this last year also included economic development as one of the prioritization criteria for projects, and so that's very helpful, and I think we need to continue that in the future. But each of these parcels with vacant land, the more we can encourage pad-ready type projects and sites, and even when the market's right, spec buildings and that kind of thing, the more likely it is that these things are going to be able to meet the needs of those that are coming in and looking at our community. And so that probably applies in all three of these areas, is to work with those landowners and understand what it might take to ready some of these parcels for development a little bit more quickly so we can react when you get the leads in.
Absolutely.
Dan, for each of the corridors, on the first one you said 95% build out. Do you have a build out percentage on corridor 2?
I don't, Mayor. Not off the top of my head, and I don't think John is in the office or in the room at the moment. He was a little earlier. My guess is, as it relates to that, the height begins to skew that a little bit. My guess is we're probably 65%, maybe a tad more.
And the Woodbury land is the bottom right of corridor 2. And is it 80 acres? Is that
68? Maybe.
60 acres.
Yeah. It's this area just down south.
And I've had a chance to meet with you with Woodbury's not recently. So do we have any feedback from them as to current thought process they have?
Yes, Mayor. We're having ongoing dialogue, and the dialogue right now is around hotels.
Okay.
I should say one of the neat things about that corridor, and I think it's fairly obvious, a very obvious statement, is that is a corridor rich with knowledge workers. That is so much of the type of occupations that we want to encourage. And while infrastructure plays a huge role in keeping things pad ready, so does investments in workforce. The one thing we do know about a knowledge workforce is they're constantly retooling and going to school and getting certifications of those things. So we feel that that an investment in workforce is in many ways just as important as an investment in infrastructure.
Thank you.
So the next corridor is Corridor 3. This be predominantly defined by Power Road. So it's the most eastern portion of our town. It comes with a rich diversity of land uses, and you can begin to see the different land use by acreage and by percentage of corridor. It holds with it a lot of light industrial, considerable amount of business park, very little general office, a decent amount of the regional commercial, some general commercial, very little in terms of the percentage of the corridor for shopping center and community commercial. So very much an employment area. If there was an area that were to, in some ways, model the Northwest Corridor, I think that this is that area that begins to define that. So much of the discussions that we're having begins to model Research Park. We begin to look in Tempe about the ASU Research Park. We've got some great family owners and some great investors in the area. And just by virtue of the types of land use that they're trying to seek and the types of things that those landowners have historically brought to their portfolio properties, the notion of a research park of some sort begins to hold some fruit there. And so a lot of discussions working with the different landowners about what that looks like. There continues to be a big demand for light industrial in that area. So as we begin to look at this area in terms of its building inventory, a decent amount of industrial, by square footage wise, quite a bit of retail. Not a lot in the healthcare side, but as you come down into the parking ratios, again, this is an area where we have begun to solve that parking ratio issue, with exception to the hotel, and that's more consistent with how a hotel just parks itself through a very shared parking model. But on the industrial side and the office side, certainly very much from a parking perspective, an abundance of parking is certainly there and certainly planned. And so as we begin to look at the attributes that define that corridor, we begin to tie in a lot of water areas. We look at utility infrastructure as certainly coming. There's a good amount of emphasis there, but we've done a lot of mapping of the infrastructure that's there, and certainly that's not there. Some conduit planning, a lot of water and wastewater lines adequate for the arterials. We begin to look at some of those areas' significance and challenges. And so as we look at the significance, of Corridor 3, we see a very high concentration of available land, which is very exciting. Fully improved roadways and utility infrastructure south of Santan, not so much north of Santan. We see freeway accessibility from the north at 60 coming down, obviously through the 202. But where we begin to, obviously proximity to some of the knowledge assets in and around the area, ASU Polytechnic, Chandler Gilbert, EVIT. You can't talk about that area without talking about the economic juggernaut of Phoenix Mesa Gateway Airport. There's not a lot of landowners in that area, so that we think encourages the dialogue and allows us, when a client comes or a prospect comes looking, the dialogue can happen very, very quickly. Again, north of Santan, not a lot of infrastructure, and that becomes a barrier for some of the future developments. The IGA for Power Road is considered an area challenge, at least in the short term. Long term, certainly not so much. Large amount of land with few buildings available to occupy immediately. So it gets back to the discussion that you brought up, Ben, and that comment about pad-ready development. And so as we were to look at some recommendations in the area, some strategies around encouraging pad-ready development can certainly help bring this corridor into play much faster. The buy-ins as it relates to utility infrastructure is a bit unknown. As we put infrastructure in there, buy-ins come in. some of the uncertainties of what that will do to the land costs and the land price begin to raise a red flag for us. But that corridor we feel is certainly beginning to take shape. Having an identity around some sort of a research park begins to make sense. And then one of the areas that we're striving to correct is that information about the site and the various parcels of land. So finally, we get to Corridor 4, which in many ways in the community is our youngest corridor. It's maybe our toddler, so to speak, in the analogy of that family. The area has a tremendous anchor in Santan Village. Some of the areas that we become very concerned with is how many landowners are in this area, and we'll get to that here in a minute. But as you can see, light industrial, business park, good opportunities for business park. Light industrial, perhaps not so much. And that's where we begin to see the differences in that commercial lab versus the institutional lab, and the institutional labs seem to be more in line with the science and technology play. A good amount of commercial space, whether it's shopping center, community commercial, neighborhood commercial, et cetera. The general office, our hope, as we call this area, the Central Business District, we certainly foresee general office and increasing over time, certainly with the Rockefeller project beginning to talk about future development, certainly nationwide. These are all things that begin adding capacity on the office side. As we begin to look at that analysis, it begins to break down the building inventory and the parking ratios. Again, some initial concerns with on the light industrial side, how low those parking ratios are, but it begins to autocorrect itself in the office, certainly in the retail and the healthcare amenities. With an overall total of 3.31, I could see the need for increasing the availability of parking or working with development services and others to increase some of the parking ratios in the area. We begin to look at the vacancy rates from an industrial, office, and retail perspective. As we jump into the weeds here on the infrastructure in the area, we start looking at water depth or meter size, depth of the infrastructure, et cetera, and we begin looking at the different wet and dry utilities in the area. As it relates to Corridor 4, when we begin looking at some of the areas of significance and some of the weaknesses, obviously we again gravitate towards the abundance of healthcare. Major expansions planned for Mercy Gilbert. Tremendous amount of capacity with the Nationwide project, the Rockefeller project, the Orset project. All of these future things along Germain Road and north of the 202 begin to hold a lot of promise for us. It also has a vertical height overlay. Freeway accessibility for pretty much the entire corridor is abundant. It's the center of the community. Recycling vacancy rates, so we're seeing some of those early tenants that took on some space and occupied space. They're beginning to recycle and their lease rates are up. That could be a potential challenge for us. The vision of the area, we've had a good amount of retail coming into some of the potential employment lands. The majority of the employment designated land, LI, BP, general office, neighborhood office, all lack fully improved roadways for shovel-ready prospects. So that would be some of the areas where, from a policy perspective, we would want to work with council and certainly the stakeholders in the area to begin putting forth policies that allow for shovel-ready land. Freeway accessibility off of Lindsay Road, somewhat in question. Fully improved roadways west of Lindsay Road. We heard just prior to this presentation how much infrastructure is planned for the Germain and Lindsay area. So from an economic development perspective, future employment, we're delighted to hear that. And then scattered large acre residential lots could impede some development, particularly in that area of the town-initiated general plan, 98-acre general plan, right around that Mercy Curve area. We don't have the continuity of infrastructure. We've got a lot of large lot residential and some uncertainty as to what that's ultimately going to be. Some of the recommendations that immediately come to mind are participate in development of missing infrastructure, and then focus on residential to employment uses. So what we've done is given you, with this information and certainly with this presentation, sort of a corridor by corridor overview of our employment areas, some of the different defining attributes as it relates to land use and real estate. As we've discussed, the workforce and the occupation data will be coming forward very quickly, as will the dialogue with the with our employment and industry clusters. So we gave you a pretty good overview of corridor 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I'm curious if from a mayor and council perspective, there's any feedback for us.
We've had several discussions, and actually on a regular basis, staff has brought back certain items that might entail the use of federal funding. We've had some direction from council lately in terms of additional information that you'd like to see on those council communications when we do bring back requests for federal funding, but wanted to spend a few minutes of time today talking about what some of your interests are as it relates to federal funding. We have a few slides that we'll go through real quickly, but the majority of the time we wanted to spend hearing from you. So we'll do a quick overview of some of the types and uses of federal funds and the more predominantly used and seen uses of those funds. Talk about what some of the requirements are to be able to use that, how it impacts us regionally, and then look at some of those necessary public services that we're currently using those funds to support. So primarily, what you've seen coming before you with the use of federal funds are going to be items related to public safety, such as our Governor's Office of Highway Safety grants. And while that comes through the Governor's Office, there are funds that the Governor's Office receives from the federal government for distribution in Arizona. We have a lot of transportation uses that we've done, and you'll see that through our arterial life cycle program, through our bicycle and pedestrian programs, our paving of unpaved roads, those types of things. And then our health and human services programs that you've heard from Jessica and her shop, and in many aspects, but specifically with the Community Development Block Grants, or CDBG. So some examples of some of the social programs that we've currently been involved in related to that for the health and human services aspects of the federal funds. Wanted to talk through these in the sense of some of the needs that are being met in the community right now, and at a policy level, hear from the council about these needs, about how you'd like to see us pursue these needs as a staff, so we have some direction there. As you see here, we talk about our Community Development Block Grant, and as well as our Community Service Block Grants, but you also see where we're involved in some of these other programs here. We have Jessica available if you have any questions about those programs. So in general, when we look at the funding of, when we look at the distribution of federal funds, the way we've been applying it here in the town, we've been receiving about $7.5 million a year in federal funds and applying it again towards those three primary categories of public safety, transportation, and health and human services. With very few exception, most of that funding is coming to us as a distribution or an allocation for specific types of programs. So where the kind of a life cycle, if you will, the taxes are paid to the federal government, they're allocated out for specific programs. Within those programs, that allocation is distributed to the various parties. And most of our funding, I think we estimated over 90% of the federal funding that we've received historically has been of the nature where if we were to, we have the ability to refuse the funding, it would go back to the allocating party, though, and be redistributed amongst that allocation. So that's something that we did want to clarify. We mentioned transportation, so there's some ways in which we've used the federal funding for transportation-related projects. Again, our arterial life cycle program, that's paired with the Prop 400, if you will, the Proposition 400 that was approved in 2004, and that's the county's half-cent sales tax. So on the one hand, we've got the half-cent sales tax that was approved by voters to supplement the federal funding that we receive from the Federal Highway Administration to help us with our arterial, our freeway, and other roads of regional impact. We have, for example, not only our arterial roads, because we do utilize the ALCP funding here in Gilbert for many of our arterial programs, but also loops 101, 202, and 303 were constructed using those funds. Similarly, we have some, the Prop 400 was also related to the transit life cycle program as well. So you'll hear about the ALCP and the TLCP. And then many of those federal funds are also derived from the gas tax. So we have here in Arizona the Highway User Revenue Fund, which is collected at the pump. The federal tax from the pump is also then distributed back for the purposes of transportation and regionally significant roads. These are some of the areas of emphasis here. Again, some of the programs that we have here in Gilbert that really depend upon on the federal funding, the way we have it currently structured, would be related to some of the bicycle and pedestrian programs, some of the projects we have related to unpaved roads. All of those right now are funded through these federal funds. And so we wanted to make sure and get some clear direction from council in terms of your interests and how we go forward.
So the purpose of this discussion today was to discuss how the town formulates its legislative positions. Before we get into that, what I thought I would do is describe the foundation of the legislative program for the town and the approach that we take in engaging in legislative and lobbying activities, and then describe the process that we use. So if I may start. The foundation that we use for the Gilbert legislative program is based on the town's mission. You know, we are a service organization committed to enhancing quality of life and serving with integrity, trust, and respect. So in terms of our legislative program and what we do at the legislature, everything we do is geared towards that end of enhancing quality of life, doing our part to enhance quality of life and doing it in a way that reflects integrity, trust, and respect for the town, for our leadership, and for the community itself. As far as our approach to legislative activities, it's modeled after the Stephen Covey 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, first and foremost in terms of being proactive. That's a very key concept for the legislative program. We try to be prepared for opportunities to make a positive impact at the legislature in a way that will benefit our residents and our businesses. And that ability to be proactive is key, to be nimble and flexible and to be able to adapt very quickly to achieve our outcomes. We start with the end in mind. We stay very focused on our outcomes. All of our legislative activities are geared towards achieving the town's objectives, and we try to stay focused on that at all times. And we do that in a way of thinking in terms of win-win and synergy. The town's strength is in collaboration. So we try at every possible moment to collaborate with stakeholders, with our legislative leaders, with our legislative delegation to achieve what's best for the town and to communicate. So that's kind of the foundation and the approach of the legislative program of the town. And then I'll just describe very quickly the process that we currently use to formulate legislative positions. What we do is a multifaceted approach. First and foremost, we bring the league resolutions to the council. This is something that we've done for the past 2 years. And there's many reasons for that. The league resolutions tend to reflect items of interest for most cities and towns, including the town of Gilbert. And they tend to be focused around the core concepts of either protecting or maintaining shared revenue, which is critical for our budgeting purposes and the services we provide our residents. They also tend to be focused around protecting the ability of local governments to maintain local control. And again, I think this council's, does believe that a uniform, mandated, one-size-fits-all approach is probably not what is best for how we govern and how we interact with our business community. And then thirdly, most of the resolutions, generally they're centered around opposing unfunded mandates. Again, something that is important to the town's budgeting process and how we forecast for providing services. So we bring the league resolutions to the town council for input, and the council's sentiment on those resolutions, along with our adopted strategic initiatives, are what provides me with the basic and the general guidance in evaluating legislation as the session begins and unfolds. In addition to referencing the council's position on the resolutions and on our adopted strategic initiatives, when our team is engaged in activities at the legislature, I always try to frame the goals of the organization and what we believe would be best for the community and for our business partners. I always try to frame that from the perspective of the council and look at it through the lens of the council members and what you might view as important or the best way to achieve an outcome. This approach, we've been doing this approach for 2 years. It only works if there is respect and trust. My respect for the council as policymakers for the town and for our town management as executing that policy is key in how I engage on issues at the legislature. And in turn, our team works very hard to earn your trust as we represent the town and our objectives. I'd like to add trust and respect can only be earned and maintained with regular and open communication. So my first year here, we started doing weekly and biweekly legislative reports. And this was to ensure that there's transparency, collaboration, and accessible information for you as the council in terms of what's going on at the legislature. I know they were kind of long reports. I tried to put the priority items at the beginning, but my thought was to give you all information so that you'd have that available and then you could determine what was most important to you. So we would provide that report to you on a weekly or biweekly basis. That would give you an indication of the issues of concern for the town, as well as an opportunity to provide input and feedback to us so that we can make sure that we stay aligned with the town's objectives throughout the legislative session. So that regular form of communication would keep you updated and allow for feedback. And now that we are fully staffed, and I have to stop right there because I just realized I did not introduce the newest member of our team. So Heather Wilkie is sitting in the audience, and she doesn't officially start with the town until Monday, but was gracious enough to come and spend her Saturday with us to get to know the town better and our leadership better.
Patrick already said cardinal red.
That is
Look at
Cardinals
that.
red, Mayor. She has a bright future with the town of Gilbert.
Nobody told her to wear red, right? So thank you, Heather, for being here and being a part of this. Patrick said I was trying to scare her off by making her spend her Saturday with us.
Remember this date, Heather, is the day your career went downhill.
So I'm just going to close with saying, going forward, we will be able to provide you with that consistent form of communication in terms of our weekly or biweekly legislative reports so that you can always stay up to date and informed and have ample opportunity for input and feedback. So that describes our current legislative process, and I'll open it up for discussion, Mayor.